Chapter 131. The Return. Caius craned upwards, squeezing Porkchop with his knees so that he could rise to his full height. From his vantage point, astride his brother's back, he was just able to see through the gap in the trees ahead. There, perhaps a half-dozen leagues to the north, he could make out the thin line of the cliffs that he had fallen from. Beyond them, way off in the distance, with the high peaks that separated them from the true extent of the sea, and all the magical potency that was supposed to lie beyond them. He knew their shapes well, like the spines of some great sleeping drake. There were few viable passages through the mountains, deep valleys that cut through their reaches. Each one was a waymarker, a widely visible point from which to navigate. One of them was far off to his right. He knew where they were. The falls would be an hour or two's walk to their right, and far back the way they had come, and more than a little east, would be 3 fields, settled in a nook between 2 hills right at the edge of the sea. He could have made that trip by himself as an unclassed. Now, with a clean image of the sea held in his mind's eye, Explorer's toolkit exploded with possibilities. Paths they could take to avoid the ranges of any potentially ornery, newly awakened wolves or boars. Ways through which they could follow the land, hastening their journey. In seconds, he knew the exact route they should take, one that would minimize delays. As soon as he made his choice, his skill started tugging at him, helping him to orient according to the mental map he had built. It wouldn't be perfect, not with it being built on now old memories and gut instinct, but it would be good enough. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 22. Good, another level. His second in the hour since they had left the portal. He hoped, as they tracked through the forest, he would be able to get at least a few more in the couple of days it would take to reach the village. He sat down on his brother's back, tapping Porkchop on the side. "Let's go!" Porkchop turned and tore off into the forest, following the sense of direction that he pushed along their bond. Caius leaned forwards, clutching at a stray strap of Porkchop's barding with his offhand. Even missing a few fingers, he had more than enough strength to keep a firm grip. His sword hand rested on his hilt, ready to draw at a moment's notice. While they had yet to encounter anything larger than birds, he wanted to be ready, especially if they came across a deer. Gods, he missed venison. Trees blurred past them, Porkchop hurtling through the forest at a breakneck pace. It was only with his heightened dexterity and intelligence that his brother was able to stop them from hurtling into a painful collision. It wouldn't be long now. He would have his answers. Chom yawned, leaning heavily on his spear as he rolled his shoulders. He could feel his sweat pooling under his leathers, soaking through his tunic and saturating his armor. Scowling for what felt like the 15th time in the last hour, he wished that he hadn't been the one stuck with midday watch. Sure, the announcement had been a surprise, and all the wildlife becoming beasts was definitely not a small issue. But so far, the highest he had seen had been a damn crow, and it was only level 3. Personally, he thought it was a little bit overkill, but Jakar and Hurin had insisted on a round-the-clock watch. When your boss and the man who sold you drink told you to do something, you listened. If only he had thought about the damn sun. He would have brought a few poles and a sheet to make a shade if he had. Next time. Shading his eyes with his hands, Cham leaned over the village palisade and scanned the tree line. His eyes roved over the many oaks, elms, and maples that made up the impenetrable reaches of the arboreal sea. Shrouded in shadow, he leaned on his keen eyes to pick through the darkness, looking for any sign of larger movement. He almost hoped that some dire bear would assault the village. At the very least, it would bring a little excitement with it. Plus, with Jakar having called off any hunts for at least the next few days, it would probably be the only source of experience he would get for a while. A roar shook the forest, followed quickly by the panicked squawk of a whole flock taking flight from the canopy. Cham froze, staring at the forest in disbelief. He heard it before he saw it. Something crashing through the underbrush, something large, close on its tail. He gulped, hoping to the gods it was just a fresh-born beast on the hunt. That he could handle. With 2 class skills under his belt and more than half the way to his 3rd, a few piddly beasts below level 10 would be nothing to him. Unfortunately, new beasts weren't the only ones who lived in the forest. He suddenly regretted his earlier wish for a dire bear to shake up his day. He tightened his grip on his spear, holding on to the palisade with the other, ready to vault over the side and defend the village at the slightest hint he would be needed. "See anything?" a sudden and familiar voice said from behind him. Cham nearly jumped out of his skin. "Rotting roots! Stop doing that, Jakar! You're gonna end up killing me."
"Just keeping you sharp, lad," Jakar said, clapping him on the shoulder as he stepped forwards to join him at the raised wall of spiked logs. "Now, you see anything? I came as fast as I could." Cham noticed he already had his bow, though how he'd managed to string it and get here in the handful of seconds since the roar, he didn't know.
"Nothing yet," he shook his head. "I think it's a chase, though I haven't seen anything more than a rustle." "It's definitely a chase. I can hear them from here. The one doing the hunting might be earth or metal aligned, though. I can hear it clanking," Jakar muttered, stringing an arrow as he watched the tree line like a hawk. Cham paled. Fresh beasts like these ones wouldn't develop anything like that until they had a couple skills under their belt, both general and whatever they had that was equivalent to a class. Whatever it was would have to be old. Maybe it was a dire bear. Another roar rang out, closer this time, far closer. He spotted movement a moment later, underbrush shaking as something sprinted parallel to the tree line. He tracked it, knuckles whitening on his spear's haft. It spooked, duking sideways. Towards them. "Ah, fuck," Cham muttered. Hopefully, whatever was on the hunt would take its prey and leave. "Hush, I'm listening. Something's off," Jakar replied, still completely focused on the tree line. He had his bow up and ready now, prepared to draw at the slightest provocation. A tan blur burst through the dense brush, leaping over a thicket of brambles in a panicked rush. A stag, sprinting at full tilt. He could see its eyes, the way they rolled around in its sockets, the way it almost foamed at the mouth, its blood pulsing through its thick neck. Cham knew it was exhausted, and the chase had not been kind to it. An inspect confirmed what he already knew. Red deer, level 3, beast. Whatever pursued was close on its tail. He raised his spear, catching Jakar hoisting his bow from the corner of his eye. This wasn't anywhere near the first time they had had to deal with a pissed-off beast, and it wouldn't be the last. They were ready. Moments later, a mountain of muscle tore straight through the bramble, racing off at an angle to charge at its prey, blessedly away from the village. It was immense, large enough that it would be able to scrape the top of the palisade with ease if it stood on its hind legs. Greenish-black fur coated the beast, though a ruff of white capped its neck. He'd recognize that shape anywhere. It had been drilled into him as a boy. Those sharp, golden eyes, the powerful body and squat legs, the wedge-shaped head. He froze, nearly pitching forwards as he forgot where he was. It was a fucking forest king. Inspect snapped off. Greater Melees, level 2, Greater Beast, Bastion. It tore across the ground, gaining on the deer quickly now that it was out in the open. By the fucking gods, it was fast. He'd heard of the might of the kings of the forest, but to do that at the 2nd level? It was unthinkable. Then Cham's eyes caught up to him, and he realized that wasn't all. The Melees was wearing armor. toughened leather reinforced by plates of steel. It would have been unbelievably foreign to him if it wasn't for the rider on the greater beast's back. A fucking giant by the looks of it. He'd only met one person with a height like that, and they'd been sadly lost for over a year. Sword drawn, he was draped in the hodgepodge collection of artifacts that was the telltale sign of a delver. Bluish scale mail guarded his chest, while similar vambraces of a separately distinctive style covered his arms, and a bronze helm securely capped his head. Cham watched as the rider thrust his longsword in the air and bellowed a war cry, so razor-focused on their prey that they seemed to not even notice them. He forgot to breathe. "Impossible," Jakar whispered from beside him, lowering his bow but keeping an arrow nocked.
That shook him from his shocked haze, and he fired off another inspect. Human, level 2, higher race, spell sword.
What the fuck was a spell sword? And how could someone have dared to ride a Meles? Before he could gather his thoughts further, the panicked deer caught a glimpse of the mounted duo behind it and juked to the left, towards the sea. Cham grit his teeth, feeling the haft of his spear grow slick with sweat. Hopefully it would pull the Forest King and its rider away from their village. The Meles dug its green claws into the earth, trying to alter its trajectory. Despite its impressive speed, its bulk worked against it. The deer started to gain ground once more. Cham watched in frozen shock as the Meles rider showed a feral scowl and leapt from its back. Rising like some imperious avenger, with the sun shining off his scales, the delver thrust his hand out and seized the might of the gods. A dense, violent orange glow erupted from his hand, before a bolt straight from the Stormlord's own armory cracked into existence. Bound in the delver's grip like it was a common rider's lash. Arcane lightning cracked forwards, the deer wheezing as crackling plasma wrapped itself around its throat. Its whole body seized, hide sizzling as it hit the ground like a sack of rocks. At the speed it was running, it wasn't a pretty thing, and it tumbled over itself as one spindly leg snapped and bone erupted from its flesh. Seconds later, and the lash of lightning disappeared, leaving a faint shimmer in Cham's vision. The delver was already running for the beast, his rune-scribed blade pumped victoriously in the air. His beastly companion beat him to the chase, sprinting past him to sink its massive jaws around the limp stag's neck. There was a savage yank, followed by a crack that echoed out across the plains. The deer flopped. The delver let out a whoop, thrusting his fist in the air as he sheathed his sword. Cham felt a little bit of his tension slacken its grip on his heart when he did that. Maybe it was just some adventurous scion who didn't realize they were close to a village, though that still did nothing to explain the greater Meles. "Fuck yeah, pork chop! Venison!" the delver hooted, sprinting over to his companion. It was a young voice, but gravelly and hard, well suited to the imposing air that draped over them like a cloak. "Though, we both know it was dead before you got there." Did he just call the Meles pork chop? The fucking gall. "That voice," Rekar croaked out. Cham whipped his head over, finding his boss frozen with doubt clear on his face, like he'd seen a ghost. "You recognize them?" he asked. Rekar had the sharpest ears of them all, so it had to be something. He'd seen the man pick up a rabbit in its burrow from nearly half a league away. Rekar simply shook his head, his words stolen from him. Cham looked back to the duo that were still a few hundred strides from the walls. "We're gonna eat good tonight," the delver said, audible despite the distance. The Meles looked up from the stag, past its rider, green-flecked gold eyes locked onto his own, thrumming with primal might. Cham gulped. A moment later, The delver turned without saying a word, following its companion's eyes to his own. They froze for a moment, then raised their hands slowly, undoing the clasp of their helm before they lifted it off. Bronze slid upwards, a dense mop of dark brown locks spilling forth. The delver's features were hard, angular, like they had been cut from granite and tempered in strife. Piercing gold-flecked green eyes burned into his own. The helmet came off. Cham froze, shock and disbelief warring deep within him. Was that fucking Caius? Spirits protect us. It is him, Jekar whispered from his side, his precious bow slipping from his hand to clatter to the floor of the palisade. He moved a moment later, blurring in Cham's sight as he vaulted over the palisade, hitting the ground at a dead sprint. It was Caius. Oh, fuck. He had to tell Hurin and Elendra. They had to be ready. He turned tail and sprinted for the stairs, spear left forgotten against the wall. Chapter 132. The Return. Ding! Level 3. Red Deer slain. Experience gained. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 3. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Latent Glyph of Drakthar has reached level 4. Satisfaction thrummed through Caius's blood at the quenching of his blood song, the deer flopping as Porkchop snapped its neck between his jaws, crushing the base of its skull. A bit overkill, considering the deer had dropped dead with a single storm lash, but he understood the need to burn off the thrilling heat of the hunt. Thanks to the bond between them, he was treated to the visceral sensation of his bond brother's teeth plunging through its bones. It was a quick end, and a valiant one, for the prey that had given them such a good pursuit. Without substantial reserves of health, it expired instantly, as its body had been overloaded by reverberating storm mana. The fact that he had garnered a level in both his class and his glyph only sweetened his pleasure. It had been a fun few days, showing Porkchop a different side of the sea than he was used to. Apparently, the forest on this side of the mountains was almost serene compared to what he considered the norm, and they had made good time following game trails as they zigzagged their way to the edge of its reaches. Even with the awakening of beasts, they had faced few difficulties. Most things got one look at Porkchop and fled for their lives, though there had been a boar that had tried to test their mettle. Given how stubborn the brutes were, that wasn't all that surprising, though it had fed them well and had given them their first levels. He'd managed to eke out a level or two in most of his skills over their journey, relishing that he was no longer strained under the enforced caps of an unclassed. Explorer's Toolkit and Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus had seen the most growth by far. Only those that needed him to truly test himself in battle still languished at 20. Still, it was nice to take down the stag. He missed venison, and going a year without his favored meat had driven him into a slight frenzy at seeing a lone deer traipsing at the edge of the forest. It had been a bloody wily thing. Even with all of Porkchop's might and speed, he was severely hampered in the forest. Unable to turn on a hair, the deer had kept a constant lead on them as it danced between the trees. Making a break for the plains had been its final mistake. A nice way to cap off their journey, now that they should only be a league or two from 3 fields. "Great takedown! We're gonna eat good tonight," he said, grinning at his bond brother. Porkchop dropped the carcass of the deer, looking up and over Caius's shoulder. "Caius, I think you might have gotten a little lost." His face twisted in confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked, turning around. Then he froze. Before him, barely over a few hundred strides away, were the familiar walls of 3 fields. Carved from stout logs felled from the nearby forest, they were spiked and stretched thrice his height into the air. A massive, reinforced gate was nestled into their face, though it was the first time he could ever remember it being closed. Even if the shut barrier blocked his view further into the town, he would recognize it anywhere. The way it was nestled between a crook of hills, a subtle slope leading up to the fortifications, earthworks protecting the town further. How the hells did he miss that? They'd been a little focused on the deer, but that was some truly spectacular unobservance on his part. Then, with skill-enhanced acuity, he saw two figures on the battlements watching him closely, one with a bow held at the ready. Cham and Rekar, he realized, picking out their distinctive features. Like most in this region, they were amber-skinned, with pale blonde and sandy brown hair respectively. Jakar tensed. Caius realized with a start that he was still wearing his helm. Even with both of them being hunters and having sensory skills, neither would be able to recognize him. "No sudden moves, Porkchop. I know them, but I need to take off my helm,"
he murmured, keeping his voice low so as not to startle Jakar. The man was the headhunter of 3 fields, and a known Deadeye. He wanted to avoid an arrow to the eye if he could. Porkchop let out a low rumble, but stayed dutifully still. Keeping his hands visible, Caius raised them to his head and slowly took off his helm. Things happened very quickly after that. He saw the bow slip from Jakar's hand, the older hunter vaulting over the side of the palisade to hit the ground running, while Cham tore off towards the village. Behind him, Porkchop let out a warning growl at Jakar's rapid approach. The man slowed, if only just. He was still a hunter well into the first tier, and had the speed to match. Caius dropped his helm, taking off towards the known face, sending assurance and safety along his bond. He laughed, throwing his arms wide as Jakar tore across the open field and slammed into him at full pace, wrapping his ribs in a crushing embrace. "Caius, you fucking idiot! We thought you dead!" he bellowed into his chest. Caius laughed, returning the hug. It was fucking good to see him. Jakar had been one of the handful of village folks he'd seen the most of, Father foisting him onto the man for basic wilderness survival and hunting training when he was going to be busy doing God's knows what for anywhere from a few days to a few weeks. "It's bloody good to see you, Jakar. You have no idea how much," he replied, doing his best attempt to crush the man with his hug. It was like trying to find the give in an iron pole. The hunter pulled back, still gripping him like he was afraid he would vanish, and looked up with shock and wonder plain on his face. Then Jakar squeezed a little, prodding at his chest. "Not a fucking beanpole, are you now, lad? What the fuck you been eating? Entire herds? No wonder you were so focused on that deer." Caius laughed, slapping the hunter's hand away. "It's a long story, a really long one, and hopefully one that you and the other elders can fill some gaps in for me. I'd love to share it over an ale, if you think Huron would have us." Jakar froze, just barely for a moment, but after so long in the depths, Caius didn't miss it. They knew something. A tiny seed of dread sprouted in his belly. Yeah, of course, lad. You're always welcome, though, as you might expect, things are a little tense, what with the sudden shift with the system," the hunter replied, stammering slightly. Caius nodded and smiled. "I might have a little more information on that than most, if you're willing to wait." Jakar looked at him sharply, searching his features for a sign of something. Whatever he found, it didn't leave him wanting. "Aye, you're clearly a man now. Can see it right in your status. Though how you managed that a year early, I do not know. Don't think I don't remember your birthday, my boy. Must have been some year," Caius grinned. "You have no idea.
Though how much I can share depends on if you and the others are still as generous with secrets as a dragon is with gold.
Jakar spluttered, taking mock offense at the simple thought of being loose of lip. Before the old hunter could formulate a response, Caius felt Porkchop approach from behind him, simple, friendly curiosity emanating across their bond. Freezing suddenly, Jakar looked past Caius to stare at Porkchop, an expression halfway between fear and reverence on his face. "Ah, I assume this be your friend, Caius?" the hunter asked cautiously.
"Hello, my name is Porkchop,"
Porkchop said warmly, shoving his head over Caius's shoulder to give Jakar a sniff. Jakar froze, staring at Porkchop in disbelief before he looked back at Caius. "Now, Caius, lad, please do not tell me you named a king of the forest Porkchop of all things," the old hunter said slowly. Caius grinned. He'd expected something like this. For all who lived near the sea, greater Malays were nigh on mythical creatures and the subject of story and legend. "I might have," Caius responded. "That's a little bit of a reach." Porkchop snorted.
What greater beasts use instead of names doesn't exactly translate, so Caius suggested it as a joke. I decided to keep it, as it will make my enemies underestimate me.
Jakar craned his neck up at the mountain of muscle that towered over him. "Ah, yes. A valid battle tactic," he said haltingly, clearly doing his best to give deference. Shaking his head, Caius turned around and gave Porkchop a scratch behind the ears. "Don't bully them too much, you big oaf," he said softly, before turning back to Jakar, who was still staring at the two of them, more than a little bug-eyed. "How about that ale, old man? Think it's been enough time for Cham to send word of my coming?" he asked. The hunter shook himself. Aye, sorry, Caius. Just didn't expect to see you again. Not so changed and not after everything." Caius looked at the hunter sharply. That was telling. "Didn't expect me. So you know of the bandits, then?" Jakar paused before he started to slump.
"Aye, we do. It might be best if we wait for that ale, eh, boy? You know, I've never been the best with—" He waved his hands around, gesturing at the general air of it all. "This." The little sprout of dread in Caius's stomach grew just a little more. Jakar had always been a blunt and to-the-point man. For him to avoid the topic meant that it was something that even he knew would need a little tact. That meant nothing good. "Perhaps we best get on to that beer, then," Caius said softly, as Porkchop rested the comforting weight of his head on his shoulder. Jakar nodded. "Need any help with the deer?" he replied, changing the subject to more immediate matters. Caius took the distraction from the heavy weight of unspoked tales with gratitude. "Nah, Porkchop can carry it, right?" Porkchop nodded. "Just throw it on my back," he said, settling down to make it less of an acrobatic task. Jakar jumped to assistance, helping Caius toss it over Porkchop's shoulders before they set off at an easy pace to the village gates. "I'll get it butchered after we reach the inn?" Jakar asked. "I assume you'll be staying there, just about the only place with doors big enough for your companion to get inside. I can bring it back later, let Hurin and Delendra cook it up nice." "What, not gonna take your cut this time?" Caius teased. Jakar barked out a laugh. "You get this one freebie, lad. Just this once. Don't tell anyone, though." Caius smiled. On the gods. As they walked, Caius snapped his head towards the gate as it started to creak open. It seemed Cham had managed to rouse some sort of response. The thick oaken gate swung open slowly, revealing a small crowd. Jakar waved, giving assurance that everything was fine. There weren't too many people, barely a handful, and he recognized every single one. One and all stood stock still,
frozen at the sight of him, or perhaps the sight of Porkchop. Hurin, the innkeeper, Yanmi, the mayor, Eilish, the head of the artisans,
Saldar, the elder of the farmers.
Elendra. Caius froze as he saw her face, memories washing over him. Of the times spent in warm conversation, of her yammering about her latest culinary creation, of his yearning. It was gone now, a realization that settled on his heart with melancholy. She was still absolutely gorgeous, with her piercing turquoise eyes, flaxen hair, and soft features. But it was simple beauty now. Too much had changed. Still, he ached to run to her. Few had given him such comfort, and fewer still had treated him with the warmth that she had. Even non-reciprocating of his affections, she had still treated him with friendship and kindness. At some point he'd stopped moving, he realized, staring at her. With all of his enhanced acuity, he watched the very moment when she realized it was truly him, tears welling up in her eyes. "Caius!" Elendra screamed, nearly tripping over her pale yellow dress and apron as she sprinted away from the group that still stood at the threshold to the village. Jekar looked back and saw him frozen a dozen paces behind him. He gave Caius a grin and stepped off to the side. He barely noticed, still frozen, as he watched the rapidly approaching streak of yellow cloth and blonde hair. Porkchop shoved him forwards. "Don't be rude!" Stumbling was enough to shake him from his fugue. He ran, sweeping his oldest friend off her feet and wrapping her in a desperate hug as he spun her through the air. "Elendra!"
Chapter 133. The Return.
Caius spun his old friend through the air, smiling in joy as he set her down on her feet. She didn't let go. Elendra clutched him like her grip was the only thing keeping him present. She buried her face into his armored chest, uncaring about the jagged edges that must have dug their way into her skin. "Where have you been, Caius? I thought I lost you," Elendra asked, her voice small and quivering. A sad smile crossed his face, and he leaned down to embrace her fully, burying his face in her hair. She smelled of warm bread and spices. "It's a long story, and a fraught one. I lived, though, and I am here, my friend." After taking a few more moments to enjoy their reunion, he pulled back. He knew no one in the village would judge them guilty of impropriety. They had been friends as long as he could remember, and no one would hold a since-past childhood crush against him, not with how tight-knit the communities were on the frontier. Still, they would have time for a proper catch-up in the coming days. He had introductions to make. "I've got someone I would like you to meet," Caius said, giving her a last squeeze before he turned to the side to give Elendra a full view of Porkchop, who was looking on with naked curiosity. He kept his arm around her shoulder. Porkchop leaned in, crouching down to avoid looming over Elendra. Considering that she was just over a full stride shorter than he was, his bond brother ended up nearly lying on his belly to see her eye to eye.
"Hello."
Porkchop greeted her warmly.
"Caius told me a lot about you. He said you make really good stew."
Elendra froze, staring at Porkchop in shock. "Caius," she stammered. "I dinna know if I'm losing my marbles, but did a forest king just ask me about my stew?" He chuckled. "He did. He's grown very fond of my own, and I wasn't about to hide where I learnt it from. His name's Porkchop." Elendra whipped her head back towards him, her eyes narrowing. Caius paled. "Now, Caius, I know you didn't name a forest king something that daft," she said, stepping towards him with her hands on her hips. Caius chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Well, I mostly suggested it as a joke. Porkchop was the one who decided to keep it." Uncanny dodge flickered as her hand raced out with deceptive swiftness. He ignored the warning as she slapped him upside the head. "Idiot! Swear on the gods you learnt no respect in that forest. Don't go trying to foist off the blame onto the bloody Greater Meles." Caius simply smiled awkwardly as Elendra turned back to Porkchop and bowed in a single fluid motion. "It's nice to meet you, Porkchop. I hope this idiot hasn't been giving you much trouble." Chuckling throatily, Porkchop bobbed his head at her in turn. "I can see why you like this one. She's feisty," he said to Caius privately, before he addressed them both. "It's nice to meet you too. Caius is my bond brother, so don't be too harsh on him." Elendra turned back to him with a cocked brow. "I know not even you would do something like subjugate a forest king, so I am going to hold my tongue for now." "He didn't," Porkchop confirmed. "It's a part of that long story I mentioned," Caius said with a sad smile. Elendra's face softened. "I think we're both going to have hard stories to tell, the kind that are best left for a round table and a few beers. Do you want the elders to hear? They'll throw a tissy, but I think I can get them to leave off." Caius shook his head. "No, they should be here for it. I have questions that I hope they can answer, and I trust them to not pry too deeply into my secrets." "Then we best go meet them, shouldn't we?" Porkchop interjected. Elendra jumped a little, clearly still unused to having a greater beast talk. Caius clapped her on the shoulder reassuringly. "Come on, it's been too long." Starting their approach, Caius got a good look at the inside of Three Fields for the first time in over a year. Home to nearly 500 souls, it was perhaps better described as a small town. A rough cobble boulevard led deep into the village, though roughly constructed barricades were arrayed behind the gate in varying stages of completion. A defense against inevitable breaches, he assumed. At least they were taking it seriously. Beyond those, a motley collection of buildings. Almost universally, they were sturdy things, constructed of old-growth wood, a staple building material so close to the sea. There was some stone, accessible thanks to the quarries set into some nearby hills, but it was mostly reserved for common buildings and where it was needed most. The hall, inn, and smithy, as well as for foundations. As they crossed the distance to the village gate, Caius flicked between the elders of the village, taking in their mixed reactions to his return. Holt was missing, the head of the constabulary. That jumped out to him immediately, though with the increased threat to the village with the beast awakening, it was highly likely that the gruff man had gone to coordinate with the other settlements along the sea's rim. Increased mana density and an overabundance of beasts were no laughing matters. They were low-level for now, but in the coming months and years, it would take hard men and strong classers to keep the people safe. That was exactly the sort of man Holt was. Jakar had joined the elders during his reunion with Elendra, and was looking as unreadable as normal, save for a strange mix of barely noticeable apprehension and relief at his return. Hurin, Elendra's father, watched him closely. His sheer, unbridled joy at his return was palpable in the small half-smile that was mostly hidden by his sandy beard, and the slight creasing at the corners of his eyes. He could see respect there, too, as his eyes roved over his artifacts. Yanmi, first among equals. The mayor's flinty gaze bore into his own, evaluating him. She was wily, hard, and fair. More than once as a child she'd nearly had his hide, but he knew she was something of father's confidant. He'd seen them talking more than enough for that to be the case. Still, he could see her mind running, calculating. If Cham had seen him use his glyph, then Yanmi knew too, and would already be working through a dozen assumptions and deductions from that scrap of information. Ailish, still wearing her thick leather apron that had been scorched by 1,000 forged nails, axe heads, and, occasionally, swords. She stared in his direction like a hawk, but not at him. Even more than Hurin, she drank in his gear with appreciation. Caius grinned at that. Of all the village elders, Ailish cared the least for the daily going-ons of the village. Thankfully, she had a brilliant mind for logistics, for without them, there would be no materials for her workshop or her fellow artisans. She was a consummate crafter, and between her and her leather-working husband, they produced some of the finest artisan-wrought artifacts in the region.
Caius knew he needed to have a chat with her. Replacing Porkchop's barding with an Under Armour set designed to work with his bloodline skill was directly in their wheelhouse. He could always get it enchanted in Deadacre when they had the time and funds. Saldar was the last. His spindly form, though still shorter than him, loomed behind his contemporaries as he watched Caius with a slight, but sharp frown. Saldar was no fan of his. Ever since he'd ruined half a field of new growth by whacking at the sprouts with sticks, dreaming of swords and beasts, the crotchety old farmer had branded him as a troublemaker to be treated with suspicion. In his defense, he had been a boy raised at the edge of town and later in the woods. He'd been a bit of an inconsiderate moron until Saldar had sorted him out. Even with Saldar's low opinion of him, Caius knew he could trust the old man when push came to shove. Out on the frontier, you were either community members, distant neighbors, or distrusted outsiders. The other villages treated him neighborly, like any other resident of a different community that lived on the sea's fringe. 3 Fields, though, they'd claimed him, even if he'd never got to visit quite as much as he would have liked. After all, he'd lived here as a young boy, before he was old enough to live on the move. Above all else, Saldar was a stickler for propriety, and he would be caught dead before he shared secrets with a neighbor, let alone an outsider. Caius halted at the threshold to the village, Porkchop slowing with him. Elendra gave him a last squeeze on the arm before she ran over to her father, stepping behind him to give him the deference he was due in the current moment. The elders stepped forwards, Yanmi taking the lead. She met his eyes, giving him a nod and a small smile, before she turned to Porkchop and bowed. "It is an honor, Forest King, to have you at our village. We are at your disposal," she said, keeping her head low while she waited for his response. Porkchop paused for a moment. "Caius, this is getting weird. Why do they keep bowing? They're acting like elves." Caius suppressed a laugh before he sub-vocalized his response. It wasn't needed for Porkchop to understand him, but even with all the time he had to get used to their bond, he was still just getting used to beast speak. "Just say thank you and be polite. Maybe make it known we have some sort of connection. Everyone near the sea basically thinks of the melees as local spirits. Once we get further away, people will just think you another beast. Though I'm not sure if that will be better," Caius suggested. Yanmi stayed prostrated, waiting patiently. Porkchop bobbed his head, slipping into as close to an officious tone that Caius had ever heard from him. "Please, I am unused to ceremony. I am here because my sworn brother had need to return after our long journey. For both answers and familiar faces." Ever the diplomat, Yanmi took the answer in stride, even if half of her colleagues snapped their gaze between him and Porkchop at his brother's mention of fraternal bonds. "As you say, Forest King," Yanmi responded, before she straightened and focused on Caius. "We have much to discuss, it seems. We have grim tidings, and by the sounds of your miraculous seizing of a class, your garb, and your companion, you have much the tale to tell as well." "I do, though there would be many holes to preserve that which I would keep to myself,"
Caius said, confirming Yanmi's assumption. Then we best get to the stout oak. It'll be empty by the time we arrive. Only one question remains, Caius. You have been missing long, and the nature of our tale begs us to request one decision from you. Yanmi was serious, official in her bearing and words. Caius had seen it before, in quick glimpses and overheard tales. Grim tidings indeed. The sprout of dread set root, worming its way around his bones.
I would hear it, he ground out, even as Porkchop pressed into his back with one leg, providing his support. Yanmi nodded. Would you have us speak first, or is your tale so burning you must share it above all else? The weight of the moment hung heavy, time seeming to pause with the looming weight and finality of a swaying hangman's noose. Caius swallowed, his throat tacky and dry. I would speak first, he whispered. Anything to keep the doom at bay for a moment longer. That, and what he had to share, could be time-sensitive for the village to survive the coming calamity. The short and imperious woman stepped forwards, laying a gentle hand on his arm and smiling at him like he was one of her own. Then let us be off, Caius. I'm sure you've had a long journey, and ale is what is needed for this kind of talk. Come. Yanmi turned, and, as a group, they entered 3 fields, picturesque and blanketed in the shining midsummer sun. His first visit in, nigh on a year and a half. He only wished it didn't feel like a funeral procession.
Chapter 134. The Return. Caius stiffened slightly as he walked through the open door of the stout oak, though he did not break stride. He had a lot of memories in this place, of the leather-wrapped benches and tables nestled in cozy nooks that were recessed into one of the tavern's walls, the tables buffed to a high shine, reflecting the candles that sat above, despite being discolored from many a spilled drink. He remembered falling asleep under one as a boy, lulled by the soft murmur of a busy tavern and the warmth of a good fire and a full belly. Of the hearth that dominated the far wall across from him, its wide mantle covered in a dozen trinkets and trophies, and a large deer skull mounted above it. Many bards had sung there, dancing and playing in front of the crackling flames for the delight of a crowd. Of the bar to his right, with its sweeping bench and a trio of hand-pulled taps that served whatever concoctions Hurin had brewed in the months prior. His first sip of beer, he remembered its malty and bitter taste, Hurin and father laughing at the face he pulled. Of the many tables that dotted the wide open space, filled to the brim with locals and visiting wanderers alike. They were empty now, the fire dead, and the place quiet. "Fetch the pints and get the stew hot, will ye, lass?" Hurin said, looking to his daughter. Elendra nodded and rushed off ahead, flying around the bar to rush into the kitchen. Thankfully, the stout oak had had their stew going for years, and he knew that Elendra would have topped it off this morning, so she would only need to bring it up from a low simmer. She'd be back soon. Hurin jutted his chin towards one of the larger tables that sat towards the center of the room, exposed and open. Caius had normally seen it used for games of cards or dice, but it seemed it would be the site of their discussion. As a group, they walked over, Porkchop hunching down slightly to fit through the double doors. They'd already stopped by the hunter's lodge, depositing the deer on their way to the tavern. Caius took his seat, Porkchop settling in next to him as the elders of 3 fields took their own. "Sorry we don't have anything suitable for yourself, Porkchop," Eilish said, addressing his bond brother. Porkchop had gotten sick of being called a forest king on the 4th go of it on their walk over, and had insisted that they call him by name. "We were not expecting anyone of your lineage to ever visit our humble village. I would be happy to fetch you a hide or a rug if you would like something. The workshops are close by." "No, thank you. I'm used to stone and soil, so this is fine," Porkchop replied politely. The elder of the artisans nodded,
waiting patiently for Elendra as the soft hiss of ale hitting tankards continued. A few moments later, his old friend returned, 7 tankards and a low bowl expertly balanced on a serving tray. She moved around the table, depositing drinks, including one for Porkchop, before she finally gave him his.
Imperial Stout. Pretty strong, but I remember that's not really an issue for you, she whispered, before rushing over to take her seat by her father's side.
Caius smiled at her. Strong and dark had always been his preference for beer. Through some arcane interaction, rapid adaptation had bolstered his tolerance to drink, and his father had warned him that he would need the help of brewers with high skill levels to feel any effects far before most classers' vitality reached the point that common brews stopped working. Even suppressing a skill couldn't remove its effects completely, at least not at higher levels.
"What's this, Caius?"
Porkchop asked him quietly, sniffing his bowl full of amber foamy liquid that was set at his edge of the table. Even sitting on the floor, he still reached it easily. He smiled.
"Beer.
Expected to be a little bready and kind of bitter.
It might make you feel a little warm and relaxed, for lack of a better term, but I expect it won't have much effect on you with your constitution. Give it a try, though." Caius whispered back, receiving a glimmer of curiosity in turn. Turning his attention back to the elders, he found them waiting patiently. He sighed, taking a long drink from his tankard. The rich notes of a good stout flooded his palate, and he groaned in appreciation. "A year without your drop is a year too long, Hurin. This is a good batch," he said appreciatively, his tankard clacking as he returned it to the table. The stocky tavern keep grinned at him. "Of course it is. I bloody well brewed it, didn't I?" Saldar was the first to break the tense dance they were doing, cutting through the fluff and pleasantries with all of his familiar grump. "Yes, yes," he waved. "You make good beer. We all know this." Saldar leaned forwards, fixing him with a stare, though one more tinged with guarded curiosity than suspicion. "Now, boy, why don't you tell us what trouble you've gotten into this time?" Caius sighed, feeling Porkchop lean ever so slightly into him for support. He took another long drink from his tankard, draining it dry. Before Elendra could rise to refill it for him, he stood and walked over to the bar, leaning over the bend to work the spigot and refill his stout. "I assume you won't mind if there are some rather blatant holes in the tale. Even if I'm sure half of you could guess at my secrets, I'd rather leave them unsaid." Jakar scoffed. "Old coots like us know how it is, Caius. Besides, bonds of community or not, it's safer if we can say with true honesty that we don't know what you're hiding." Caius nodded and returned to his seat with a full drink in hand. "Well, you know that after our last visit, me and Father were planning on shifting spots once more?" "We do," Yanmi said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "Well, we ended up pushing onto the plateau. We shifted camps as we do, but after a few months we ended up settling by the falls. You should know the ones, Jakar. To the northeast you can catch the sun glinting off them in the mornings, from a couple of the rocky outcroppings not far from here." "Aye," the old hunter nodded. "Never been there myself, but I know a few veterans of the sea from the other villages who have." Caius nodded, a knot of anger and grief twisting in his stomach. He took another deep gulp from his stout, the soft building warmth of it helping to steel his nerves, even if he felt rapid adaptation working to purge its effects. He pushed the skill down, willing it to settle and let the drop do its work. He could always relax his hold if he got too sloppy. We made camp near the top of the falls. Had been there barely a pair of days, not nearly enough to get a full and proper lay of the land. That morning I'd gone north,
veering away from the river to do a bit of scouting, maybe find some forage for dinner. I ended up seeing a troop of men on one of the higher ridge lines, not far as the crow flies, but perhaps a league between us by ground. As soon as they saw me, they gave chase. Caius said, jaw clenching as he chewed his way through every word. The elders' reactions were mixed, but telling. Jekar scowled, looking away as his jaw muscles bulged. Yanmi and Saldar frowned, stern and displeased. Hurin looked at him with worry and sympathy. Even Ailish, normally stoic and practical, had covered her hand with her mouth, looking at him with a pained expression. Not one of them looked surprised. Caius soldiered on. I took flight, running back to Father as fast as I could. By the time I made it, I barely had a minute or two's lead. Father made me flee again, barely taking the time to hand me my pack before he forced me away, holding me to an old promise if this was ever to happen. He stayed behind to guard my retreat. Another drink emptied his tankard.
He refilled it at the bar, grabbing a second tankard while he was at it. No point interrupting himself every 5 seconds. Not one of the elders gave it a second look. It was the last time I saw him. Evidently, there were too many for him to fully hold off, because a bare few minutes later I had a half-dozen archers on my tail. At least, it felt like that many. I never got a clean look. Elendra was openly crying now, silent tears spilling down her face as she listened to his tale with horror plain on her face. Caius took a slow breath. It was hard to speak of that day, but it was something that brought with it a level of closure that he hadn't expected. In the panic of the chase, I stopped paying attention to the surroundings. Those bandits, they could have killed me if they wanted. They didn't. I realized too late that they had herded me to the edge of the river, trapping me between its currents, the cliffs, and themselves. He continued. His audience were hanging off his words now. Even Porkchop was listening intently, though he had heard the story before. I made the only choice I had. I threw myself off the falls. He had to force the last words out, reliving the overwhelming terror of the situation, the heady feelings of cowardice that had perfused him at leaving his father behind. "What? How do you live, lad?" Jekar yelled, slamming the table before he winced as every set of eyes snapped to him. "What do you mean, Jekar?" Saldar asked. "There's dozens of bloody falls in those woods. For a lad like him, I can't imagine he'd get anything more than a little roughed up." Jekar shook his head. "Not those ones. That plateau has to be a good 150 strides in the air, and the falls are massive. He'd have broken a leg at least, and would have been caught in the undertow." I was. Leg was snapped clean through, and my health completely drained, Caius explained, drawing a soft gasp from Elendra. "The undertow had me fully. I nearly drowned." "Then how are you sitting here, lad?" Hurin asked, fully enraptured in his story. Caius grunted, taking a deep pull of his stout. "There was a depths portal at the bed of the falls. Undertow sucked me right through." He was met with silence, every single listener watching him intensely. "Impossible," Saldar half spat, planting his hands on the table to rise from his seat. "You mean to tell us you survived the depths? That's a fucking death sentence for an unclassed." Porkchop growled, a throaty bass that rattled the very table, sending ripples through their drinks. Hand-span fangs bared, his bond brother's eyes drilled into Saldar. "You will not accuse my bonded brother of falsehood, especially not for something I have witnessed myself. Or would you also accuse me as well?" Saldar paled, freezing. Yanmi pulled the man back into his seat, eyes narrowed at the old farmer. "We would do no such thing, Porkchop. Saldar was simply taken aback by shock. Weren't you, Saldar?"
Yes, yes I was, he stammered. I apologize for interrupting. Caius nodded, taking the time to have another sip of his stout. He could feel it working now. Strong as it was, the heady brew was doing well at cutting through his vitality. He still had full control of his faculties, but at least he felt a little looser. I take no offense. If I heard it, I would question it too. But regardless, it happened. The second layer, too, Caius said. Jakar winced at that. With a combat class, he knew best of everyone here the exact dangers that the depths posed. Though he noticed that neither him nor Hurin or Yanmi had acted surprised. They knew something. His seed of dread rattled. I only survived those early days due to things I would not speak of. Not yet. What is important is that after I managed to kill 2 champions, I had the sheer blind luck to be rewarded with a natural treasure.
Everyone at the table froze, though Jakar in particular had been staring at him intently even before the mention of the fruit.
Truly?
Eilish whispered. True as rain, Caius nodded. What I am about to share, I only share because I consider this my home, and this and some later knowledge may be vital in ensuring that it remains a place for me to return to. This must not leave this room. Clear? He met the eyes of each of his listeners in turn, only moving on when he had gotten a nod, all a mixture of solemn, resolute, and curious. Caius grunted, finishing his tankard. Sharing would be a risk, but Porkchop had been wearing off on him. The desperate claws that most people sank into their secrets were foolish. If they hadn't, they might have already passed whatever trials the system had left for them, or at least be far better prepared. While he couldn't see himself living in 3 fields, it was still where he had been raised before he was old enough to survive the sea. It was home, and he wouldn't see it potentially destroyed by his own paranoia. Caius steeled himself. After eating the fruit, I became observed. There was a moment of silence. Then the room erupted into chaos. Chapter 135. The Return.
As soon as Caius mentioned that he had become observed by the system for consuming a natural treasure, the table erupted. Each and every one started talking over each other, their responses ranging drastically. Sandor merely scoffed, rolling his eyes, while Eilish, Hurin, and Yanmi jumped to their feet, hammering him with questions. Yelendra sat quietly, her jaw slack as she stared at him in shock. Jakar, on the other hand, howled with laughter, swinging back on his chair as he belted out his shock and mirth. After a few moments, he rocked back forwards, the front legs of his chair smacking back to the floor with a loud crack. "Quiet!" he boomed, cutting through the commotion. The other elders paused, looking at him. "Now I don't know about ye, but I've never known young Caius to be a liar, have ye?" he said in his thick frontier drawl, leveling his gaze at his colleagues. "Thought not. Look, I've analyzed the lad. He has a damned class, and we all ken he's not yet hit his 2nd decade. If anything, him being a bloody myth makes more sense, not less. Let's hear the lad out. He's earned that much trust at least," Jakar said. Caius breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Jakar." It wasn't long after that I met Porkchop. I was still in a large cavern just off the entrance room, undergoing a circumnavigation, when I stumbled across him having fallen through the same portal I had. The same bandits had tried to chase him down, though lost him when he threw himself in the river. From what Porkchop saw, there were far fewer of them than had chased me, he continued with his story. His audience hissed, galled, and mortified that even the lowest of society
would dare to hunt a greater Malus. Saldar especially looked apoplectic, his jaw flapping as he tried to get words out. Eilish beat him to the punch. "Those bloody bastards! If everything else they've done wasn't enough." Yanmi shot her a sharp look. "Hush, Eilish. Now is not the time."
The head of the artisans grit her teeth, but nodded. What then, lad? A few extra stats shouldn't have been enough for you to escape. Not against a guardian? Hurin asked. Caius nodded, taking another drink to wet his throat. It wouldn't have been. That was only part of it. After meeting Porkchop, I learnt that the Malays have oral histories of the observed, that their power came from rewards granted by the system for performing great feats. We tore our way through our biome and moved on to the next. It was there that I discovered what that was. He paused, allowing the moment to hang in the air. The elders leaned in. After I killed my third champion solo, I received something called an honor. It came with bonus stats and a small passive boost with no scaling, though both were improved due to being the first to perform that particular feat as an unclassed. Not long after I got one for being the first to discover glyph binding. Let me show you. Caius took a moment to undo one of his vambraces, the elders watching him in shocked silence. Letting the scale armor fall to the table with a clank, he presented his hand, showing off his Drakthar glyph and the attached runic hymns. His audience leaned in interest. "Lad, is this how you could cast without needing to channel? I thought I saw that when you took down that deer," Jakar said with interest, as his eyes traced the runic symbols burnt into his flesh. "It is, though this one is from my class. It's something Father had worked on, using his knowledge to come up with a prototype. According to my class guide, it was pretty jank compared to this, but being the first was enough to get me some great options." "And you got another one of these honors for discovering this?" Yanmi asked. Caius nodded. "I only share because you mentioned that my class identifier is Spell Sword. I think that is more to do with, well, my focus on both sword and casting. It's going to be a lot harder to hide than I expected. I was hoping I would just get Sorcerer or Skirmisher, but such is life." We chased honors after that, and got Porkchop his share too. After a year, it was just barely enough for us to take on the Guardian. Elendra's jaw finally snapped shut at that. "You fought a Guardian? Do you have a death wish?" she accused, her voice growing shrill with concerned anger. Caius smiled sadly. "I wasn't going to wait another year to find out what happened to Father, Elendra." His words took the winds out of her sails, and she paled. Of course." Giving her a small nod, he returned to his explanation. "It is what happened from there that causes me to share a secret like honors. It is my killing of the Guardian that set off the second phase." He was met with shocked silence, but he pushed on either way. "I learned from the system itself that this is just the beginning. Someone will either achieve the requirements for more phases to progress, or we will inevitably be overwhelmed and perish." Caius finished, waiting for a reaction. Yanmi collected herself and focused on him intensely. "You are sure?" "I am," he nodded solemnly. "What of the tyrants, the crucibles, the aspects?" Yanmi followed up with. "I don't know. Though the aspects are why I have shared about honors. It was suggested to me that I hold off from crossing into the third tier before I complete them. It is my bet that I will garner more honors for doing so," Caius explained. He leaned forwards and fixed the elders of 3 fields with a potent stare, his expression deadly serious.
I would not see somewhere I consider home destroyed, and my people slain due to the consequences of my own actions. The new phases will come with opportunities for honors and power. Everyone here is in the first stage, and you all have aspects for it. I need you to seize the day. Things will only get worse from here. I plan on completing my aspects, and when I do, I will send word of how. You must persevere. Hurin let out an explosive breath, leaning back to stare at the ceiling. Fuck! He returned forwards, slapping his palm on the table. Lad, you intend to pursue these phases? You're barely in your first tier. Beside him, Porkchop sat up, looming over the table. Caius was the first observed in millennia, and the pioneer of a new art. I am the second, and a greater Meles. If not us, then who? I don't bloody know, but you're gonna get yourself killed, Hurin yelled. Caius frowned. He needed them to understand. If they didn't push, they would all perish. It might take years, but he trusted the words of a god. If they couldn't progress the integration, they were all doomed. Hurin, I must. The wheel is in motion. It can't be stopped. You need to bandy for support from the other villages. Unite and share resources, something that I assume Holt is already working on. If there are more honors available, there will be some that I am able to share, eventually. Those will bolster you, and the more people searching for them, and the more we can share information, the better all of our chances will be. Please. Saldar spoke up. How, Caius? You've lived training since you were a lad. Our best are hunters and guards, not consummate warriors. If honors require the kind of feats you mentioned, we'll die trying to pursue them. Caius looked over to Porkchop, who nodded at him reassuringly. Do it. I know it feels wrong, but this perverse obsession with secrets is the only thing that makes sense for why we stagnated for so long. I can understand for strangers, for when it could be used against you, but not for them. Caius grit his teeth and nodded. They'd discussed it for days on their journey through the sea. It went against every bone in his body. It felt like betrayal for all he was meant to be, for all he had been raised for. No matter how much it made sense.
Thinking of 3 fields overrun with beasts, blood in the streets, and familiar faces staring at him with glassy eyes was enough for him to know he must. Above all, the secrecy sickened him. Without the perverse desire to hoard knowledge, without a culture that killed for secrets, everyone would be better off. He and his father would have never been separated. He couldn't change that. Not yet, and not alone. But he could make a start. Some small difference. A little shove that might one day be nurtured into a landslide. Porkchop leaned, giving him access to the bag that hit their merchant's saddlebag. A little mana was enough. Pulling free a sheet of paper, he gripped it so tightly he was afraid it would tear. Leaning back into his seat, he stared at the words on the page before he looked up at the elders solemnly. I give you this out of trust, and the hope that you will use this to empower our people as best you can. While I now wish I could spread this far, for now it cannot leave 3 fields. Use it to bring the other villages under your banner, not as tyrants, but uniters. Use it to survive, he said, his voice lowering into a bare whisper by the end. Placing the page on the table, he stared at the words. Explorer's Toolkit. Iron-bodied. Mana manipulation. Lesser regeneration. Natural celerity. Identify. 2 of his own, 2 of Porkchop's,
and 2 known legacy skills. None were those that would immediately identify him, and none were those that could be used against him. He just hoped it would be enough. He pushed it forwards. Yanmi picked it up, frowning in confusion. Caius watched her realize what he had just passed over, her eyebrows raising, before her jaw dropped in shock and her eyes opened wide. Her colleagues leaned in, each reacting the same.
Caius, lad, we can't. This is...
Jakar trailed off. Enough to found a dynasty, I know, he replied. I misjudged you, boy,
Saldar said, looking up from the page to fix him with a calculating look. This might change things. You said you want us to unite the villages? Would you have us join your dynasty? No, Caius shook his head. We must remain separate. The name of my dynasty has the attention of an unknown party. No, I would have you nurse successors and defenders. Spread the skills to all who can be trusted to not spread them to outsiders until you are strong enough to be beyond reproach. Use it to unite the villages into a single city-state, to leverage into delvers, and to seize honors. A single bastion is far more likely to survive the coming tide than 7 isolated villages with a smattering of hunters and guards.
But why?
Eilish asked.
With what you have told us, we could do all that anyway. This is too much, Caius.
Because I want you to fucking live. I want to know, while I pursue the pinnacle, while I throw myself at death, while I search for vengeance, and while I try to push through these gods' cursed phases, that I have done what I can to ensure I have somewhere to return to. That I have done what I can to preserve the lives of those few who I actually know and care for, Caius yelled, slamming his fist on the table. So what? You're gonna go hunting down tyrants? Searching for cold-blooded killers? What's next? You gonna delve 10 layers above your level? You're gonna fucking get yourself killed? Hurin yelled, his face twisting with anguished worry. I can't bloody lose you too.
Pa!
Elendra yelled, smacking his thick shoulder as she stared at him aghast. The small seed of dread in his stomach exploded with growth, blooming into familiar grief. Caius sighed, leaning back as he stared towards the ceiling and closed his eyes. Porkchop let out a comforting murmur, pressing into him. He'd been expecting it. What else would they all dance around so delicately? So he's dead then. Chapter 136. The Return. Caius slumped, leaning bodily against Porkchop as a wave of grief washed over him. He felt boneless, sapped of all energy. Yet it was almost a relief. To know. He'd suspected for so long, dreaded and ruminated on the ifs and maybes of it, that to finally have it confirmed was like dropping a weight that he had held since falling from that cliff so long ago. He took a breath, half surprised that his eyes remained so dry. He supposed he had been grieving for some time. Father always would have found him, if he could have. Porkchop bent down, resting his head on top of his own. I'm so sorry, Caius. What happened? He asked the silent room, reaching up to scratch Porkchop behind the ear as he enjoyed his bond brother's support. Elendra broke, tears welling up in her eyes. She flew from her seat, circling the table to wrap her arms around his shoulders. Caius let her, though he struggled to find any true comfort in it. Not in the same way he found with his bonded, at least. Everything felt a little too numb. Hurin took a ragged breath, slumping down onto the table to rest his weight on his elbows. I'm sorry, lad, truly. That was not how I wanted you to find out. Hurin's voice was heavy, his head slumped forwards to obscure his face. The others weren't much better,
each looking at him with their own mix of sadness, sympathy, and the toll of their own loss. Hurin looked across the table, meeting Saldar and Eilish's eyes. They both nodded, standing from their seats. "We'll be back, boy. You've done much for the community today, and I shan't forget it," Saldar said, respect clear in his face. "But this conversation is not for our ears, so we will be taking our leave." The two turned and left. Eilish paused at the door to the stout oak, looking back to Caius. "It's good to see you, Caius, truly. I just wish it was under better circumstances." The heavy oak door thudded as it shut behind her, Hurin jolting slightly at the sound. Caius watched them curiously.
"They weren't here when Hastur passed," Hurin said, answering his unspoken question. "He trusted us with some things that were for your ears only." Caius nodded, breathing heavily. He had to grit his teeth to stop it catching in his throat. Hurin turned to Jekar, addressing the veteran hunter. "Do you want to tell the tale? You were the one who found him." Jekar gave a small shake of his head. No, I'm not right for this. Too short of words. You should." The tavern keep took an unsteady breath before he drank deeply from his tankard and nodded. "Aye, you always have been a shit storyteller." Caius snorted. He couldn't help it. Hurin was right. Jekar was crap at telling tales. He could have hunted a phoenix, and the best you'd get out of him was that he'd managed to nail a pretty bird in flight. He drank deep from his cup. "I'm listening." Hurin sighed. "Aye, lad. It was just over a year ago." Wiping down the counter, Hurin listened to one of the local farmer boys try to chat up his daughter. Well, failed to, was more like. He was pretty sure the lad was one more bad joke from getting a full tankard to the face. He chuckled to himself, wiping up a spill. A loud crack cut through the soft murmur in the inn. It was near lunch, so there were still a few stragglers finishing up their midday meals, but no true hustle and bustle to cover up the noise of his door being kicked in. He snapped his head up, eyes widening in shock. Jekar struggled his way in, a mountain of a man draped over his shoulder. His stomach dropped. Hastur. Garbed in thick leathers that were utterly drenched in blood, his old friend's face was twisted up in what looked like agony, his jaw clenched so tight he was surprised the old war dog's teeth hadn't bloody shattered. "Everybody out!" Jekar bellowed, startling the clientele out of their daze. The sounds of a dozen scraping chairs filled the room as they rushed to the headhunter's command. No one had any desire to ignore one of the strongest in the village, none the least if they were carrying someone injured. Hurin was already moving. "Elendra!" he yelled, snapping his daughter out of her shocked stare. She looked to him, fear and uncertainty on her face. "Get Yanmi here. Then go tell Holt he needs to get his boys on the wall and be ready for trouble." Elendra just kept standing there, rooted to the spot as she stared at him. "Now, lass!" Hurin clapped his hands, jolting his daughter into action. She sprinted out from behind the bar, dashing past Jekar, who was already hauling Hastur into a padded bench so that his friend could lay flat. Hurin burst into motion, snatching his medkit from under the bar. It was a shite thing, barely a few bandages and swabs to mop up the rowdy boys who'd get into a weekend brawl before they had any decent health. Not nearly enough for whatever was wrong with Hastur. Not if his health wasn't enough. The man was as tough as iron. He just hoped that Yanmi would get here quick enough. Charging across the room, knocking chairs aside in his haste, Hurin dropped to his knees and started pulling out bandages. A bloody hand clapped on his wrist. "Save it, old friend. It's not my blood," Hastur choked out, focusing on him with steely eyes. They were bloodshot, so red it made the green of his irises stand out like shining emeralds. What? What's wrong with you then?" Hurin asked his old mate, as Jekar worked to strip him from his chest armor.
Just the past. Every muscle in Hastur's body tensed at once, a desperate, pained cry forcing its way past his clenched teeth as his head was thrown back. A moment later, the fit ended, and his friend slumped back to the bench, panting. Catching up to me. Hurin rushed to Jakar's assistance, working blood-soaked buckles to strip Hastur out of his light armor. It was drenched in blood, with dozens of rents covering its every surface. He shoved his finger through one, feeling its clean edge. Too clean to be a beast. He looked at Jakar questioningly. The old hunter nodded. Blades. Fucking bounty hunter. Lead a troop of bandits right down on our heads. Thought we were safe, that it had been long enough. Turns out the bastard found a lead in Deadacre. Someone telling tales of an interesting-looking blade with diamond cutouts. I knew that visit was a stupid risk. Hastur hissed, his neck bulging with stress. Hurin grit his teeth. Bandits were no good, especially not if they could put Hastur in this state. He'd seen the man demolish beasts with nothing more than his general skills. They yanked the armor off of Hastur, baring his chest. His skin was whole and unblemished, showing only thick muscle and flawless skin drenched in blood. You have no wounds, man. What's going on with you? Poison? Jakar questioned, staring at Hastur with panicked confusion. Hastur chuckled throatily before he started to cough. After a fashion. Like I said, history is catching up with me. There's nothing to be done. It's already far too late. Before Hurin could demand a response, the door to the tavern smashed open, and Yanmi sprinted into the room, hefting a bag nearly as big as she was. She took a single look at Hastur before it slipped from her fingers, crashing to the floor as the tonic bottles inside clanked. She walked over in a daze. Oh, no. Hastur, you didn't. You knew this would happen. I had to, Hastur forced out. It was the only way to give the boy a chance. Will somebody tell me what the fuck is going on? Hurin bellowed, demanding an explanation. The room fell into silence, broken only by Hastur's labored breathing. He's dying, and there's nothing we can do, Yanmi choked, her face twisted by frustration and grief. But why? You're fucking uninjured, man, Hurin keened, staring at his old friend with wild eyes. Soul rend, Hastur coughed. A part of my past that you all have so respectfully ignored. Only Yanmi knew, and only because I couldn't hide it from her skills. It shredded my soul utterly, destroyed my class, and completely fucked my general skills. Hastur gasped, racked by another fit as his eyes rolled back into his head. Yanmi rushed over, and all three held him in the bench as he thrashed. Hastur slumped, panting. It was longer than last time. Whatever it was getting worse. I managed to survive thanks to a skill, but despite looking, I couldn't find a way to heal the damage. With my soul so injured, my class was broken. No leveling, no nothing, Hastur forced out. And using any of your class skills would put so much stress on your soul that it would break the fragile balance, Yanmi whispered, finishing it for him. Hurin slumped, looking at his friend in despair. Hastur fixed him with a driven gaze, half mad with mania and conviction. I need you to listen to me, old friend, Hastur gasped before he looked to the others. All of you. I fought off the bandits, slew 2 bloody dozen of them, but some slipped past me, chased after the boy. I tracked him after I sent the survivors fleeing like rats, while I still had most of my strength. He went over the falls.
falls? Jakar asked.
Unimportant. If the boy survives, he's not coming back anywhere near there. Haster groaned. Best I can tell, he fell into the depths. There was a portal at the base. Yanmi staggered, leaning on the wall for support.
So he's dead then?
Haster gave her a feral grin, his teeth stained red. Whatever was happening internally to his old mate, it was happening fast. Don't count him out. Boy's twice as mean and thrice as much of a rabid dog as I was at his age. No silver spoon in his bloody mouth, I made sure of that. If anyone can do it, he can.
He could see it, the maniacal devotion and faith in the father's face. Hurren shook his head sadly. The boy was gone. Even as tough as he was, no one survived the depths without a class. It's for the best either way. If he didn't fall in, he's dead. I wasn't able to kill the tracker. He'd find the boy just fine. This way he'll think him dead as sure as you are. When I go, he'll come sniffing and think our line ended. No more me, no more loose ends.
And what? You expect us to let your killer, Caius's killer, to just waltz in here and see your body? Jakar demanded, staring at Haster in angered disbelief. I do, Haster bellowed. It's the boy's best chance of survival. You must let the tracker live. Let alone that he's in the 150s and still has a few men with him. He must take word of mine and the boy's death. If my boy survives, it's the best chance he has to live freely. It's the last thing I can do for him. Haster coughed, a gout of blood spraying from his mouth. Clamping his jaw shut with a grimace, he turned his head to the side and spat out the remainder.
You need to give the bounty hunter my sword, Haster said, his voice soft.
What? If Caius survives, it's his by right, Yanmi spluttered.
It's the only way. He's going to need proof that I'm dead, some token to appease his employer. And without the blade, he won't leave. Between that and proof of my death, he'll leave you be.
He's a consummate professional. Haster spat his last few words. You can't die, Haster. Who am I supposed to brood with if you never come visit? Jakar whispered. What are we supposed to tell you, lad? Hurren questioned desperately. Even if by some miracle he survives, how are we supposed to tell him we let some rat-faced bastard steal your dang blade? Haster gasped. Tell him what I have told you. Tell him I died valiantly, and he has made me proud and done me right. Tell him he needs to let sleeping dogs lie, and that if he wants to live freely, he needs to give the Onyx Temple a wide fucking berth, because that is almost certainly where the bounty hunter came from. Hurren blanched. The Onyx Temple? What kind of crazy shit had Haster been caught up in? No wonder he lived like a fucking hermit. Haster continued, uncaring of his friend's response to his words, his eyes unfocused and glassy. Tell him that until he thinks he could beat the fucking hero Josun in a god's damned fistfight, he needs to stay on Vastivar. Haster coughed before he started to seize, even more violently than the last time. Hurren held him steady, sharing worried and grief-stricken glances with his fellow elders. Your da didn't last much longer than that, lad, Hurren said, choking through his words. The fits kept coming quicker and harder, and he got less and less lucid. Couldn't get anything else out of him. Caius buried his hand in Porkchop's fur, gripping his shoulder for support as anger thrummed through him. It burned, directionless, and without a readily available target.
The bastard took father's sword? He took a deep breath. So he took art in motion and just left? Did he defile my father's body?
No,
Yanmi blurted.
no, even he was not so depraved. We kept your father under cold wake, as should be done if a burial cannot be immediately held. The bounty hunter arrived a week or so later.
He looked on the verge of madness when he learned of Hastur's passing, but he just took the sword and left. We buried him after that, as one of our own. It was fucking hard not to shoot the bastard when his back was turned, I'll tell you that, Jakar grumbled, guilt and anger twisting his face. Caius gave the old hunter an appreciative nod. Somehow, he managed to hold himself together. I have questions, but I need to see him first. Where did you have him buried? Caius choked out. Of course, lad. We put him to rest under the old oak tree, the one just past the fields, where he'd teach you all secret-like on your visits. Guess the secrecy makes a bit more sense now, Hurin mumbled. Caius nodded and stood. I'd like to go alone, with Porkchop. I'll be back soon. The remaining elders nodded, and he left the stout oak, leaning heavily on Porkchop for support.
Chapter 137. Grief. It was a picturesque spot, his father's final resting place. Maybe a 20-minute walk from 3 fields, along one of the dirt trails that wound their way through the farms that flanked the village. There was a hill there, one of many that graced the rolling grasslands and meadows of the frontier. It rose above the rest, but it was gentle, an easy walk over soft grass that wound its way through the many boulders that dotted the hill's face. A tree was at its peak, a venerable oak, tall, stout, and thick of limb. He knew the tree well, having visited it many a time in the past. The hill was isolated and private, but provided enough open sight lines of the surrounding area that it was almost impossible to approach without getting spotted. It was where his father used to take him for a few hours each day on their varying trips to the village. While, in recent years, ever since he had unlocked the use of his general skills, their visits had grown more infrequent. When he had been younger, they'd often visited once a month or so. His lessons wouldn't stop just for a simple trip into town. So every morning he had been carted out to the hill with the lonely tree, and he had listened and learned and trained, as father had taught him yet another intricacy of survival, or sword fighting, or any other facet he would need to acquire his skills. Before then, he'd lived here. Young enough that it was only hazy memories, but most of them were by this tree. Caius kneeled in front of the gnarled oak, staring at the stone slab that now jutted out from the soil under its canopy. It was simple, but lovingly carved from the local stone. A rough block, stout enough to weather the indifference of time. Thick letters were carved deeply into its surface, equally as enduring. Hastur, a father, survivor, and one of our own, died as he lived, valiant and fearless. Caius stared at the words, a panicky, clawing sob stabbing its way out of his chest as fat tears burned their way down his cheeks. He kneeled and stared as reality collapsed around him. It wasn't fair, wasn't right. He'd done everything, survived the impossible, seized victory from certain death, and attained forgotten power. Hells, he'd met with a god. Yet still, it mattered not. Father was dead, and there was nothing he could do. The deep, crushing weight of it all settled on him like a stone, making him fight for every breath. Porkchop let out a low, soothing rumble to his right, his bond brother laying down next to him and providing what comfort he could. A rasping gasp left his throat, and Caius threw his arms around his brother's neck, weeping openly.
How could this be right, Porkchop? How could the gods take him from me, even after we have done their bidding? Where is the supposed fairness of the scales of fate? The good fortune to the victors? How could I have earned this, after everything we have done? He begged, desperate for an answer. Porkchop let out another rumble, leaning deeply into him. Death is a cruel master, Caius. One that strikes down newborn babes and patriarchs with the same uncaring swipe of its claws. There need not be sense to it. It simply is, his bond brother crooned, acknowledging the senseless pain of it all. Caius sobbed, choking through a hiccup. I knew the chances weren't good. Not after the first few months. I'd hoped that Father had simply needed time to recover before he could come after me. But when he never returned, I knew, deep down. Still, I hoped that we would stride into 3 fields, valiant and victorious. That Father would be waiting, pride, fury, and relief on his face. That he would embrace me, overwhelmed by my unexpected return, and that he would question me. That I could introduce you to him, he murmured, his face buried into the snow-white scruff that surrounded his brother's neck. He squeezed tighter, fighting back the torrent of grief that beset him from all sides. It's just so cruel, Caius whispered. How am I supposed to live? To continue, knowing that he is gone? He pulled back, staring Porkchop in the eyes with a desperate expression. It was a genuine question. How in the hells could he push on, knowing that Father wouldn't be there at the end of his journey? Porkchop's gold-flecked green eyes softened. You need time, Caius. The loss will always bite, but not always so keenly. In days and weeks and months, the crushing weight fades. The sadness retreats. Eventually, you will be able to remember the fond times and cherish them without them crushing you. More thick tears welled up, blurring his vision, only for something warm and wet to slide across his face. Caius froze. Did you just lick me? He asked, deeply confused. Porkchop had never done that. Porkchop chuffed. I had to do something to snap you out of the spiral. It worked, didn't it? Caius laughed, deep and with all of his chest, until his mirth bordered on mania. He hugged Porkchop once more, absent-mindedly noticing the way the stumps of his fingers caught on his brother's fur. Thank you. I just don't see a way out. A way to not feel so defeated. Like I said, it comes with time. There was a member of my den, a distant cousin, though as close as I had ever gotten to anyone before you. He taught me many things, and was a kindred spirit. I loved him. Still do. One day, he went out on the hunt, pursuing some beast. He never returned. I still remember the day, how it felt like my heart would stop beating from the sheer, agonizing lethargy of the pain. How it felt like I had a gaping wound that would never heal. It did, eventually. Porkchop said softly. Caius paused. I'm sorry. I never knew. Because I never said. With the fate of your father unknown, it would have been a cruel story to share. I tell it now because I want you to know that I did heal, and the sun shone bright once more. It just took time. Porkchop pressed, waves of reassurance and support crossing their bond. Caius turned, looking at his father's headstone. The sun shone through the canopy above, alighting the stone with a soft and warm glow. How could he? When father's killer was still at large, when Art in Motion had been stolen,
when his history had been stripped from him and the sworn enemies of his dynasty celebrated without his knowledge of their identities. Hot rage welled up. Primed with the fuel of his grief, it ignited like a pyre.
How could he rest when he had a blood debt?
I'm going to find that rat bastard, Caius growled. Porkchop chuckled throatily, a hard edge hidden within. Not the takeaway I was going for, but it'll do. Him, the Onyx Temple, the people who destroyed my dynasty and hired the bounty hunter. They have to pay. Caius clenched his fist, feeling the power of his reforged body as the tension made his knuckles go white. Even if it took years of careful investigation and planning, he would have his satisfaction. And I will help you. We are sworn brothers. Your pain is my pain. Your oaths are my oaths. Porkchop said solemnly, fixing him with a serious stare. Then let us swear to having our vengeance. Caius whispered. To our vengeance. Porkchop echoed him, sealing the pact. As their whispered words drifted under the burrows of the oak tree, something small thrummed within Caius's soul. A single pillar, echoing his call ever so slightly. The sensation went unnoticed, washed away in the emotional tide of the moment. Thank you. It feels less like an insurmountable cliff, knowing that you will be by my side, Caius whispered, genuine gratitude plain in his voice. Don't be silly, Caius. We are bonded. We live as one, and die as one. I do want to know, though, what of the Onyx Temple? They must be a fearsome beast to have rattled your elders so, Porkchop asked. Caius winced. Learning that he would be going up against them had certainly put into perspective the magnitude of the task ahead of him. They're something of a guild, mostly only whispered about in tavern talk. Shadows in the night, the antagonists of every good story. They're supposed to be a league of criminals. Anything profitable that flies against society and law is their bread and butter. Theft, smuggling, assassination, trafficking. No job too low or too soulless.
I genuinely thought they were a myth, and I don't even know how to go about finding them, let alone getting the information we need out of them.
Caius explained. If they were to go against the Onyx Temple, it meant that getting backing had become all the more important. That, and growing strong. There was no way some shadowy organization like that had managed to persist under the noses of nobility and law without some serious power and resources. Plus, who knew how much truth there was to the stories of their origins? Apparently, they had once been a shadowy sect of worshippers of Gil, the god of shadows and dishonest dealings. He had no idea how much truth there was to that. But if they did have a history of a cult, then there was the chance that they still had a religious power base. That would be a risk. It would be far harder to extract information or concessions from a devout cultist than a simple rogue. Then we will need to be cautious, not the least because whoever lies behind them, those that destroyed your dynasty, might be even more resourceful if they are from beyond the continent, as Huron suggested, Porkchop said. Caius nodded. Traveling across the oceans was almost unheard of, and entirely the domain of the powerful or exceedingly rich. The open seas were full of legions of terrifying abyssal creatures that could crush a ship as easily as turning a hand was to him. For a group or entity to extend their reach to Vostivar from across the ocean, they would need to be powerful and resourceful in equal measure. At least it's a direction, something to look into. Before, I had nothing to go off. Knowing that Unterstern most likely comes from across the sea gives me a lot to work with, even if knowledge of the lands beyond the shore are scant and rare, Caius mused. So our plans remain unchanged? Porkchop asked. Caius nodded. It would be a search that would take them all across Fastivar, chasing shadows and hunting men unseen. But two things remained constant. They would need power, and they would need backing. We need to get to Deadacre. Joining the Delving Guild there is our best bet to grow our strength and to start making a name for ourselves. We will need that influence if we are to truly stand a chance of finding anything about the Onyx Temple. Deadacre is likely too small, but it is rumored they host hidden markets. Perhaps if we grow strong and rich enough, we will be able to get ourselves an invitation, Caius said. Porkchop nodded. That, and the guild is probably our best bet for finding others who have the potential to keep up with us. I remember what Ecom said. We still need to find ourselves some allies. Caius raised his brow. In Deadacre? Unlikely. But I suppose we'll need to keep an eye out. We're already a rock-solid front line, so all we really need are some competent, supportive-style classers. If they are trustworthy and good enough, I'm sure we'll be able to help them close the gap and secure a few honors. No doubt we'll discover more and be able to guide them, Porkchop suggested. It could work, now that he thought about it. If he and Porkchop were the primary frontline threats, any team members they found would be far less at risk than they would be otherwise. That said, Caius still thought that it would be unlikely. They would still need to be delvers of a rare caliber, and Deadacre was a bit of a provincial backwater. Caius looked at his bond brother. Thank the gods he had him, because without Porkchop, he would be drowning. As it was only the simmering anger and his brother's support that gave him the energy to keep moving. He only hoped that he wasn't forcing Porkchop to give up too much in his quest for vengeance. Caius turned back to his father's gravestone, watching it with silent intensity as he leaned a little further into Porkchop's shoulder.
Chapter 138.
Planning for the future. They sat there, on that lonely hill that held Father's final rest, until the sun started to go down. It was cathartic in many ways, even if it was painful. He'd been given a certainty in Father's passing, where previously there had only been likelihoods. While that certainty did not bring him peace, nor did it release him from the burden of grief, there was a weight of the unknown that had been removed from him. He had sat there and talked for hours, sharing anything and everything that came to mind with his bond brother. Anecdotes of his life with Father, one unstable and constantly moving, but one that had its own joys, of seeing far more of the sea than most ever did, of training, of stories, and of shared meals and passed down insights. Eventually, though, the time came where they had to make their leave. He would be back before they left on their long journey, but before then, there was time that needed to be spent amongst the living. Devising a plan for 3 fields to survive the coming shift in danger, securing them for the long term, catching up with old friends and allies, and preparing for their trip to Deadacre. They made their way down the hillside, Caius riding his brother's back as they picked their way through the boulders that studded the grass. As they walked, he thought of their earlier conversation, the way the shape and direction of their future had come together so quickly. Porkchop was a stalwart companion, and had not hesitated to take up his blood debt as his own. Yet, he did not want that to entirely flavor their relationship. There might have been a level of necessity in their pursuit of power, and a level of need to pursue his father's killer and the destroyers of his dynasty. But that did not mean that the path there needed to be fixed. Porkchop was his own person, with his own goals, and Caius would not leave them by the wayside. Are you sure it's okay? Our path through the frontier lands and our trip to Deadacre. Is there not anything you wanted to do when you crossed the mountains? Caius asked suddenly, breaking the silence of the golden hour. Porkchop chuffed, the sudden rise and fall of his chest nearly unseating Caius. This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to explore beyond the sea, grow strong, and see sights unseen. I wanted to live on the move and go where other greater beasts did not. Caius, the only two-legged city that a Meles could ever hope to see normally are the elven conclaves, and no one wants to deal with their incessant prattling, so we all avoid it. You're sure? Caius replied. I'm sure. I'm practically getting a grand tour of places I would have no hope of seeing myself. As long as we don't end up settling down for good for years to come, I will be happy, Porkchop insisted. Caius snorted, staring out over the rows of fields that grew all manner of midsummer crops, all remarkably large and robust thanks to the might of class and general skills. He couldn't see himself setting down roots for a long time, and not just because he had too many threads pulling him in multiple directions. He felt the call of adventure just as strongly. Vastivar, let alone the world, was full of known delights and unknown mysteries. With ruins, a dozen different peoples, and many a wild place to explore, he couldn't ever see himself not wanting to lay his eyes on as many of them as he could. I don't think you have to worry about that. 3 Fields is just about the closest to a home that I have, and I've never even once considered moving here permanently. Life moves just a little too slow, Caius replied, watching the small trails of smoke that rose over the next hill, evidence of the sleepy village that was nestled behind it. But please, if something comes up that you want to do, tell me. I would not dictate our every move.
Acceptance and assurance flowed across their bond, and Caius let the silence continue. He looked forward to getting back to the stout oak. There were plans to lay, and much to discuss. Thankfully, Hurin had told him that he would keep the place closed for the next few days to give him some privacy. The villagers might have been respectful, but they still gawked at him and Porkchop all the same. It got a little awkward after a while. Thankfully, Cham had been manning the gate again, so it had been easy to get entry back into the town proper. It was a pleasant short walk through the village, through the fading light of the afternoon, many a familiar face giving him a respectful nod before they turned to gawk at him and Porkchop as soon as they thought he couldn't see. It was a funny experience. Most of the people he knew well in 3 Fields could be counted on 2 hands, with maybe a third and fourth for people he knew enough to chat with, such as Cham. Most of that second group being the members of the Hunter's Lodge, who he saw more than most when they ran across each other in the sea. That said, 3 Fields was a small place, and it was few the people he did not at least know their names, and fewer still that he did not recognize. Arriving at the stout oak, Caius dismounted and led the way in, wincing slightly at the discomfort of sitting astride Porkchop's armored barding. Hopefully, before they left, they would be able to replace it with something a bit more fit for purpose and compatible with his bond brother's armor skill. Pushing open the tavern door, he was quickly treated to a blonde missile streaking its way across the room. Ylendra smashed into his chest, nearly driving the air from his lungs as she wrapped her arms around him.
Caius, I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay, she whispered, squeezing him tighter.
Grinning as he patted her back, Caius returned her hug before he released his old friend. I'm okay. Not great, but okay.
I knew something like this was likely when he didn't come for me. It was just painful to have my fears confirmed.
Ylendra looked up at him, searching his face for any hint of a lie. He didn't know what she found there, but she nodded a few moments later.
If you're sure. Come, take a seat. Pa is off grabbing the other elders, so I'll fetch you 2 a beer and some food. Stout again?
Caius grinned and shook his head, unsurprised that Hurin knew he was coming. News traveled fast in 3 Fields. Something a bit lighter this time, please. Just an ale, he responded. Ylendra nodded.
And for you?
She said, asking Porkchop. Just some stew. I'm not sure if I particularly like beer,
Porkchop admitted. Elendra smiled before she stifled a laugh with her hand. Don't let Pa hear you say that. He'll be crushed. Caius smiled and took a seat. Elendra joined the two of them at the table a moment later, bringing their drinks and food. They sat there, chatting for what felt like the better part of an hour before the elders showed up, catching up for lost time. No doubt Hurin had taken his time fetching his colleagues, giving them a moment to just talk. It was nice to hear what his friend had been up to. Apparently, she'd found a lad, some hunter from the next village over. It was still early days yet, but she seemed fond of him. That, at least, put a bit of warmth in his chest. He might have been jealous once, but those days were long past. Now he was just happy a friend had found a bit of joy, and it was someone who could hopefully keep her safe in the coming uncertainty. The door to the tavern swung open once more, and the 5 heads of the village entered. Each gave him an appraising look, their faces filled with a mixture of sympathy, respect, and determination. The room fell silent as they took their seats, though Elendra ran to grab them drinks. It was a heavy quiet, neither him nor the elders quite sure where to start.
I'm sorry to have served you with such news right on your victorious return, Caius, Yanmi finally said, starting their talk as was her duty as the mouth of the village. Caius gave her a sad smile. Like I told Elendra, I already half expected it. Though, even prepared, no man wants to hear of their father's passing. The elders nodded. Too right, lad, too right. I lost me own young, so I know the sting of it. Jakar said in his customary curt voice, commiserating in his own uniquely gruff way. Caius tilted his head to the man, acknowledging the gesture. It galls me to do this, but we have plans to make, and it's plain as day that young Caius won't be sticking around for all that long. Saldar said, looking genuinely pained to be the first to break the respectful space they held for his grief. Beside him, Porkchop settled into his meal as he sent amusement across their bond. That one's nearly as stuffy as a matriarch. Caius managed to suppress his smile at the quip. Just. That we do, and I appreciate the gesture, but Saldar is right. We have much to discuss, and I would be on the road within a few days at most, he said, breaking the news of his quick visit. If they waited too long in the town, then the rising level of mana and growing strength of the now ubiquitous beasts could be a significant barrier to a speedy journey. So soon? Ailish asked, surprised. Caius nodded. Enough time to resupply, and hopefully replace Porkchop's barding. The elders looked at Porkchop curiously, clearly uncertain of why they would want to swap out depths-wrought armor. I've gained an armor skill, one that is incompatible. Something that is closer to under-armor, and can let Caius sit on my back without steel jabbing him, would be much more preferable, Porkchop explained. In that case, I should be able to help. Come see me first thing in the morning, and I'll try to rush it through by the evening. No charge. After what you've given us, I think we can all agree we're so far in your debt that I don't ever hope to repay it. Eilish said, eyeballing Porkchop's barding. Clearly, the master craftswoman already had some ideas, but was saving them for a more dedicated discussion. Speaking of debts, these skills are a lot. I would hear what you have planned for us, Yanmi broached carefully. He understood it was a heavy gift, and one that in this world would usually come with strings of adamant attached. I want you to form yourselves into a regional powerhouse. Leverage them to consolidate the other villages here, preferably quickly while you still have the time to expand the walls. Share them with everyone, at least those that can be trusted not to blab with outsiders, Caius said. The elders stared at him in shock. Caius expected that. It wasn't every day that someone pressed for legacy skills to be spread rather than jealousy hoarded. Everyone? Are you sure, lad? Hurin whispered. Caius nodded.
They're all defensive in nature, and it'll be the best thing for solidifying the hold of 3 fields over the surrounding region. It'll take years for the potential to be realized, but it'll hopefully ensure that 3 fields survives and hopefully thrives in the coming days. My only hope is that you'll keep them secret for the next few months, to make it less obvious that they came from me. Yanmi nodded. That could work. We could each pretend we had one of them each and decided to pool them together to help the community. It would buy us the leeway and trust needed to grow the town. What I want to know is why now? What made you give away so many advantages? Saldar asked, staring at him intensely. Caius chuckled. If only the man knew that he still had 6 more where that came from, and Porkchop 7. They are a fraction, but most importantly, it is because of the revelations I experienced in the depths.
The melees do not hoard legacies, instead sharing them freely. Their dens are all the stronger for it. It is also my belief that the main reason we have been caught flat-footed by the second phase is that we never gained the strength to trigger it. If we had, this all would have been over much earlier, and the average person would be far better prepared to weather the storm. There's a good chance that others have legacy skills in the villages. My hope is that you will be able to tempt them into sharing, Caius explained. Even if it still felt wrong to share a secret that had been beaten into him, he knew that there was wisdom in the way of Porkchop's people. Beasts and tyrants would be far less of a threat if the average person had a smattering of legacy skills and an uncommon or even rare class. Most importantly, I believe that the aspects will be as much, if not more, impactful than legacy skills, and I intend to be one of the frontrunners. Once I have secured honors for being the first, I will send word on their function to further bolster you. Jakar cocked an eyebrow at him at that. Mighty sure of yourself there, lad. How can you be certain that you will be the first? Caius grinned, letting a little of the song that had ignited within him in his time in the depths shine through. I can quite confidently say that no other first tier has the advantages that me and Porkchop have, nor the experience or sheer bloody-minded drive. We will find them, and we will make use of them, even if we only beat second best by a handful of months, he assured. Saldar frowned, still unconvinced. But what would you have of us? All you have given are hopes for the future. There has been no word of payment. Caius grinned at the man. Simple. A harness for Porkchop, supplies for my journey, and a fortress full of strong and capable allied delvers, should I have need of them. I would not call the good folk of the frontier to war, but I do not know what the future holds. If strength in numbers is required, or a bastion is needed, I would prefer it to be strong allies of my own people. The elders paused, digesting his words. One by one they nodded, even Saldar, before Yanmi met his gaze once more. That, I think, is more than fair. The village head rose to her feet, reaching out to him with a hand. Caius clasped it. The fiery woman smiled at him. Though if our yet-to-be-named dynasty is to be an ally of yours, Caius, I would know your name. Caius grinned, letting the question hang for a pregnant moment. Caius of Unterstern. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Yanmi of Dynasty Yet to be Founded. Chapter 139. Preparing to leave. After sealing his compact with the elders of 3 fields, the atmosphere had turned raucous and celebratory. Beer flowed like water, and the deer that he and Porkchop had slain earlier in the day was brought out for a great roast. Normally, that would have been excessive for a group of 7, but with their 8th being a greater malaise, it was only just enough.
Caius thanked his blessings that whatever magic supported a greater beast's frame allowed them to function on smaller amounts of food than their size would suggest. Otherwise, they would be in a far worse state when preparing their travel rations. He even managed to get drunk, though his pleasant buzz got more and more difficult to maintain as his control on rapid adaptation slipped. At least he managed to squeeze 2 levels out of the skill as a consolation prize. Hurin's stout was strong stuff.
Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 21. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 22.
While there was the temptation to decide on the name of their soon-to-be dynasty, the elders decided, rightfully, to wait for their missing member, Holt, before they made any decisions. That went double for actually planning the gargantuan task of enticing the other villages to join their banner, or how they would entice others to come forward with any potentially hidden legacy skills. That sat just fine with Caius. He needed allies and a base of power, but he had no interest in running a full-blown dynasty. Not yet, at least. Having those decisions made in his absence would be far better for creating a level of separation between them and Unterstern. Eventually, though, the night grew long, and he and Porkchop were led upstairs to the rooms of the inn. Luckily, the largest room had a set of double doors, so Porkchop was still able to squeeze in.
He never ended up making it to the bed, instead curling up on the bearskin rug that lay in front of a smoldering fire alongside his brother. With Porkchop's growth spurt, they would have just broken the damn thing anyway. Sleep took him in moments. The sun shone bright, nary a cloud in the sky as Caius crossed 3 fields. He still felt a little groggy after the night before, though mostly from mild sleep deprivation. His resistance skill might have been unfortunately effective against beer, but it was equally so against hangovers. Porkchop padded alongside him, his coat on full display. They'd freed him from his barding for what would hopefully be the last time, and had stowed it in their dimensional bag. Caius had taken to stashing the thing in his emptied pack, which he wore. No way was he leaving something that valuable behind, even if he did know practically the entire town. Walking down stone-paved streets, Caius gave friendly nods to those he passed and recognized, making a beeline to the rhythmic hammer blows that echoed from the workshops a few blocks away. They might have been set at the very edge of the town, but the place was small enough that the sounds of smithing carried far. "What are you hoping that Ailish will be able to do when making me my underarmor? Won't it be missing enchantments?" Porkchop asked. Caius smiled. His Bond brother's only exposure to artifacts were from the masterworks that the system had spawned, and he had very little knowledge of the more mundane creations that a skilled crafter could create. "They will, but a good artisan can still create artifacts without them. They lean more on the innate properties of the materials, and their own skills to draw out the full effectiveness of the items. Though enchantments are more flexible, and it will definitely be worth our while to take whatever we get to an inscriptionist in Deadacre," he explained as they crossed the street, rounding on a half-dozen workshops. Ailish and her husband Yondar shared the most grand. Equal parts leatherworking shop and smithy, it dominated the street. Unlike most buildings in town, it was built entirely from stone. No one wanted their house and shop going up in flames due to a forge mishap.
We will still be able to get it enchanted?
Porkchop asked as they approached the building, surprised. "Oh, yes. It's not quite as efficient as having the inscription worked into the very creation of the artifact, but the people with the skills to do that are few and far between. Now come on, we're here," Caius replied, pushing open the heavy oak door that led into the reception of the workshop. Ailish was waiting for him with her partner, Yondar, at her side, the pair standing behind a counter that stretched across a good half of the room. "Caius, right on time," the head of the 3 Fields artisans said warmly. Good to see you, lad. It warms the heart to see you well, Yondar said, smiling at him. Caius returned the man's grin. He'd always liked Yondar. Though he didn't know the man all that well, he'd always been kind and friendly. Yondar, good to see you. I hear that your wife has volunteered your services, Caius said, as Ailish rolled her eyes at him. That she has.
A worthy trade for the gift you have given us, let alone the honor of crafting a piece for a forest king, he said, dipping his head respectfully to Porkchop. Now, you said that you needed some sort of under armor? It would be good to see what I will be working with. Well, I'll let the man himself do the talking, Caius said, ushering Porkchop forwards. His bond brother towered in the shop, but he took a respectful seat in front of the counter. Hello, it is nice to meet you, Porkchop said to Yondar. The man smiled, though Caius could see that he was still a little unsettled at having a massive melee sitting in his place of work. Nice to meet you too. Now, how can I help? Well, I have a bloodline skill that creates a heavy plate armor around my body. I was hoping for something tough that can help to absorb impact, but still stand up to a light bit of abuse if I'm caught out before I can summon my plate. It would also be perfect if it has a way for us to secure some cargo on my flank, and potentially some extra padding on my spine, with some sort of loop for Caius to hold onto during a charge. Porkchop explained, visibly getting more excited as he went through their ideas. Yondar dutifully took notes, sketching out ideas as he mused on what was possible. The man eyed his bond brother intently, noting down measurements that he could tell purely by sight. That does sound doable. Though, would you be able to show me the armor? Yondar asked. Sure. Is here fine? Porkchop asked. As soon as Yondar nodded, Caius watched mana start to glow within his bond brother as he channeled his skill. A scant few seconds later, there was a pop of displaced air as heavy, overlapping plates of thick jade appeared around Porkchop, the floorboards creaking under his new weight. The armor was still just as fearsome as it was the first time he had seen it, covering his bond brother's front section in an imposing defense. Sure, there were still gaps between the armor, and it didn't fully seal him in like a normal suit of heavy plate, but that would change as the skill leveled. Yondar leaned in, clearly fascinated by the armor. Remarkable. The weight alone must be quite something. No doubt it would be useless without your impressive might. Though I can see why you would like some under armor. Tell me, will it encompass more as you level? Porkchop nodded. The leatherworker immediately scribbled more notes. Perfect. Originally, I was considering some sort of variation of a Huion lightweight saddle, but even that will be too high profile if the armor ever stretches down your spine. Sorry, Caius. Yondar shot him a small smile. Best you're going to get is some extra padded leather and a few loops for your hand and feet holds. He laughed. That's more than all right. What of the saddlebags? The artisan nodded. I'll do something similar. Make it so you can tear or cut them free without damaging the bags themselves. Though, from what I know of armor skills, you might already be in need of a replacement before it reaches Porkchop's flank. Placing his notebook on the counter, Yondar drilled out a staccato rhythm on the polished wood with his fingers. Now, I have everything we need. I assume you will be getting it inscribed at Deadacre. You have the coin for self-repair? Caius nodded. It would be a significant cost, but they should be able to cover it with ease if they sold off Porkchop's old barding and their blink knives. Fantastic. That makes everything a lot easier. It'll probably be the only enchantment the under armor will be able to support, though you might be able to swing well-fitted or self-cleaning as well, depending on which one I'm able to work into the armor. But if you go that route, I have the perfect material.
The artisan shot him a knowing grin. "Something I am sure you will appreciate." "Oh?" Porkchop asked. "One moment."
Yondar said, before he hurried away from the counter and dipped into a back room. Eilish rolled her eyes at her husband's antics as a muffled curse slipped out of the open door.
"Always caught up in his ideas, that one," she muttered. Yondar returned a moment later, carrying a bolt of leather nearly as big as he was. It was thick stuff, nearly a thumb width, and looked as supple as anything Caius had ever seen. Almost too supple for something that would be armor. The artisan set the leather down on the wide bench with a huff. "Caius, you remember that stone charger your da brought down a few years back?" Caius looked at the man in shock, nodding slowly. It had been a fearsome beast, bigger than Porkchop was. It had crossed the mountains from the deep sea one spring for some unknown reason. Terrifying things they were, though thankfully rare. They had a propensity to charge through anything that pissed them off, which was everything. His father had promptly returned him to 3 fields in Hurin's care before setting off on its trail with Jekar, returning victorious a week later. Yondar smiled at him. "I bought the hide off him and Jekar, and have been saving it for the right project. A bit of a waste to dilute its potential by splitting it up, so I've been sitting on it. It's downright perfect for this use. Softer than you could imagine, but with remarkable shock-absorbing qualities and durable as a titan." Caius merely swallowed and nodded in gratitude. It would be nice to have something else of his father's to bring with him on his travels. Porkchop, on the other hand, stared at the leather with open glee before he leaned in and gave it a sniff. "Oh, one of these. I've never seen one in person. They live too close to the mountains, but some of my den mates have said they are downright infuriating to put down," Porkchop said. Yondar chuckled. "That would line up with Jekar's incessant prattling about the hunt, yes. Anyway,
I should be able to have this ready by morning, the day after tomorrow, with Eilish's help. I'm sure you have much more preparations to do for your journey today. And no asking about payment. You've done enough for us. Think of it as a gift." Caius looked at the wizened leatherworker in appreciation. "Are you sure?" "I am. Now shoo! I have to start immediately if I'm to have any hope of getting this done in time. Go bother Yanmi about some potions or something," Yondar said, ushering them out of the shop. Caius allowed himself to be pulled along by the man's energy, entering out into the shining sun once more. "Don't forget to check in with Jekar for rations," Eilish called out, before her husband waved a final goodbye and shut the door to their shared workshop. Caius smiled and shook his head. "Are all people so weird?" "That was weird, right?" Porkchop asked, looking back towards the shop before looking at Caius. He laughed. "Yes, he's a little eccentric, but he means well. Now come on, we've got a few more places to visit." As a pair, they set off into 3 fields. Potions and rations, then they should be good. After that, it would be a simple matter of enjoying some well-earned rest and relaxation before he readied himself to say his goodbyes.
Chapter 140. Departure.
Caius sat on the floor of his room in the stout oak, a veritable cornucopia of items and artifacts arrayed on the ground before him. Porkchop lay across, staring at them all in dismay. They'd had a fast-paced but pleasant few days. It had been a rush of meeting with the various elders, stocking up on a variety of traveling essentials. That, and simply spending time with the people that he had not seen in so long. It was a soothing balm to his soul, giving him the time, space, and peace to work through not only his grief over his father's passing, but also process the monumental nature of what he had experienced in the previous year. Of all, it was perhaps Elendra who had helped most. With Hurin keeping the tavern closed while he stayed, she had had plenty of free time to sit with him and Porkchop. Their discussions had ranged from the simple to the deep, everything ranging from what she had been up to since they had last met to how the crushing weight of his responsibilities weighed on him. It had been her idea to stay a few days longer than he originally intended. Oh, she gave an excuse that it would be good for him to share words with Holt before he left, who had sent a missive via bird that he would be returning soon. He knew that it was simply an easy out for him, that she thought he needed some time to just breathe. As it often turned out, she had been right on the money. He hadn't realized just how much tension he had been carrying until it started to fade. Jakar was another help. The stoic hunter had had his own brushes with death out in the wilds, and he'd been more than happy to swap stories of harrowing moments over a tankard. It helped to remind him that even with all that had happened to him, mortal battles were a fact of life, and that there were many who could empathize with his experiences. Now, though, the time had come for them to leave. The beasts had been growing stronger, faster than he had expected from what he had heard from the village hunters. With the rising mana levels, there was nothing to encourage them to migrate, and they were quickly changing from a simple nuisance to a real threat. If they waited much longer, they could potentially be outpaced. As it stood, the trip to Deadacre was likely to be a good source of levels, hence they were doing an inventory, something that Porkchop seemed to find physically painful.
Must we, Caius?
His bond brother groaned. Yep, he replied, opening his journal. It's important we know exactly what we have. Besides, this will only take me a moment. His eyes roved over their belongings. 5 tonics each of restoratives for their resources, in glass bottles of a similar design to the ones he had gotten from the depths. Yanmi's personal stock. As a dedicated alchemist who was plenty skilled, she'd made them strong, despite only using what meager reagents could be found locally. Each would restore 300, though he couldn't drink more than 2 of any of them in a row. Something to do with how the body absorbed them, and the limitations of mortal brewers, or so Yanmi said. Much like everything else, he'd been given the lot for free, though he had insisted on offloading his empties onto her. They weren't worth all that much, and she had far more use of them than him. He'd also managed to get a full 90 stride length of rope, another 5 water skins, and a lot more soap than was strictly necessary. Going so long without proper cleaning in the depths had been horrid, and Caius had no desire to repeat the experience any time soon. Other than that, they had secured a full 3 weeks' worth of rations. Jakar and Huron had busted out the good stuff, ladening him with well-made and tasty pemmican, salted ham, venison jerky, and a wide array of dried fruits, vegetables, and nuts. With his noble's pantry worth of spices and his fancy depths-wrought pan, they would be eating well. They'd also managed to pick up Porkchop's underarmor. Yondar had been kind enough to rig up a few saddlebags that could be detached with ease, one to hide their dimensional bag, the other to hold their tent and a few of their harder-wearing supplies, like the rope. The final new acquisition was a thin, full-length cloak, more for obscuring his eye-catching armor than any need for warmth. The traveling garb his father had given him was more than enough to keep that handled. Other than that, he did an accounting of their finances. 24 silver and 16 gold. A sizable sum for everyday living, but one that would not stretch all that far when considering artifacts, consumables, and other delving supplies. Luckily, they would be able to sell off Porkchop's old barding and their brace of blink daggers in Deadacre, which should bolster it healthily. "Are you done yet?" Porkchop whined. "I want to try on the new underarmor." Caius smirked and finished putting away the last of their gear in their saddlebags. Porkchop had decided to wait until they were ready to leave to put on his newest artifact. But now that the time was drawing near, his bond brother was growing impatient. "All done," he said, rising to his feet and hefting a bag with each arm. "Let's go get you suited up." Porkchop was on his feet in moments, barely avoiding scoring the hardwood floors with his razor-sharp claws. Caius laughed at his brother's enthusiasm and made his way out of the room.
Standing out in the shining sun, Caius heaved his bond brother's new armor onto his back. It was a weighty thing, made of impressively cut, thick leather that had been merged into a seamless whole. Diamond-style cross-stitches layered the thing, adding to its properties, yet through clever craftsmanship, it settled over Porkchop's back like a second skin.
The same slate gray as mountain stone, Caius thought it actually looked quite dashing on Porkchop. Though, with how clear it was that it was padding, he did look a little like a half-suited knight. Behind them sat the stalls of the Stout Oak's stables, though they'd opted to get Porkchop suited on the small courtyard in front of them. Wide as they were, with plenty of polished oak steps and ledges, it would have made the job far easier to use them. Caius had decided against it. Stabling Porkchop like a common beast of burden felt demeaning, even if the Mellis himself didn't see an issue with it. Porkchop rose up to his full height, giving Caius access to the straps and buckles that would secure the armor in place. All things considered, it was a fine piece, and Yondar had managed to stretch far more out of his raw materials than Caius had expected. Though, that said, the man was an artisan in the middle of the first tier. If he hadn't been able to do so much with a well-suited material like the hide of a late-tier stone charger, it would have been a little surprising. Still, analyzing the artifact for the first time had been a little bit of a shock. Thinking of the moment, he pulled up the status once more as he threaded another strap through its buckle and cinched it comfortably tight. Dampening padded barding. Rare. Tier 1. Brought low by proficient hunters, the hide of an errant stone charger languished unused, waiting for the perfect form. Now serving as the regalia of one of strong blood, its destiny has been realized. Made from specially treated stone charger leather, quadruple-stitched and multi-layered, this barding has a thin, padded spine section to cushion a rider with minimal increase in profile, and has quick-release buckles for saddlebags. Using the natural properties of the materials, this barding is maximized to absorb blunt force impacts, though it can weather a blade with reasonable effectiveness. Artisan-wrought artifact. Padded beast. Under armor durability 3. Impact negation 3. Self-cleaning 1. Caius shook his head as he looked at the description of the artifact. Rare, one of their first, and one that would have been incredibly expensive if he had had to pay for the materials and craftsmanship. The durability and impact negation effects were sizable, and would go far to providing Porkchop additional protection from blunt force and attacks that slipped past his armor plates. That, and the latter, should hopefully make for a far more comfortable ride than the measly double layering of leather that served as a saddle suggested. What was more surprising to him was that Yondar had managed to work self-cleaning into the mix. Caius knew the man had said it was possible, but it was still an impressive feat that must have required significant investment of skill. The barding basically already looked like it had been enchanted, though he knew that Yondar would have squeezed the materials close to their limit with his work. It was likely that the armor wouldn't be able to support much more when they eventually got it inscribed. Hopefully, it was enough for self-repair. "Caius, a man's coming. Big guy, wearing chain. Looks tough," Porkchop warned, watching the street. Caius rolled back onto his heels and rose from his crouch. "That would be Holt. Right on time, as always," he replied, turning to give the approaching figure a smile and a wave. Holt gave him a nod, continuing his steady approach. He was an imposing man, nearly as tall as Caius, and built like a wiry mountain lion. Garbed in leather and chain, he had his arming sword at his side. Caius was pretty sure he had never seen that blade out of the head of the constabulary's reach. "Caius, good to see you, lad," Holt said, reaching out to clasp Caius's hand and pulling him into a firm hug. "Finally got blooded, eh?" He shot the warrior a wiry grin. Of all those in the village, Holt was the most directly combat-capable and easily the strongest. Probably in his last sprint to the second tier, if Caius had to guess. That I did, though if I had the choice, it would have been under different circumstances. Holt nodded solemnly. Of course, it was rat-faced luck, what happened to ye and your da. But such is the will of the lady. Clapping him on the shoulder, the warrior turned towards his bond brother. And this must be ye friend Porkchop. Shit name for a killer. Porkchop chuffed. The responses have made it more than worth it, trust me. No doubt, Holt said respectfully, before he turned his attention back to Caius. Just came to give you my thanks, lad. Me and Jakar have been in fits trying to figure out a way to get through the coming danger. You really saved my hide there. It's a plan fit for a madman, but it's one that I think might just work. Caius nodded. Just trying to make sure I have somewhere to come back to. And you will. I'll make sure of it, Holt said, shooting him a wide grin. Listen, I'm not one to hold up a man on a mission, so I'll wait with the others by the gate. Just wanted to chat personally for a second. Let you know I've got some of my own advantages that I'll be throwing in the pot. Some of the others do too. Nothing quite as good or expansive as what you passed us, but something. Don't let it be said we never went all in when you fronted up first. You hear? Caius sighed in relief. That's good to know. I was worried that it wouldn't be enough. Every bit extra should help pull people to the banner. Holt clapped him on the shoulder once more before he squeezed with reassuring strength. It will, lad. I'll make sure of it. You just make sure to survive and pass on word of what you learn about everything else, and I'll turn this place into an iron fortress by the time you next pass through. Thanks, Holt. I mean it. Caius responded with gratitude. Nonsense, boy. Now I best leave you to it. I'll see you by the gate, the warrior said, taking his leave. Caius watched the man leave, feeling a little more sure of Three Fields' safety. He wasn't sure of Holt's exact level, but if he had his own legacy skills, then he would be a powerful combatant. To know that he would be pitching in to teach those skills to the wider community was even more gratifying. Shaking his head, Caius returned to securing Porkchop's barding. It was the last thing to do before they left and chased the horizon. They left as soon as Caius finished. Swinging into his saddle, he found the new padded barding to be impossibly more comfortable than Porkchop's old garb. It even had some simple loops for him to put his feet into and for him to grab. Nothing that would get in the way of his bond brother's skill or interfere in battle, but enough to give him some measure of secure seating. They walked down the main pavilion of Three Fields, heading towards the gate. As they left, Caius took a long, last look at the town. It was a slow-moving place, full of hardy people who liked the rough-and-tumble freedom of the frontier. His people. It was sad to leave them, but he never intended on keeping his world so confined as the outskirts of the arboreal sea and the surrounding villages. It was time to go. Nodding at a few familiar faces as they left, Caius spied the gate. It was already open, Elendra and the gathered elders waiting for them. He smiled, glad to see the people he knew best were there to see him off. Please be safe, Caius. I wish you would stay, but I know you never could, even without your responsibilities, Elendra said as he drew close.
Caius slid from his saddle, dropping to the ground to give her a hug.
I'll be back, he assured her. This place is still dear to me. You better, Elendra muttered, scowling at him as she wiped her eyes. I need to go get the tavern ready now that someone isn't hogging it. I just know there's going to be a rush tonight. Go, Caius said, giving her a final hug. Thanks for seeing me off. She nodded, giving him a last smile before she left. Caius turned to the elders before being pulled into a sequence of clasped hands, clapped shoulders, and tight hugs. Each and every one of them had words for him, of assurance, of trust, and of promise that they wouldn't squander his gifts. The sun shone down on them with illuminating warmth, in what he hoped was a good omen for his journey. One by one, the elders left, until only Jakar remained. He was, after all, on watch. "Be safe, lad, and don't forget to send word if and when you can," the old hunter said, giving him a last slap on the back. Caius grinned at the man before he hauled himself back into his saddle. Porkchop chuffed in excitement and started to walk out the open gates. A low, squeaking groan cut across the fields of the frontier as they slowly closed behind him. He was ready. A new adventure waited, one that no doubt held danger, mystery, and the promise of growth. They set off, following a rough trail through the grasslands, over rolling hills, towards Deadacre.
Chapter 141. Roadside Encounter.
Astride Porkchop's back, Caius took in the rolling hills of the frontier. It was a gorgeous environment, shining with bright green grasses that stretched as far as the eye could see. Rocky outcroppings broke up the landscape, jutting out of the earth every which way. Most were small, but some were larger than houses. Thankfully, the stone features were relatively spread apart, so it was still an easy walk over the gentle rises as they picked their way through the jutting stone. Other than that, there was plenty of dense brush that grew in wide patches, providing shelter for small animals and grazing locations for larger ones. Or beasts, Caius supposed. It was odd to think about, but there really weren't any normal animals left. Thankfully, in the day and a half since leaving Three Fields, they had yet to encounter anything that had tried to give them a go. That said, it was only a matter of time. The average level of things seemed to be rising dramatically with the increase in mana. Already it was rare to see something under level 10. Mostly, though, it had been birds and small beasts that had been more than happy to give them a wide berth, though they had seen a deer-like plains runner underneath one of the rare trees that dotted the landscape. The thing had threatened them with a false charge, but when they kept moving, it had let them be. Honestly, at this point, Caius wished that something would try to take a bite out of them, if only so that they could start gaining some levels before things got really feisty. Shifting in his saddle, Porkchop groaned dramatically beneath him. "What the hells have you been eating, fatty? You feel like you weigh more than an oak log." Porkchop moaned, faking a stumble. Caius rolled his eyes. Porkchop's armor had to be 3 times his weight, and he'd seen Porkchop shoulder it like it was nothing.
Yeah. How are you finding being out of the sea? Is the wider world all you thought it would be? He asked, making some simple conversation to pass the time.
Honestly, it's bloody weird how open this space is. There's just nothing but rocks and grass as far as the eye can see. Every time we get to the top of one of these hills, it feels like the sky is looming over me, like the ground is going to fall away. Porkchop murmured, the slightest unease coming through their bond. Caius nodded. He knew the feeling. Apparently it was common for those that grew up in and around the sea, though thankfully it was far less prominent than the last time he had crossed the frontier. Father told me it was normal on my first trip, for those that are used to closer confines at least. It should pass, just you being unused to being able to see so far or something. I'm still not sure if I like being this exposed, but I got over the worst of it in a week or so, he reassured, sharing what he knew of the strange phenomena. That's something at least. They lapsed into silence, continuing on their journey. At their current clip, they would likely see the walls of Deadacre by the time a few weeks had passed. They could push faster, but that would leave Porkchop drained. No need to exhaust the poor bastard when he was already kind enough to lug him around. He went back to scanning the passing rock formations, as he had gotten into the habit of. Explorer's toolkit incessantly nudged him if he went without for longer than a few minutes, urging him to survey the many vantage spots where creatures could lurk unnoticed. He scanned the hillside, leaning on the acuity of true sight to see far farther than he otherwise could have. Both skills had seen some good growth from his constant vigilance, which made him all the happier to adhere to the instincts of his skill. Every single level brought with it a little splash of joy, as unused as he was to no longer being constrained by the caps of an unclassed. Peering into the shadows that lurked between the jutting spires of gray stone, he expected to find nothing like he had the last several dozen times he had scouted their surroundings. Stone, stone, grass, stone, bush, stone, fir, grass, bush, stone. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 29. His mind caught up to his eyes, and he came to a screeching halt as his skill blared an insistent warning to him. Fur? His eyes whipped back to a crack between two boulders, his angle obscuring a decent look into the pathway between them. Nothing. Yet he knew what he saw, and knew to trust the warning instincts that thrummed within him. Despite the potential danger, a wide grin split his mouth. Finally! Don't react, but we have something stalking us along the hill line far to our left. I only caught a glimpse of it, but it was definitely something, and it's setting off the hazard sense of Explorer's toolkit something fierce. Caius said in an even voice, maintaining a slow back and forth of the ridgeline for a few moments, before he returned his eyes to the front like he had found nothing. Really? Thank the bloody matriarchs. We haven't had a good fight in over a week, Porkchop exclaimed, a hungry glee radiating across their bond. Caius felt that hungry desire waken his own song, igniting a glimmering ember in his heart. Hopefully they're tough enough. It'd be good to work up a good sweat, he agreed. Let's keep moving, see if we can bait them into a committed attack. Porkchop grunted and kept pushing forward. Though Caius did notice his bond brother's ears twitching with every shift of the wind, alert for changes. His every sense was in tune with his environment, yet whatever was tracking them was as silent as a ghost. If he hadn't caught that single glimpse by chance, he would have had no idea they had something on their tail. Even tense as they were, they rose over their hill and began their descent with nary a peep from their pursuer. It was only halfway up the next rise, mostly devoid of obscuring stones, that Caius heard a baying call of hunger. Snapping his head to the noise, Caius got his first good glimpse of their pursuer. Or, more accurately, pursuers. 5 large gray figures left the hidden safety of the rocky formations a good few hundred strides away. Each was large, almost wolf-like, though with blockier heads and jutting fangs that he could see even from such a distance. One was massive. Whereas its lesser companions would have reached just higher than his waist, the leader of the small pack came up to Caius's chest easily. They waited at the edge of the stone, snarling and snapping as they glared at him with feral hunger. Porkchop met their calls with a chesty growl of his own, the noise rolling across the gentle hillside like shattering stone, his chest reverberating beneath Caius's legs. Eyes twinkling in anticipation, Caius swung himself out of his saddle and landed solidly on the ground with a thump. He drew his sword, a smile beginning to tweak at his lips. Heart quickening, he felt the familiar thrum of the blood song start its tune, filling him with a dearly missed fervor. "Go on, then," he said to Porkchop. His brother rolled his eyes, but dutifully swiped at him with an easily dodged but very heavy blow. Caius blocked, feeling his companion's might as jade claws sparked off his steel. Shuddering under the weight of the strike, he held his ground. energy siphoned, charging his vambraces just a little. Honestly, once it had occurred to them that they could prepare a cleaving strike before a fight, he'd felt like a total moron. Such was life.
The clang of stone and steel startled the sneering beasts into action, and the pack shot forwards with a deluge of chittering whines. Porkchop glowed with hidden mana, heavy plates of sacred jade covering him seconds later. Caius marveled at the sight, the stout armor resting perfectly over his new barding. He looked fearsome, strong. Flicking back to the rapidly approaching pack, he analyzed the group. Longfang, Hunter. Level 14. Beast, Skirmisher. Longfang Hunter. Level 17. Beast, Skirmisher. Longfang Packlord. Level 32. Beast, Leader, Bruiser. 14 to 17. Big one's 32, Caius snapped off. Guess it's time to put our choices to the test. Porkchop replied, with dark anticipation coloring his voice. Caius grinned, readying his stance. It felt off with his missing fingers, but he had gotten used to the injury. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too long until he could get them healed. Despite his skill, he had a little less leverage and control without them. Still, it would be enough to kill. 30 would be tough for any normal classer at their level. But it was time to put his class to the test, to see the true might of a rune blade. The Longfangs raced down the grassy hillside and up the next to meet them. 100 strides. 90. He dropped his offhand to his side, adjusting to a one-handed grip guided by liturgical blade form. 75. Porkchop howled, digging in his claws as he readied to charge. 60. Stormlash. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 5. A bolt of pure arcing plasma materialized in his hand with a cracking boom, shining with barely restrained might as a shower of red embers scattered from his glyph. The Packlord at the head of the troop balked, trying to slow. Caius let out a laugh of sheer joy. It was far too late for that. Focusing his intent on the oversized beast, he snapped his arm towards it. The contained fury of the storm crashed through the air faster than he could process, wrapping around the beast in a shattering crack that echoed across the hills. The lead beast seized, blood erupting from its mouth as his spell seemed to fuzz with reverberating intensity. Its legs locked up. A mountain of meat hit the ground in a flail of limbs, 2 of its lessers joining it as his spell arced to fry their smaller forms. They were tougher than they looked. He'd just nailed them with enough storm mana that any lesser creature would be dead. Porkchop activated his amulet, transitioning from a dead stop to a landslide of blurring green, with all the unleashed intensity of a snapping bowstring. Caius was already moving, closing in on their prey. Another Stormlash whipped out, searing the remaining 2 Longfangs that tried to scramble out of the way of his brother's charge. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 6. His spell was potent. There was no other way to describe it. The crackling whip of controlled lightning slammed into his prey like the hammer of God. Choked screams forced their way out of their throats as their flesh fried, every muscle and nerve searing as it was overwhelmed with paralyzing might. Then the resonance that thrummed in his mana bridged the gap, crashing through the Longfang's bodies to eviscerate their delicate organs, shredding blood vessels and cracking bone. Far more power than should be held in the hands of a piddling level 3, but thus was the inequitable favor of the system. Porkchop's armor-bound form crashed into the still stunned body of the Packlord, trampling it beneath razor-sharp claws of jade.
With his enhanced weight and momentum, he cracked its chest, ribs bursting free of its flesh.
Then he swiped, daggers of jade flaying its side, even as its health roared free to seal the wounds. The first two hunters rose to their feet, attempting to harass Porkchop from the sides. Their snarling snaps did nothing but clink painfully off the heavy green stone that layered the front half of his body. Roaring with a furious challenge, Caius's bond brother kept their pack leader pinned with one paw, claws sinking into its chest as he forced them back with an aggressive swipe. Caius arrived at the shivering forms of the last two hunters, just barely rising from the daze left in the wake of his storm lash, fur scorched and flesh weak. 3/4 dead from the might of his spell. Setting both hands on his blade, he rose into an aggressive high guard, a father's gift held overhead. Bolstered by the blood of greater beasts and empowered by honor, his body thrummed with primal might. He swung, carving his way through the throat of his first victim. Carotid exposed, hot red vital fluid sprayed through the air. It splattered against his face, staining his face red. Ding! Liturgical blade form, Primus Ordo, has reached level 21. Caius tasted the iron tang of a life well lived and rejoiced. Nothing beat a good fight. Pivoting through his hips, he brought his blade to bear once more. A second blow, and the heavy head of the hunter fell to the earth, its heart still beating, pumping its vitality to nourish the green grass below. Ding! Level 15, Longfang Hunter slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 4. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 5, +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence, +2 Dexterity, Willpower, +1 Vitality, free, from class and racial traits. His own blood sang at the sight, and he advanced. There was more killing to be done. Chapter 142. Rooted. Caius dashed towards the second hunter that had tried to harass him, bliss and satisfaction pulsing with every beat of his heart. Even with the regenerative power of its health and the power of its beastly body, the Longfang was in a bad way. Scorched fur revealed boiled flesh, the arcing power of his spell ravaging its frame. As bad as it looked, Caius knew it would be worse on the inside. The power of lightning and storm was well known for the vicious internal damage it left in its wake, to say nothing of the shattering resonance of his metamagic. The hunter whined, snapping at him as he leapt over the ground, lunging in a last-ditch attempt to put him on the back foot. Caius met the assault with a thrust of his own, enchanted steel guided by skill and dexterous power to lance directly into the wolven creature's eye socket. He barely felt a crunch as his blade cut punched through bone. The hunter stiffened, empowered vitality forcing it to persist despite its certainty of death. Caius stepped up out of his lunge, levering his sword up to eviscerate the fatty meat held within. Ding! Level 15, Longfang Hunter slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Grinning at the ease of his victory, he yanked his sword free with a casual flick of his wrists. Previously, he would have never dared to aim for such a small target. Too much risk of leaving an opening, too easy to defend. Now, though, with his enhanced stats, empowered body, and the thrumming rush of uncapped skills, it was like he was a horse released from the carriage, unburdened, free. The pack lord howled beneath his bond brother's feet, bucking as its paws scrambled in the dirt, desperate to release itself from its prison. Porkchop growled, pushing down harder with a splintering crack of bone. Before he could bring his other paw around for a murder stroke, the other remaining Longfangs dashed in a panic. Battered, bruised, and bleeding from internal wounds,
They rushed in all the same. One dived, going for the small section of Porkchop's throat that was left unarmored by his gorget. Caius felt his bond brother move. He knew Porkchop's intention as well as his own. Momentarily lifting up from the pack lord, Porkchop slammed his paw into the hunter's side. Jade claws punctured its flesh as if it were an overripe peach, spilling its juices as the beast was sent airborne, right towards Caius. Howling in fear, trailing a stream of lifeblood, the beast flailed. Caius set his stance, bracing with his back foot. He swung. Caius let out a hefty roar, pivoting with the full weight of his body. As a father's gift hit the beast, he felt it buck in his hands, trying to lever out of his grip. He snarled, knuckles going white as his missing fingers made themselves known once more. Leveraging all his enhanced strength, he kept a hold of his blade, pivoting his full weight through his hips to bisect the hunter at the waist. Entrails spilled, and the green grass of the frontier was painted in bright carmine. The hunter's jaw flapped soundlessly, severed lungs unable to give it breath. Pivoting through the movement, Caius put it out of its misery, planting his blade through its skull. Ding! Level 17. Longfang Hunter slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 6. +3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality, free, from class and racial traits. A half a moment later, he felt Porkchop plunge his claws into the skull of the pack lord, ending the would-be threat. Ding! Level 32. Longfang Pack Lord slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 7. +3 End, Strength, and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit, free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 10.
+3 End, Strength, and Intelligence. +2 Dexterity, Willpower. +1 Vitality. Free, from class and racial traits. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 31. Power thrummed through him from his class, bolstering every facet of his being. Totally focused, Caius spun to the final hunter. He raced towards it, blade held to the side, as the blood of the beast's pack ran off his armor in rivulets. It was too much for the Longfang. Letting out a wail of wounded terror, it turned and sprinted for the hills, a sudden burst of speed taking it out of the range of Caius's spell. Coming to a skidding stop, Caius watched the retreating form of the beast in shock. It just left? He frowned, blade held loosely at his side. "I honestly forgot they could do that," Porkchop said, looking up from his victory to stare at the retreating beast with befuddled disappointment. Caius groaned, raking his shaggy hair out of his face as he realized what had just happened. They weren't in the depths anymore. Normal beasts didn't have the unshakable bloodlust and iron morale of depthsborn. Bit of a lackluster end to it all. "It's like dessert just decided to take its leave," he muttered, Bloodsong fading slowly with an unfulfilled twang. It had been a fight, but he wasn't sure if it was a good one. Where was the risk of death? They'd just utterly crushed something most of the way to the same level as the bloody guardian that had nearly cost them their lives. "Don't be so grouchy," Porkchop said, reading him like a book as he extracted his claws from his target's skull and stepped off its corpse. A moment later, his summoned armor disappeared in a flash of mana. "It's no wonder we tore through them. Even the Pack Lord would have fallen before us a month ago.
and now we have the stats and power of our class and bloodline.
He knew his brother was right, but it didn't mean he had to like it. That thing must have been a beast from before the change to have that level. I'm just worried about what we will have to do to get a good fight now. It's not like powerful beasts grow on trees, you know, he muttered. Porkchop rolled his eyes.
Caius, for one, it didn't have the enhanced power of a champion or guardian. 2, it was an overgrown dog. Something bigger would have been much more difficult. 3, I give it a month or 2 before the mana levels reach a point where you won't be able to throw a stone without hitting something level 40 or above, potentially significantly higher, depending on how bad it gets. I know stories from my people from the far north where the second tier is common.
Caius looked at his companion in surprise. You're sure?
Maybe not on the time frames, but eventually, yes, Porkchop confirmed. It's like that in the Inner Sea. Yes, there is a lot of variation, but the floor will rise. Common beasts and the lower races do something with mana. It makes them grow without the battle we require, and it will happen quickly if Ecom is to be believed.
Caius winced. That wouldn't be good. Sure, he was entirely positive that he personally would love it, but excluding the dwarven holds and the elven conclaves, almost everywhere was built on a foundation of relative safety. At least in the small section of Vastivar he knew of. Sure, you would want capable guards to ward off monsters, but anything truly dangerous was a rare oddity. Something that had yet to migrate to a region of more comfortable mana density, or had wandered out of such a region for reasons unknown. If level 40 became the average for everything, then trade and travel would all but grind to a halt, and the simple necessities, such as farming, would become monumentally more dangerous. The second tier. He didn't even want to think about it. That would mean all but the end for the higher races. Porkchop's eyes softened, seeing his worry. He crossed the distance between them to lay his heavy head on his shoulder. Caius couldn't help but chuckle at how his bond brother now had to stoop instead of crane to do so. It's all right, Caius. We'll figure something out. Look, either way, we absolutely crushed a group of beasts that would have had us fighting for our lives a few weeks ago. And we reached level 10. Whatever happens, we are far ahead of the curve. And if we keep punching above our weight, we will only get rewarded further, Porkchop said, reminding him of their successes. His brother was right. Their gains from what ultimately ended up being a small battle were immense. If this is what was waiting for them if they kept fighting up levels, they were practically destined to be powerhouses. It would be risky, but they had far more leeway than most. The average Delver only had an uncommon class, with a rare competent few having a rare in the first tier. No doubt there were those hidden powerhouses that had earned an unusual, but a unique? A heroic? He'd seen the requirements for his class. He simply did not see how anyone could come close. With their lower stats and less potent skills, fighting upwards was a death sentence. The same went for fighting with anything less than a full team. All it took was one bad matchup, one opponent with a power set that countered your own, and you were dead.
He and Porkchop didn't have those issues, at least not to the same extent. With the scaling bonus of their honors and the stat growth of a heroic class, they were almost certainly stronger than the Pack Lord. I suppose if we get desperate, we can always return to the depths. It shouldn't be too hard to find a portal to a sufficiently deep layer, Caius mused. Circling around Porkchop, he grabbed one of their water skins from their dimensional pack, as well as a soap and rag, before he started to clean himself from the gore of battle. Porkchop nodded. Exactly. We'll have power in spades for our goals. Though, if we are going to seek out threats that are an actual challenge,
It will make it that much harder to find a good back line to support us. We don't want to end up with a situation where a single monster makes it past us, killing our team." Quickly finishing his wipe down of his face and armor, Caius set about wiping the worst spots from Porkchop's new barding. Self-cleaning would take care of it, but cleaning off the globs of viscera that had gotten wedged between his bond brother's heavy plate and his underarmor would speed up the process massively. "I have some thoughts on that," Caius said as he picked at a clump of bloody hide that had gotten worked into the leather. "I think the main thing is finding someone we work well with, is trustworthy enough that we don't need to worry about our blatantly obvious secrets." "Such as?" Porkchop asked, lifting one leg to give Caius better access to a splatter that coated his chest. "Our strength, as well as glyph binding, and the fact you're a greater beast. Other than that, I think if we can find a person or two who have at least a rare class and a smattering of legacy skills, I think we'll be able to force-feed them enough achievements that they will fly up the ranks with their next class advancement," Caius explained, retreating from under Porkchop's bulk. Rinsing the cloth, Caius wrung it free of pinkish water before he deposited it back with the rest of their supplies. He'd only used a little water, but even if streams were common in the grasslands, it was best to conserve. Who knew what could happen? And they could both live with a little travel grime. "Makes sense," Porkchop said, before he jutted his chin at the slain bodies of the beasts that had attempted to ambush them. "Shall we take some of those for lunch?" Eyeing the corpses of the Longfangs, Caius winced at the waste of meat. Unlike the depths, beasts above wouldn't just reset. He was in no way opposed to culling a whole herd if he had to, especially to feed his growth, but it still rankled to leave anything to waste. Consoling himself that he was at least leaving a meal to scavengers, Caius drew his hunting knife and set about roughly butchering a mostly untouched haunch of the pack lord. Predator meat was a little gamey, but he hoped its potent vitality would be worth the taste. Besides, he had a larder of spices to use. He stood, hoisting his choice cut. "Set up over the next hill? It's downwind," he asked. His bond brother nodded, and they set off. Chapter 143. A Stranger in Need. Heavily spiced meat, cut into thick strips, sizzled as Caius dropped it into his lard-greased traveler's pan, the heady aroma of cumin filling the air. It was one of the few spices he did know from his stock, and a powerful enough one that it should do plenty to cover the overly gamey taste of the packlord. Leaving the site of their battle, they crossed the next hill before hunkering down to take a break in the shade of two jutting rock formations, sheltered from the wind and summer sun. While it might have been far too early to call it a day, there was something to be said for a hot meal after a heart-pumping battle. Porkchop lay across from him, hunkered down on all fours, his nose twitching at the smell of their cooking food. "Smells good," Porkchop said. "You're going to ruin raw food for me. I'll be one of those fire-aligned affinity weirdos who cook all their food. Laughing stock of the dens, I tell you," Caius snickered, using a spoon to move the meat around in the pan. "I bet you'd think it'd be worth it." "No doubt. Spices work surprisingly well, even if they do smell strong," Porkchop replied, crinkling his nose as a change in the wind blew the cooking fumes in his face. "I've been meaning to ask you. I don't know all that much about two-legged hunting teams. What should we be looking for in a backline?" Porkchop asked. Caius paused, thinking on the question. There were plenty of supportive options they could look for, but considering how hard and fast he and Porkchop tended to fight, it narrowed the selection quite a bit. Some kind of supportive caster is a must, preferably one with healing capabilities, Caius replied, holding up his left hand to wiggle the stumps of his fingers. Plus, if they have some sort of battlefield control or supportive enhancements, that would be good too. Something that will aid us without requiring too much intervention on our part.
Porkchop snorted at his display, drawing a smile from him. It irked him to have lost the fingers, though he knew that to have left the depths with such a small injury could only be seen as good luck. It still messed with his swordplay, and he found himself noticing the missing digits with surprising regularity. He hadn't realized how much fine dexterity and manipulation came from his ring and pinky until he lost them. Still, it was solvable, albeit expensive and often involving long wait lists. A magi with regeneration capabilities would be a massive boon, and potentially life-saving if one of them ever lost something more important than a few fingers. Other than that, I think some sort of scout or hunter would be good, someone who can provide us with some ranged support and maybe help us scout terrain. I'm good with my general skills, but if we can find someone even halfway comparable with a dedicated class, they will outstrip me pretty quickly, Caius said, thinking about the times that it would have helped to have an archer. The Tomblord, or when he'd had to blow most of his runic hymns on taking down goblin rangers in the dwarven citadel. Though, that said, someone with capability to shape the battlefield in our favor would also be very useful. A trapper, affliction specialist, hells, even an alchemist focused on poisons or gases, something like that. Caius continued, wondering on the many ways they could fill out their composition. Regardless of who it was, and what they did, they would need to be inordinately capable and be able to assist them without coming under fire from the strong foes they intended to face. What of a rune specialist? What you did with those formations was pretty handy, even if we didn't use them much, Porkchop asked him, tilting his head in curiosity. Caius winced. I thought about it, but I think there's too much risk of them getting far too interested in glyph binding. I do plan on sharing, but not until I'm solidly a few tiers ahead of everyone else. I have no plans on handing any potential advancement honors away on a silver platter. Fair enough. I hadn't considered that, Porkchop grunted. They lapsed into silence as the rich smell of seared meat filled the air. Caius salivated, staring at the meal. A few minutes later, and it was done. They devoured their meal in seconds, both of them ignoring the searing heat of the food with their enhanced stats. Finished with the pan, Caius packed away his tools and took his seat once more. They set off, still heading south. As the leagues of rolling grass and proud spires of stone disappeared beneath their feet, the sun began to dip below the horizon. With their dimensional tent, setting camp was a much less fraught prospect than it had any right being. Pitching it in a shadowed alcove between two boulders, their tent hid itself behind the illusion of a pile of rocks, while providing them with far more comfort than Caius was used to when camping in the wilds. Hells, it felt more like the sort of sleeping arrangement some pampered noble would have in a manicured garden of a forest on their estate. Between the rich furs, soft bedding, and even temperature, he'd had worse sleeps and bloody 3 fields. Either way, with its illusionary protection, no beast nor monster of any kind bothered them during their nightly rest. The following days passed much the same, as dawns turned to dusks with only a minor change in their surroundings. The gentle hills of the frontier would flatten into a plain eventually, but until then, they were treated to a rather monotonous environment by Caius's standards, without the excitement of the roving herds of grazers that lived on the grasslands. After a life lived in the arboreal sea, and all the myriad sights kept within it, there were only so many cool-looking big rocks he could stare at before he felt his eyes glazing over. Still, he wasn't the one walking, so it was his job to keep watch. Which he did, even if it was horrendously boring. Thankfully, they did have some moments of excitement to break up their journey. They were ambushed by small packs of long-fang hunters as much as twice a day, though these ones had lacked a pack lord at the helm. Invariably, they crushed the instigators, and invariably, the beasts fled as soon as they had killed half their number.
Often, it ended up being more just because of how easy it was. Barely enough to work up a sweat and get the blood singing. But it beat staring at yet another grassy knoll. Even if the Longfang hunters had a skill, it seemed to just be some kind of stamina-based speed boost. He hadn't actually seen them use it to do anything other than pursue them or flee as Caius and Porkchop tore their packmates asunder. Caius couldn't complain too much, though. It did bring in more levels, even if that meant each fight got even easier than the last. Both of them managed to reach level 12. They found that the bonus experience for besting something of a higher level stopped when they were within 5 levels of each other. With most Longfangs being below 16, their pace had slowed to a crawl. If they wanted to grow quickly, they would need to actually challenge themselves. If they could find one, that is. His skills had grown too. Almost everything had gained a few levels, with the exception of rapid adaptation and lesser regeneration. Unfortunately, those didn't grow if you didn't get hurt, and none of the beast attacks had been anywhere near fraught enough for that to happen. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus in particular had risen dramatically. Even outside of combat, it felt like it would tick over after the slightest thing. A benefit of their strong connection, he supposed. As Porkchop made his way down yet another hillside, Caius brought up his status to conceptualize his gains.
Status. Name. Caius. Dynasty. Unterstern. Age. 19. Race. Human. Dynastic. Greater beast-blooded. +1 will, straw, and free stats per level. Layer reached. 2. Class. Runeblade. Initiate. +3 int, +2 end, +2 straw, +2 dex, +1 vit, +1 will per level. Level. 12. Resources. Health. 1,340 over 1,340, 9.2 per minute. Stamina. 1,220 over 1,220, 10.7 per minute. Mana. 1,650 over 1,650, 13.3 per minute. Free mana. 90 over 90. Reserved mana. 1,560. Stats. Endurance. 66 plus 44 plus 22%, 134. Vitality. 32 plus 44 plus 22%, 92. Strength. 56 plus 44 plus 22%, 122. Dexterity. 44 plus 44 plus 22%, 107. Intelligence. 68 plus 59 plus 30%, 165. Willpower. -44 plus 59 plus 30%, 133. Stat points. 0. Aspects. Pillar corporus, N/A. Pillar mentis, N/A. Pillar animus, N/A. Class skills, 1/10. Latent glyph of Drakthar, heroic, 1 greater than 9. General skills, 10 out of 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 20 greater than 22. Liturgical blade form, Primus Ordo, heroic, 20 greater than 23. Explorer's toolkit, unusual, 20 greater than 30. Tempered by dissonance, heroic, 20 to 22. True sight, unique, 20 to 27. Tonal weaving, unique, 20 to 24. Resonance amplification,
Unique, 20 to 23. Lesser regeneration, unusual, 20. Uncanny dodge, unique, 20 to 23. Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus, heroic, 20 to 36. Hymn book, Glyph of Drakthar Stormlash, Tier 1, 120 mana. Honors, Born for Slaughter. Sublime Prodigy, Glyph binding birds of a blood-soaked feather. Persistent Survivor, minor. Kingslayer, major. Ruthless Underdog. Bound Artifacts, A Father's Gift, common. Growth Longsword. Growth conditions, gain a class, 1/1. Acquire suitable materials, 1/3. Forge a link, 0/1. Caius shook his head. Gaining his class really had been like getting uncaged. He hadn't realized how much he had chafed under the restrictions until they were gone. In only a matter of weeks, he had seen nearly the same level of stat growth that he had after acquiring a full handful of not-seen-in-millennia honors, one of which had required killing a bloody guardian.
On many levels, it gratified him to finally be rewarded for all his hard work. But he couldn't help but wince as he thought of what level he would be by now if he had had a class before he fell into the depths. Though if that had happened, he wouldn't be nearly as strong. Without a heroic class, his new racial trait, and his honors, he would be far worse off. Literally hundreds of stats weaker, even if he had managed to somehow secure an unusual or unique class. Though, even with all that said, he would have preferred a slightly different distribution in his stats. A bit more dexterity, perhaps, or a touch of willpower. He'd start investing his free points into them soon, but for now he was committed to growing his mana pool as much as possible. With his limitations on glyphic casting, it was vital that he could store as many runic hymns as possible. He knew Porkchop was doing something similar, splitting them between his endurance and vitality to keep them growing in lockstep during these early levels. Just as they reached the base of the hill that they were crossing and were about to start their ascent on the next, a distant series of clacking chirps startled Caius from his musings. Eyes snapping forwards, he growled in frustration as the rise to their front obscured his vision, only for a snapping beam of light to pierce the horizon from off in the distance, fading as it reached a few hundred strides into the air. Another snap followed a few seconds later, though this time no light beam appeared in the sky. Caius's heart quickened. A skill. It had to be. Porkchop was already moving, lurching forwards with such rapid acceleration that Caius's grip whitened on the leather loop that served as his handhold in the saddle. Jade claws punched deep into the earth, giving his bond brother all the traction he needed to race up the delicate earth, despite his weight. More chirps, another crack of light. Whatever it was couldn't be far, even as close as the far base of the very hill they were summiting. Porkchop reached the summit, skidding to a halt, and Caius saw. Below them, in a flat field between their current vantage point and the next hill, someone was running. Dressed in robes with a light pack on their back, they sprinted for all their life, pursuers close behind. A pack of beasts, 16 strong. Caius had no name for them. His only reference was that they looked like demented chickens. If chickens had the neck of a goose, long legs with the size of a man, and their beak was built like an axe head. The figure nearly stumbled, though Caius had no idea why. It was an open plain. Even if they were dressed poorly for the wilds. A moment later they turned, a cracking beam of light searing straight into the chest of one of the chasing birds. Their hood dropped, revealing a lithe and pale man with piercing blue eyes. The beast lurched, a hole burnt through its ribs, before it let loose a squark of rage and raced forwards to join its companions.
With the start, Caius realized the man was outnumbered and outarmed. With no backup, the mage would die as soon as the beasts caught him. The moment hung, horror dawning upon him. No. He refused. "Go!" he screamed, ripping his blade from his sheath as Porkchop charged.
Chapter 144. A really bad day. Ianmus was having a really bad day. He knew he should have turned back when the system had updated, or at least headed to one of the semi-maintained roads that connected Mistral with the rest of the continent. In his defense, the idea of seeing all of the variant evolutions when animals were shifted to beasts sounded fascinating, and he hadn't quite expected things to go this badly. Which they had, hence his slapdash sprint for survival. A raucous cacophony of squawks and chirps sounded from behind him. Ianmus grit his teeth, fighting against the burn in his lungs as he forced his legs to move, to hurl him forwards with every shred of energy he had. He'd thought a jaunt through the wild would be exploratory, the kind of thing that a true adventure was made of. Why, he might even have had some glimmer of insight into these strange new aspects that the system had woven into existence above his soul. In his defense, as soon as he had realized just how quickly he was getting out of his depth with the rapid leveling of beasts, he had adjusted his course, trying to cut towards Deadacre, a piddly, ho-dunk backwater of a city it might have been, but it had walls, which sounded really, really fucking good right now. Ding! Magister's Dash has reached level 33! The ding of his movement skill leveling brought him a little relief, allowing him to squeeze just that much more speed out. Every good magi had one, but he was proud of managing to be offered a lauded unusual, purely due to his own practice and efforts. Most of his non-legacy skills were like that. Too bad it wasn't helping. Another quick look over his shoulder showed that his pursuers had gained on him, thick, taloned limbs dashing lightly over the grass. Of course, he ran into a bloody flock of terror birds right as he decided to head to safety. He'd only managed to identify 2 of them, but both of them were level 19. That had been when the fear set in. That crippling cold fluid that washed down his spine, sapping his strength. He stood no chance, not as a level 20 magi with no front line. All of the combat casting practice in the world wouldn't help in that scenario. He started to channel, weaving his mana and pushing it into his sunbeam skill. He stumbled, losing track of his footing as he focused on keeping his mana stable and steady. Gasping at the lurch, Yamas just barely managed to keep his stride. It still let the birds gain on him. The sunstone that capped his staff shone with brilliance as his skill clicked into place, fully charged and ready. Turning mid-sprint, he aimed his staff at the front-runner, firing off a lance of pale yellow light. Without checking the result, he looked to the front and kept sprinting. The birds squealed in pain and rage, but there was no sign of a death knell. No kill notification. Dread and regret clawed at him. He'd been such an idiot. Valedictorian of the Sunspire, as a scholarship student no less, and he'd still failed to heed the system's warnings. He knew that he only had a handful or so more shots of Sunbeam left. Against 1, maybe 2 terror birds? Possible. Not against a flock, though. He was doomed. Doomed to a fate of being run down and eaten alive. What a fucking travesty. A roar echoed through the valley. One filled to the brim with bloodlust and a loudly announced promise of violent death. It chilled Ianmus to his bones, raising the hair on his neck in the way that only a superior threat could. Gasping involuntarily, he forced himself to keep running, hoping, praying that whatever fell fortune had found him this time had decided that the terror birds would be more entertaining company.
Behind him, he heard a flurry of skidding steps as his pursuers squawked in outrage, wheeling around to advance on a new, greater threat. Ianmus suppressed his sigh of relief.
Whatever the reason, whatever it was, he couldn't waste the opportunity. He wouldn't stop running until he was safe in Deadacre, sat in front of a fire with a glass of rich red in one hand and a good book in the other. Then he heard the war cry. It resonated with a deep bass, like the voice of a general leading an army into battle. It promised death, and thrummed with a glee that was impossible to miss. It was a person's voice. Ianmus's gait faltered, his head snapping over to the source of the sound in shock. He slowed, then stopped. He stood there, jaw slack, as he watched an absolutely magnificent beast, garbed in leather and some kind of green stone armor, tearing down the hillside. A man was astride its back, draped in gleaming steel scales, with a longsword held victoriously aloft. The terror birds had fully rounded on his saviors, tearing across the open ground to meet them at the base of the hill. Struggling to process what he was watching, Ianmus saw the armored beast beneath the man let out another bellow and accelerate, heading straight for them. It wasn't slowing. Whatever it was, it intended to trample the flock. Thick, crystalline claws dug into the earth, powerful muscles engaging to keep the pair on target. Wait, those claws, that body plan, could it possibly be? No, he had to be mistaken. Ianmus rejected the notion utterly. There was no way that one of them would be seen outside the arboreal sea, let alone armored and carrying a man. Obscured as it was by armor and charging at a full clip, it was hard for him to be sure of anything. Then a bolt of lightning snapped into existence, grasped firmly in the rider's hand. Ianmus stared at the raging torrent in disbelief. He had to be dreaming, that was it. Or the birds had already caught him and were tearing into his entrails as blood loss made him delusional. Because that man hadn't channeled, which was impossible. Spells needed to be channeled. Some might be quick, but they all needed to be channeled. No one could just summon lightning bolts instantly. What the fuck? Uncaring of his disbelief, the rider hurled the bolt, cracking it like a bullwhip towards the leaders of the flock. The spell raged with such intensity it was blinding, both to his mana sense and to his eyes. Ropes of writhing plasma coiled around the leader as it shrieked in agony. Boiling blood spurted from its mouth and eyes as more arcs cracked from the main bolt to bind two more terror birds. They succumbed just as quickly, collapsing to the ground, dead. Ianmus gulped. Maybe it was a high-level delver? It would explain the speed of his casting. The stone-armored beast crushed the flock beneath his bulk, shattering bone and severing flesh as the mount lashed out with claws the length of short swords. Then the rider leapt, lashing out with another bolt of lightning to smite more terror birds, even as he pirouetted through the air to land daintily on his feet. The scale-armored rider dashed in, eviscerating another member of the flock with a masterful stroke of their blade, diving into the thick of the melee with a grace that belied mastery. A magi cum blade master. He really had seen everything. Then the rider turned towards him. "Run, you fool!" he screamed, before pivoting around a desperate hammerpeck to fly back into battle. How the hell had he dodged that? He wasn't even looking. A moment later, he processed the man's words. It struck a war up inside him. He longed to run to safety. And yet, that fight, it looked glorious. I mean, he was a magi. It wasn't like he would go diving into the thick of things. And he had been looking for a good way to test his latest spell that he'd learned a few days ago. Sun-drenched strength would surely make their job a little easier, even if they did have it well in hand. Ionmus made his mind up and sprinted across the hill, circling behind his new front line. Let no one say that he, Ionmus, valedictorian of Sunspire, was a coward. Caius felt the power of 2 consecutive level-ups flow through him. Terror birds, the system had called them. He didn't find them all that scary. Porkchop had shattered their formation, stone and fury breaking bones like twigs as every lash of his claws ripped through feathered flesh. Caius kept up just fine. His first 2 casts of Stormlash had killed 6 of them outright, potent lightning and storm mana frying the beasts from the inside out as his metamagic ruined their internals. Blood sprayed as he tore through the vestigial wing of one of the avians, biting deep into its chest beneath. The beast howled in fury, rearing back to slam its strange axe-like beak towards him in a vicious peck. Doom swirled, multiple skills working to plot out the exact path of the attack. He slid to the side, drawing his razor-sharp sword across the bird's neck. Hot vitality fountained, feeding the earth. As he spun, he caught sight of the robed man running across the hill, angling behind them. Caius rolled his eyes. That is not what he had meant when he told the man to flee. Returning his focus to the battle, he whirled his sword around into a full weighted swing, cleaving the head from the terror bird that already accosted him. Ding! Level 18, Terror Bird Pursuer slain. Experience gained. Caius frowned at the notification. To close in level for a bonus, which he'd come to realize had to be very significant if the stark difference in leveling pace was anything to go by. More notifications dinged in his mind as Porkchop eviscerated 2 more. Then, out of nowhere, Caius was beset by heat. A nourishing one that brought with it the smell of sweat and worked muscles, the power of labor under the hard sun. Ding! You have been enhanced. Sun-drenched strength. It felt hot, rich, and potent, vitalizing. New power flooded his limbs, and he dropped his head back and laughed. He took it back. The Magi was all right in his book. 2 terror birds swooped in to capitalize on his momentary distraction. Lurching back to focus, Caius fended one off with a swipe of his sword. The other was too fast, slamming its axe-like beak down towards him. Too late to dodge, he shifted, sliding his feet so that the headbutt landed on the heavy layered armor of his pauldrons. The terror bird's head snapped to the side with a chirp of fury, heavy head clacking against metal as its strike was deflected. Bones creaked, but did not crack. By the gods, was it strong. The feathered freaks might have been feeble, but they packed a mean punch. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 23. Uncaring of his wounds, Caius slammed into the avian, forcing it back. Seizing his blade in a half-sword grip, he plunged its point into the bird's eye, dropping it like a rock. Ding! Level 17, Terror Bird Pursuer, slain. Experience gained. Still no level. Caius growled in frustration. The other bird, the one he had fended off, attempted to claw him with its massive talons, only for a snapping beam of radiance to lance its face. It pulled back with a screech, a scorched hole burned into its flesh. Caius didn't let the moment go to waste. He stepped in, hacking at the distracted monster's neck. It went down not long after. Ding! Level 16, Terror Bird Pursuer, slain. Experience gained. With barely more than a handful left, the terror birds looked scattered and fragile. Broken.
Porkchop snapped another up in his jaws, closing his bite around its neck.
A viscous heave tore the head free, blood gouting through the air. The rest of the flock flinched. Caius grinned. Time to mop up. Condensed electric fury snapped into existence, his third storm lash whipping out to boil the blood of 2 more terror birds. Unfortunately, the remnant beasts were too spread out for him to catch a third. Muscles seized as current and resonance tore through the delicate organs of the pair. One of their eyeballs burst, smoking feathers blanketing the region with the scent of scorched flesh and smoldering keratin. The crackling thrum vanished as his spell winked out of existence, 2 more smoking corpses joining the pile.
Ding!
Level 17, Terror Bird Pursuer slain. Experience gained.
Ding!
Level 19, Terror Bird Pursuer slain. Experience gained. Still no more level. Just how big was that bonus? Their spirits shattered, and the remaining terror birds broke, sprinting back the way they had come as they screeched in despair. Porkchop let out a bellowing roar of victory, rearing up on his hind legs as he announced his might. Feeling the rabid song in his blood start to ebb, Caius grinned. It was still too quick and too easy for his liking, but it was still better than endless walking. Still, the potent energy of the Magi's enhancement still coursed through him. Caius walked over to his bond brother, who had already dismissed his thick plated armor, and clapped him over the shoulder.
"Come on, let's go say hello," he whispered, before turning to find the robed mage standing a little ways up the hill, leaning heavily on his staff as his chest rose and fell with slow intensity. Poor guy must have been run half-ragged during the chase. Porkchop grunted, but stuck to his side, curiosity at the new figure drifting across their bond. Caius grinned at the man, trying to keep his body language relaxed and friendly. "Hey, nice to meet you," Caius yelled, raising his arm over his head with a wave. Chapter 145. Introductions. Standing in a field of cooling corpses, Caius gave the strange mage a friendly wave. He was still a good ways off, up the hill and far away from the front lines. Even if the man hadn't fled when he suggested, he'd done his best and had moved exactly where a backline caster was supposed to be. Evidently, despite his difficulties, he'd been well trained, as evident by casting spells under hampered pursuit and moving to support as soon as he was able. All the more curious that he was out here alone and underleveled, despite it being a couple of weeks since the phase shift. The mage slumped at his friendly gesture, some of the stiff tension leaving him. He approached, drawing closer to the site of their victory. Behind him, he felt Porkchop fall in behind him, though he knew his brother intended to stay silent. No need to completely give the game away, even if it was almost certain the mage had noticed something off with the spells he was casting. Caius could only hope he was a reasonable man, and that they need not resort to harsh measures to ensure his silence. The mage drew his head back, revealing his features. They confirmed his lineage as an elven halfling at the very least. He was slightly taller than even Caius, but of a lithe and willowy build. Not thin and spindly by any means, but noticeably different from his own broad frame. Long platinum hair framed his face like unwoven silk, contrasting, piercing blue eyes. The fact he was a half-elf was even more of an oddity than his presence in the wilds. With how insular elves were, halflings were rare. Caius could only hope the man hadn't had too rough of a go at it. Father had told him of the fate of most halflings. Nigh on ostracized by full elves, they stood out like sore thumbs due to their height and fey features in human society. While they might not be as exaggerated as a full elf, Caius could see the man's sharp ears pointing through his hair. Most, he'd heard,
caught the brunt of wider society's distaste for what was seen as elvish narcissism, treating them with scorn and distrust. Still, evidently the man had done well for himself. Elves were a curious race, their bodies possessing an uncommon vitality and quickened minds that leant to long-lived lives of inventive craft, magic, and scholarship.
When crossed with the natural stubborn willfulness of humans, it provided a strong base for stats to build upon, a good foundation for the academic and mystic arts. The light mage stopped a good 20 strides away, pausing as he rapidly looked between himself and Porkchop, apprehension on his face.
Thank you for the rescue, kind traveller. I am the one known as Ianmus, a solar mage and graduate of the Sunspire of Mistral, the half-elf said, introducing himself with a stiff bow. A mage of Mistral. That explained much, but also raised more questions. At the very least, it explained Ianmus's capability. The magi of the college spires were universally renowned for their talents. Yet they were nearly as insular as the elves, preferring to lock themselves away in the study of the arcane rather than do much else. What on earth was a recent graduate doing here? Still, there was no need to be rude. Nice to meet you, Ianmus. I am Caius, warrior of the frontier, and this is my companion, Porkchop. I'm happy to have helped. No way I was about to let you fall afoul of beasts in times like these. Though I must ask, what is a graduate doing out here anyway? Caius questioned. Ianmus paused, an abashed look crossing his face as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I have somewhat of a preference for novel findings and field research, unlike many of my colleagues. Unfortunately, most novel findings are found in rather unpleasant places. So I was making a trek to the Green Seed Dukedoms in hopes of joining one of their ceremonial wars. It would have been fantastic for skill leveling, Ianmus replied, smiling to himself, rather ruefully. Caius looked at the solar mage in surprise. He hadn't realized the dukedoms were having another war, especially now of all times. Though he knew little about them, beyond that they were mostly pomp and circumstance, at least according to the scoffing derision of the frontier folk.
And you thought now was the time to travel overland, as a mage alone? Caius asked, struggling to keep the disbelief out of his voice. Perhaps he'd given the graduate too much credit. Such a move was unbelievably stupid. Normal magi, at least at low levels, were fucked in a direct confrontation, exactly like what had happened to the man. Ah, that. I left 2 weeks before the transition, when the worst I expected to cross was the odd Bogart, or perhaps an iron tusk that could be avoided. By the time the shift hit, I was already far from the main roads, so I adjusted my course to Deadacre. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough to avoid trouble on the way, Ianmus said, wincing at his misfortune. However, Caius did note that the mage kept looking over to Porkchop with increasing regularity. Still, Caius had his sympathies for the man. He only hoped that there weren't too many suffering the same fate. It burned to think how many unprepared travelers had lost their lives due to his own inadvertent actions. Responsibility pressed upon him. He was, if not intentionally, the reason Ianmus had nearly died. It would only be right to see him to his destination, especially since it was the same as his own. Then you have a second stroke of luck, Ianmus of Sunspire. I am also heading to Deadacre, so I would be happy to accompany you on your journey, Caius offered, though he didn't have the man's full attention. Thank you. I don't know if I would make it without your assistance, the mage said, trailing off as he gave up pretense to stare at Porkchop with an open mix of disbelief, shock, and mild horror. Caius bit his cheek, suppressing his urge to curse. He knew. Of course he knew. A wave of prickling frustration at his own lacking thought rushed through him.
Greater melees might be obscure and poorly known outside of the communities that bordered the sea and the conclaves within. But an academy-trained half-elf was exactly the sort of person who would recognize one.
Immediately, he reached out through his bond. He might not like using the silent speech it allowed, but he could do it just fine, and the situation warranted it. He knows. I know we planned on slipping glyph binding and your nature out at some point, but it's still too early, Caius said, apprehension gnawing at him. Just talk to the man, Caius. We have time to get his measure, and need not make any hasty decisions. It is no fault of his own, remember? Porkchop replied, still calm as he met the half-elf's gaze with poorly disguised amusement. To him, at least. Caius had no idea how good other people were at interpreting his brother's expressions. Caius breathed, slowing his thumping heart. It was true, and something that he had already intended on. It was just that glyph binding would be far easier to wave off as a simple facet of an interesting class, or meta-magic, if the man did not know he was traveling with a greater beast. Still, it was the right thing to do. He drifted to memories of his father's words of wisdom, shared when he had first began to feel the weight of holding the secret of a legacy. They sat at a campfire, resting after a painful and exhausting day of training his poison resistance. At the very least, the strange brews his father fed him, as many and varied as they were, did little more than inspire fugue or itchy rashes, nothing truly dangerous. Father stirred the cooking pot with a whittled stick, staring at the bubbling stew like it would cook faster if he just thought hard enough. Yet that held little of Caius's attention as he stared into the flames. He'd started to feel a weight of fear and unease. He was old enough now to question their circumstances. The burden of their legacy was a heavy one, and one that had clearly brought them ruin before. What would he do if someone found out? "What is it, boy? You got that look you get when you're thinking too hard," Father said gruffly. "What am I supposed to do if someone discovers our secrets? Must it come to violence?" he asked, his voice small as flickering orange danced in front of his eyes. Father sighed, the sound backed by the weight of years. "Sometimes, but hopefully rarely. It depends on who finds out, and what the secret is," Father said, not looking up from his impatient prodding of their dinner. "A member of decent folk, stumbling across something small by happenstance? That is no great thing. You simply become friends, or welcome allies at the least. You make it so they would never dream of revealing your secrets. If they are pressed to the point they must tell, you already cocked something up, fierce enough that people are on your tail anyway," Father muttered. The words assuaged his worries, blanketing some of his deepest fears. He didn't want to be a killer, not like that. Still, what if they are not of a good sort, and they learn something large, he asked. Father frowned, different from the ones that he saw when he made a mistake in training. It was harder, jaded. "Those, my boy, those you kill," Father said, his tone pitiless. Caius breathed, letting the memory wash over him. It still stung to think of Father, of his passing. But the man's wisdom had yet to fail him, and he was nothing if not filial. He just hoped that Ionmus was a good sort, and proved as such over the coming weeks. Perhaps realizing the obviousness of his blatant stare at Porkchop, Ionmus's face snapped back to his own. "Would it really be all right for me to accompany you?" the mage half whispered, near fear crossing his features. Caius forced a grin on his face before he moved his hands so that his open palms were shown to the man, and well away from his belted blade. "Guess it was a bit much to hope to fly under the radar around a half-elf academic, eh?" he joked, keeping his tone light and even. He hoped the fact that both he and Porkchop were drenched in beast blood didn't ruin the impression. "I don't know what you mean," Ianmus attempted, tense, like he might bolt at any moment. Caius watched the mage's wide eyes trace the black script that curved around his hand and traced his wrist. "It's all right, friend. It's no great secret. One that we certainly hope to keep under wraps for now, but one we understand will come to light eventually. We're just looking to build a little strength and backing first. I am sure you would understand, as a mage of Mistral. As long as you hold no designs on us, you will find no trouble here," Caius said, trying to comfort the mage. It seemed to work to middling effectiveness. On one hand, Ianmus relaxed ever so slightly, at least sure he wasn't in imminent danger. On the other, the mage still watched him with suspicion and was clearly ready to bolt. "Forgive me if I find it hard to believe that a man with mysterious magic and a greater Malus for a companion, with far more strength than they should have, would not want to silence observers," Ianmus replied. Caius chuckled. "There's a story for everything, and you might find ours interesting. Besides, I would have left you to die if I was that kind of man," he assured. "What say you to a lunch, at the very least? Maybe half a league closer to Deadacre, so we don't have beasts coming to investigate the kills." Ianmus paused, watching him intently as he searched for any sign of deceit. Evidently, he found none. "A lunch, at the least. I haven't eaten well in weeks," Ianmus replied. Caius grinned. "Well, that is one problem I can solve for certain. Let me dress one of these birds, and we can be on our way." Caius turned, making his way to one of the decapitated terror birds that had so helpfully already drained its corpse of blood. Drawing his hunting knife, he did a quick job of gutting the beast, leaving him with a person's weight of meat and hide.
"Nice to meet you, mage. I hope you are less annoying than your full-blooded relatives," Caius heard his bond brother say, speaking to Ianmus behind him. Ianmus spluttered, clearly not prepared for Porkchop's meager tolerance for elvish pestering. "I am? At least I hope I am less foppish and haughty. I know the myths and customs, but I grew up in Mistral. My father left when I was young." Ianmus replied, his voice growing bitter as he spoke of his heritage. Caius was unsurprised, knowing what he did about the lives of most half-elves. "Thank the matriarchs. There's only so much flattery I can handle, and I have yet to meet a full elf who doesn't far overestimates the limit," Porkchop grumbled. Caius smiled and finished up his rough butchery. It was a hack job, but enough for now. He hefted the carcass with ease, the weight of it light to his enhanced strength as he draped it over his shoulder. After a lifetime of hard living, Caius felt entirely unperturbed by the remnant trickles of blood that left the beast and coated his armor. It wasn't like he wasn't drenched anyway. Walking over to his bond brother, he put his foot through one of the leather loops of his saddle before he grabbed the barding and hauled himself up onto his brother's back, terror bird carcass and all. "Well then, shall we be off?" he asked, shooting Ianmus a grin. Chapter 146. An Explanation.
Ianmus sat on a rounded stone, his hands propped on his knees as he watched the Delver Scion work. Caius, he had said his name was. After the human and his beastly companion had finished the flock, he'd offered a chance to talk. It was hard not to feel like their short walk through the afternoon sun had been a walk to the gallows. After all, he knew too much. No matter what Caius had said, his strange magics and his relationship with the Meles, Porkchop, as ridiculous and nigh heretical as the name was a secret that needed to be kept hidden. Even with all of the Delver's power, he was still low level. impossibly low level for the strength he had leveraged. Another secret, though one that he could only feel out the faintest edges of. Yet he still lived. He hadn't been cut down where he stood, no matter how prudent a course of action it would have been. So he sat and watched as the man took his hunting knife to the carcass of the terror bird, dismantling it with practiced ease. Oh, he still struggled with some bits. It was clear that he had never butchered such a beast before, what with the way he struggled with their tough connective tissue and odd musculature. Still, every roadblock the man hit, he worked his way through it in moments. Whatever he was, Caius was no foppish noble's son. That was abundantly clear. The blind disinterest in the trail dust that coated him head to toe, his rugged and raw appearance, and his blatant disinterest in mortal concerns such as pain. He'd seen that hit Caius had taken on the shoulder. No mere level 16 should have weathered that bone-crushing slam, armor or no. Even if he did have the strength to persevere without shattered bones, the man had smiled at the wound, like it tickled. The sheer affinity to violence chilled Ianmus, filling his veins like an icy mountain stream. So at odds with the calm and friendly demeanor he now showed. Bloodsong, no doubt, and strongly felt. Despite everything, he could feel his latent curiosity peaking. He'd been privy to the studies on how it was some confluence of mana affecting a latent trait in the blood. It heightened aggression, the senses, increased risk-taking, and sent the mind alight with visceral joy. He himself felt it, far more than the average scholar, but far less than some, and far less than the man crouched across from him. It had been an interesting study, though one confounded by privacy concerns. How the strength of Bloodsong correlated to the strength and development of one's level and classes. No conclusion had been found on whether it was just the song driving people to lives where they burned bright or burnt out, or if there was some direct relationship. If the latter was true, at least it would give him some sane reason for the man's power. Level 14. Madness. Watching Caius set aside another stack of meat, the man pulled a pan from his saddlebags as well as a pouch of what he assumed to be seasonings, still utterly focused on his task. His companion shifted to give him better access to their belongings on his haunch. Either they were so perfectly in tune that such an action was automatic, or they spoke through beast speak. He didn't know which was more imposing, because even the latter meant that they were close enough for Caius to have learnt the famously mind-bending language. The pan was another indicator of wealth and status, along with the blatant artifacts that draped him and his companion. That, or they had been on an extended journey into the depths, and were only level 14. Madness. How was he not dead? It wasn't like he could run or fight, not with their supremacy. Not that he would dare to share the secrets of a greater Malus. His father might have been a scoundrel and a wastrel, a coward of a man who had left him and his mother to rot when he was a boy. But he had passed on a partial legacy and opened his path to the academies. He knew the histories, had been taught the quiet ways. He was proud of his heritage, if not his lineage. No, he would be sharing no secrets of the melees, though to see one of their insular folk garbed in armor and letting a human ride him was a shock he doubted he would forget. Questions upon questions, ones he wouldn't be getting an answer to. Ianmus watched Caius shift out of his crouch, sitting heavily on the grass with a generously seasoned slab of meat in one hand. As Caius grabbed the pan, he watched a faint trickle of mana leave the man, activating the artifact. Moments later, the steak was dropped in, sizzling loudly. "So, I know you saw my magic," I have no doubt that as a mage you spotted something a little odd with it, didn't you? Caius asked, looking up from the slowly cooking meal as he fixed Ionmus with a half-smile. Ionmus paused, returning the young delver's smile with a weak one of his own. He'd hoped that Caius wouldn't have noticed his awareness, but of course he had. He still couldn't make heads or tails of it. It wasn't a simple metamagic, not even one of inordinate power. There were skills that could reduce channeling and focus requirements, but nothing he could think of that would reduce it to imperceptible levels. Beyond that, he would still have seen some trace of the man directing his mana. There hadn't been any. One moment, nothing. The next, a flash of arcane brilliance, and Caius had been holding a writhing bolt of storm mana. It flew in the face of everything he had learned. He gave Caius a still nod. Good man being honest. Look, that is another thing that will get out eventually, but I would have kept under wraps for now. However, since you have already seen it, I would make use of a skill. I'd appreciate it if you kept what you saw to yourself, Caius said with a look, one mirrored by his beastly companion. What exactly was he playing at? Revealing more secrets. Of course,
Ionmus replied, keeping his face as even as he was able to.
The delver gave him a nod before he flipped the slow cooking meat in front of him and settled back. Crossing his legs, he closed his eyes and started to breathe, slow and even. Right in front of his eyes, the mana field went wild to Ionmus's vision. Arcane energy roared into action within the delver's body, almost as if he was channeling a spell. Then, with what must have been a titanic application of will, the mana began to twist, weaving itself into an ever more defined shape. It was impossible. And slow, the process taking minutes for a clarity and design to become visible to even his sharpened mana senses. Sure, it was heavily obscured within the safety of the delver's body, but he saw enough. What he did see sparked an inferno of curiosity within Ionmus, setting his heart fluttering with the sweet song of desire. A secret, grand and unknown. A natural mystery, begging to be shattered and cracked open to reveal the meat of truth within. Right before his eyes, the delver twisted his mana into runes. Foreign ones, class-supplied no doubt, but ones of unimaginable complexity. For one, they were three-dimensional, and for two, he had forged them out of nothing but will. True fascination gripped him as more and more mana was pumped into the workings. Then it snapped into place, anchored into the man's arm. He watched it stabilize, held in stasis, prepared and ready to be used at the delver's slightest behest. He realized with a shock that there were 9 duplicates already woven around the man's wrist in a dense knot. Each and every one must have been a spell. Without pause, he watched Caius with a slack jaw as the delver dived straight into the next one, recreating another spell. The same spell. Ionmus leaned in. He needed to learn more. Rune work had never been his forte, but this was something else. Surely Caius would need help plumbing the mysteries of this art. Consummate warrior and apparent genius he might have been, the man was clearly no scholar. The application had all the signs of system-given insight. Too rigid, too rote. Plus, his class tag. Spellsword. A hybrid, one he would have said was impossible a few days prior, but a hybrid all the same. Surely the man would need help to plumb its depths. Just barely a 10th into his first class, there was still plenty of time to pivot. Surely. Caius breathed, feeling the sting of his last Stormlash hymn snap into place. He could feel it, curling around his hand to twine around the stumps of his 2 missing fingers. Gloves would be important. It seemed the more spells he added, the more they stretched out from his glyph. With his newly enhanced mana pool, he'd been able to fit a full 14 casts this time. Much more than he had used in any given engagement at this point. He expected when he fought something truly challenging to him, he'd wish he had more. Still, something curious had started to occur as he added more hymns to his inscription. The sharp runes of his Drakthar hymns had started to overlap, branching off from one another like the arcing bolt of lightning that the hymn summoned. Convenient, as he had been worried that he would run out of space to imbue himself with spells if they had not. He opened his eyes, flicking over to where Porkchop watched their new companion with amusement plain on his furred face. "Did it work?" Caius subvocalized. "Oh yeah, the elfling is hooked. You would have thought you were pulling artifacts out of thin air with how much he was staring," Porkchop replied humorously. Caius suppressed a smile. "Good. Still want to go with the backstory? Let the bond slip?" Agreement flooded their bond. "I do. The man's been looking at me like flowers sprout from the ground as I walk, exactly like an elf. If we dangled our bond, he'd keep silent, I'm almost certain."
That was good. Their secrets needed protecting, but he hadn't lied when he said he would prefer to keep the man alive. A few dangling carrots should be enough. The man was a researcher, after all. Caius turned back to Ianmus, giving him a grin as he saw the Magi looking at him with naked curiosity. "So, you must be wondering why a man is traveling with a Males," he said, breaking the silence. Ianmus jolted, startled out of his haze. Yes. I didn't expect to ever even meet one of the kings of the forest, let alone traveling so closely with a man," he stammered. Caius nodded. 6 months back, shortly before my class selection, I was traveling through the foothills with a caravan en route to meet with my uncle. We got hit by a full-blown Bogart swarm. He paused, allowing Ianmus to process his worlds. The half-elf had leaned in, listening closely. They overwhelmed us, and I was forced to flee. Nearly got me, forcing me to take a depths portal. Thank the gods that it was only the first layer. I hunkered down, staying near the entrance while I subsisted on beast meat and water from a nearby stream. Caius continued, leaning over to flip their meal once more, revealing the browned surface of one side of the hunk of meat. Ianmus hissed. "The depths? How did you survive?" "Extremely carefully, and with help," Caius replied. "Porkchop here," he clapped his bond brother on the shoulder, "fell afoul of the same swarm, and by sheer dumb luck took the same portal that I did. Both of us were close to class selection, and capable. Managed to work our way through the biome, locating a few champions that we skirted around, and found the Guardian. Thankfully, our selections were only a few weeks apart. Once we had our class and bloodline, we cut down some champions to gain a few levels, then took on the Guardian." Ianmus's brow furrowed. "And you stayed together after?" Porkchop leaned in. "Tell me, Elfling, what do you know of the stories of your people?" he asked, causing the Magi to whip his head to his bond brother in shock. I know them all. Was raised to the quiet ways," he stammered, clearly not expecting to be addressed. Caius raised his eyebrows at that. Quiet ways. He'd have to ask Porkchop about them later, some sort of elvish tradition, no doubt. Porkchop grinned, revealing his teeth. Ianmus paled. "Then you will know of the Trial of Unity, the story of Grandfather and Orin," Porkchop said. Somehow, Ianmus paled even further, looking more like a day-old corpse than a man. His eyes flicked between Porkchop and Caius, over and over. "Impossible," he whispered. "We grew close in those dark depths, Elfling. Tell me, is it so strange for bonded companions to travel together? For my brother to show me the lands I wandered on for so long?" Porkchop spoke imperiously,
with far more force than Caius had heard him use before. It seemed, whatever the histories his people had with the elves, there was a clear hierarchy that Porkchop knew well. Eonmus froze. A moment later he clenched his fist and slammed it into his heart, before he bowed, as much as he could from his seated position, at least. "I will uphold the right of silence," the half-elf said sincerely, his tone solemn. Well, it seemed that Porkchop had been right. The mage had been easy to sway. The blatant veneration on his face was clear. No matter the struggles he had faced as a half-caste, his elven parentage still ran strong. The mage straightened, looking at him with newfound respect. Caius grinned. Now was the time to cinch it. Unbuckling his vambrace, he let the heavy scale armor fall to the grass with a clank. Baring his arm, he twisted it to show off the jagged runes that wrapped around his lower forearm and fingers as arcing lines of script splayed out from his central glyph. He watched Eonmus hone in on his hand, staring at his formation with curiosity.
"This is what's behind the oddity of my magic."
"A third way," he said. The mage's eyes snapped to his own. "Truly?" Caius nodded. "The life's work of my mother, put into practice. She passed just over a year ago, hence the trip to extended family. I plan on keeping it to myself for now. No point putting myself at risk. Yet it will also be impossible to keep secret for any impressive length of time. You spotted the oddity of my casting immediately. My hope is that I can secure enough power and backing for myself and Porkchop before those secrets escape." Eonmus leaned in. "And what of when it does? You must have some sort of hybrid class, correct? No foundational knowledge skills?" "And you have him," Porkchop snorted. He grinned, showing the half-elf his teeth. "Well, then I'll need the assistance of someone I trust to help me develop it into a full art." Eonmus froze, want and desire plain on his face. "Well, as an academy-trained magi, I would be happy to assist when the time is right. It would only be fair to give something back to my savior, after all." Caius laughed, clapping his hands in delight. No doubt the half-elf knew it was a bid for his silence, but it had worked all the same, and he did have need of an academic. "Good. Then let us eat. We still have enough daylight to get a few leagues closer to Deadacre. Hopefully there will be another good fight before we get there," he said, deactivating his artifact pan and fetching a knife to cut slices from the now finished slab of meat that sat at its center. Chapter 147. Welcome Challenge. With a new companion in tow, they crossed the frontier. As they crossed the rolling, rock-studded hills that made up the lowlands of the distant mountains, Caius found that the terror birds had become something of a local nuisance. While they were rare before, whatever change had occurred during the second phase had caused them to proliferate like wildfire. Some local animal, catalyzed by their awakenings, no doubt. Regardless of the reason, they were a plague, and one that accosted them in packs multiple times per day. At the very least, it kept their supplies rich with their hearty meat. That, and they were as much of a distraction from the monotony of overland travel as Caius could hope for. Yet, even with all the constant battle, their leveling slowed to a crawl. Now, close to the bird's own level, they received no bonus experience, and what they did receive was reduced and split with their new mage companion. Even after what felt like a dozen or more packs, they'd only managed to grow to level 17. Thankfully, their skills were less impacted, and Caius had seen a smattering of growth across the board, especially for his latent glyph of Drakthar, which still lagged behind the others, which had grown to level 15. Even lesser regeneration had grown some. Weak they might have been, the birds packed a hard punch,
and with their swarming tactics, it was inevitable that he accumulated enough cracked bones and bruises to push the skill higher. As slow as it felt, Caius knew that 3 levels in as many days was still a meteoric pace. Most grew far slower than that, taking on battles infrequently and only fighting that which they were sure of surviving. With the overwhelming amount of beasts that now roamed the wilds, it was highly likely that this would become the new norm. For those who adapted, at least.
Unfortunately, their pace would be impossible to maintain forever, even if they were to fight often against appropriately tough foes. As you grew through the tiers, leveling slowed to a crawl, and finding monsters to fight became harder and harder. Outside of the depths, at least. It was strange, after everything. Caius expected he would want to avoid that hell's damned place for the rest of his life. Now, he couldn't help but miss it. The consistent challenge. The stakes. Somehow, despite the world slowly ending around him, he found himself growing bored. It didn't help that Porkchop had been growing increasingly more annoyed with how easily they had dealt with challenges. It had gotten so bad, Caius had taken to guiding them around the groups of the birds he could spot. Him avoiding a fight? A travesty. Thankfully, they'd been treated to at least one moment where a large pack of terror birds had descended on a herd of strange, horse-like beasts, only to fall to a bone-cracking storm of hooves as the entire group had charged them at once. That had been a sight to see. Caius smiled at the memory of their confused squawks turning to squeals of terror as the birds had realized themselves outmatched. Eventually, though, they left the lowlands and entered the grasslands proper. Hills flattened, becoming more irregular with shallower gradients, as their surroundings became dominated by lush grasses and shrubs that flourished in the moisture provided by regular small streams that wormed their way through the frontier. Every now and then, a small copse of trees jutted out from the landscape, shaded burrows visible from leagues away, as long as there were no hills to block the view, that is. Those same trees provided shelter and rest for all manner of animals that made their life on the grasslands. Even transformed to beasts, the surroundings still had a sort of natural serenity to them,
even if it was still far more open than Caius was entirely comfortable with. Thankfully, the nuisance of the terror birds lessened, replaced instead by all manner of grazing creatures, broken up by the odd pack of hunting beasts. Those steered well clear of them, happy to focus on more familiar prey. He could only hope that they would come across a proper fight sometime soon. All this calm was making him restless. Caius looked over to Ianmus, the half-elf mage busy scanning the horizon for more threats as they walked up a slow and gentle incline. Even if the man knew that he had the skills to pick up on any ambush attempts, it seemed that Ianmus's brush with his own mortality had left its mark. While Caius wouldn't exactly call him skittish, he definitely had an air of discomfort about him. Though, even with only a few days having passed, it seemed the trauma of nearly getting run down by a pack of overgrown chickens was starting to fade. They hadn't exactly gotten close, but they had talked. The man had some interesting insights into the nature of the phase change. Apparently, while it was almost certain that the rising mana levels and proliferation of beasts would lead to the wilds becoming all but certain death to anyone who wasn't a seasoned and strong combatant, or under the guard by such types, it wouldn't lead to everything leveling endlessly until civilization succumbed to an endless wave of high-tier beasts. Something to do with natural variation in racial strength and bloodline purity, as Ianmus had put it. Or, much more simply, beasts could only grow so much before they started to stall, dependent on their species and bloodline. Some rare few would leap the Dragon's Gate to evolve further in a new form, but nowhere near most.
It was something he had known of in vague terms, but it was nice to see someone confident that it would still apply in these desperate times. Caius still wasn't sure what to make of the man.
He was competent, that was certain. Perhaps not in the same league as he and Porkchop, but that would be an unreasonable expectation. Still, he had skills, aptitude, and a razor-sharp mind. Those sunbeams of his were viciously potent. Sure, they left small wounds that were easy to heal, but the man was still low level. Along with his strengthening buff that invigorated and toughened the half-elf's allies, he had proven himself useful. If that wasn't enough, the man kept a cool head in battle, and had managed to pull off a raw-casted healing spell using his solar affinity. Not quite as fast as a dedicated spell, but it had considerably boosted Porkchop's health regeneration after he had gotten mobbed by a dozen terror birds. On the other hand, it still felt odd that the man knew his secrets. Sure, it was only the ones that were inevitable to get out, and nothing truly dangerous like his class rarity honors, legacy skills, or the fact that they had started the second phase, but it still felt strange for someone who was close to a stranger to know something that could become a vulnerability. Ianmus was personable, though. Caius had to give him that. Once the Magi had gotten over his understandable apprehension about their intentions, he had been more than happy to prattle about a dozen different implications of glyph binding. How he only wished he could be around to see the faces on some of his old teachers when it eventually became common knowledge. Apparently, there were whole schools of thought surrounding the place of magic and spellcasting in the wider system that would be thrown into disarray. That, and the man was sure that there would be insights that could be used for free casting. Sacred geometry was already used in more complex weavings of raw mana, though it did not make use of runes in truth. Caius didn't quite understand the thrill the man got from that, but it was an interesting conversation to have nonetheless. At least the uses of sacred geometry were. The academic side was a little dull. If Ianmus didn't immediately hightail it to the Greenseed dukedoms after they arrived in Deadacre, he was almost of the mind to strike up a lasting friendship with the man. The half-elf clearly knew much more than him about magical theory, and having an academic already privy to his magic to bounce ideas off would be mighty convenient. They reached the top of the rise, and immediately Caius noticed something interesting. Little more than a brownish, fuzzy blob at the bottom of the hill, and a little ways across the flat grasslands. Still, it looked large, and he knew of only one such creature that made its home in this part of the frontier that was so prodigious. He honed in with true sight, his vision sharpening. The monster came into view, one he recognized instantly. Legs as thick as his chest, tapering down to shining metallic cloven hooves. A body built like a bull's, but as thick as a barge, and with a jagged ridge of knobbly vertebrae that pushed up against its skin and draped in a thick, matted brown coat. A heavy head, currently bent down to tear apart a bush in a single morsel, leaf and wood ground into a pulp between molars close to the size of his fist. Two silvery tusks angled out of its mouth, tapering to a fine point and perfectly situated to smash and gore whatever fell afoul of its territorial anger. An iron tusk, the undisputed kings of the grasslands surrounding Deadacre. They were beasts that bred true far before the phase shift, and thankfully solitary and rare. Most were placid when left alone, mostly thanks to their poor eyesight. Get close enough for one to spot you, and they were liable to crush you into a paste. Most importantly, they were huge, easily half as big again as Porkchop was with his evolved form. They were also strong. Tyus grinned, identifying the beast. Iron Tusk Vagrant, level 49, Beast, Brawler. Finally, what he had been waiting for. His heart quickened, senses sharpening as the soft wind sent a tingle shooting across his skin.
A longing want of violence began to croon, soft whispers of glory alighting in his mind. Porkchop stiffened, feeling his desire. Where? He asked, because there was no question of what. Not after their bond, not after so long sharing in the delight of vigorous battle. Iron Tusk, down there, level 49. You seen one before? Caius replied, leaning forwards to point so that Porkchop could see. Ianmus started at his words. An Iron Tusk? That's a high level for this area. Though perhaps I shouldn't be surprised with the way things have been going, he said, shading his eyes from the sun as he peered in the beast's direction. I think if we circle around that copse over there, we should be able to avoid it, Ianmus finished, gesturing to a small circle of trees far off to their right, away from the Iron Tusk. As one, he and his bond brother turned. Caius's brow furrowed as he looked at the Magi with naked confusion on his face. Ianmus kept walking for a moment, adjusting his course, before his head whipped over to meet his gaze as the Magi realized that they hadn't changed direction to match. He returned their look, expression quizzical, before understanding dawned. The mage looked back to the Iron Tusk before returning to meet his eyes. No. You can't be serious, he asked, jaw flapping open. Why would we not? That's the first proper bloody fight we've seen in days, Caius asked, blinking in genuine confusion. Ianmus spluttered. It's level 49? And the size of a small cottage? He tried. Porkchop tilted his head. Exactly? You might die? Ianmus pleaded. That's how fighting works, Caius responded. Smacking himself on the forehead, Ianmus groaned before he pinched the bridge of his nose.
In what realm do you have a chance against a level 49?
You have to be pulling some kind of joke here, the Magi asked, on the verge of pleading with them. Caius didn't get it. That was roughly the same level gap they had had with the Guardian, and this was a common beast, and they had classes now. Well, that was a bit of a lie. He did suppose that Ianmus knew none of that. It was still fun messing with him, just a bit. This one? It'll be tough, but that's the sort of fight that could push us to our second skill in one fell swoop, Porkchop attempted to explain, following his lead. Ianmus looked between the two of them, his eyes wide with disbelieving horror. By the gods, you're actually serious! Are the two of you insane? I know you are strong and must have good classes, but this is plain idiocy. Caius frowned. It's not. Ianmus started to talk, but he cut the man off with a raise of his hand. Look, if I don't fight something more challenging than a drunk toddler, I'm going to go insane with boredom. Iron Tusks are tough and hit hard, but they are pretty slow and have shit senses. I promise you, we will be fine. It's not like you need to join if you don't want to, Caius said, his tone resolute. Teasing or not, he was serious about needing a good fight. Ianmus huffed, narrowing his eyes. Can you swear that this is not some bravado-fueled cock-up that will get us all killed? Are you genuinely sure you can take down something that far above you? Caius smiled. Without a scratch? Absolutely not. Without losing any more fingers? Absolutely. The half-elf groaned. You're going to do this no matter what perfectly rational reason I give to avoid the damn thing, aren't you? Yep, both he and Porkchop replied in unison. No way were either of them going to skip out on a fight that juicy. Ianmus rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll try to keep it blinded. Caius grinned, feeling the heat of his blood pulsing with wild abandon in his veins.
Fantastic. Chapter 148. Testing Gains.
Caius stood in his saddle, absorbing the shock of Porkchop's bounding leaps by crouching slightly with every impact. His eyes were trained firmly on the iron tusk, watching and waiting for the moment it would notice them with its dulled senses. Explosive anticipation thrummed within him, every single one of his muscles held in delicious tension. He could taste it, the blood that would soon be in the air. Porkchop charged silently, though Caius could feel he yearned to release his bloodlust with a cracking roar and a snarl of gnashing teeth. After having decided on their course of action, they had set off for their target. It was painful at first, the iron tusk too far for them to race into an immediate charge, and Ianmus too slow for them to even jog. Instead, he'd watched it lumber across the grasslands, lowering its head to tear through foliage as it ate its fill. After so many stories of their strength and fortitude, he was eager to test his blade against them. Sure, in the grand scheme of things, they were little but gnats against the true powers of the world, but the iron tusks were one of the greatest threats on the plains. Stout of frame, even meager levels were enough to give them crushing power. And it wasn't like the average traveler of the frontier was a high-leveled delver. After descending the hill, Caius had dismounted for a moment, his brother aiding him with charging his vambraces. While the energy would bleed quickly, he hoped that by the time they were thrust into glorious battle, it would only take a single block, or maybe two, for him to tap into the artifact's stored devastation. That had been a fun one to explain to their half-elven solar mage, though the man understood as soon as they had. They'd left him a little behind, close enough the battle would still be in range of his spells, but more than far enough that he would be well clear of any wayward blows.
Ahead of him, the iron tusk tensed, its massive head twitching as its small eyes locked on their rapidly approaching forms. Gods, it was big. Easily as massive as the siege ogre had been, though far less tall. A stout neck as thick as Porkchop's waist held up its head just fine, even with the impressive weight of its curved metal tusks weighing it down. Caius focused, bringing up its status once more. Iron Tusk Vagrant, level 49. Beast, Brawler. Singing joy harmonized with the resonance in his blood and mana, filling him with fervent energy as a wicked twinkle alighted in his eyes. Below him, a deep rumble started in Porkchop's belly, the start of a rattling growl. The iron tusk shook itself, bucking its head in a challenge as it worked up its fury with a pair of stomps that shuddered the very ground. It bellowed, a deep, bassy call that shook the plains and sent birds flying to the sky in fright. Caius howled, his voice tearing at his throat as he relished in the sight of a challenge. A true foe that would test his mettle once more. It had been too long, too many days without the sweet succor of pouring sweat and leaden limbs. Too long since he had felt bones break and blood spill. His own, or his enemies', it mattered not. Only that he was tested. Only that he could prove himself the victor, champion by right of arms. Primal aggression and the simple, heated fury of challenged supremacy flooded his bond, his brother's own song alighting in unison with his own. Porkchop's roar was a thing of beauty, drowning his surroundings in a ringing crack that one felt in the heart. Ding! Brotherhood of Ichor and Animus has reached level 38. The iron tusk charged, thick muscle rippling beneath its shaggy brown coat as it lowered its head. It reached speed quickly, no matter its size and weight. Simple power overcame all restrictions. Feeling his pulse spike, Caius leaned in as his brother kept his course. No challenge so simple, so direct, would sway their path. He had faith in their might, in Porkchop's armor, in their stalwart fearlessness. Then the vigor and warmth of the sun sunk into them, suffusing them both with unrivaled potency, infusing them with an energy
that only heightened his need to tear into the titan that dared stand in their path. Ding! You have been enhanced. Sun-drenched strength. He unsheathed his sword. The iron tusk drew close. Caius launched himself from the saddle, kicking off his brother's back to launch a full 10 strides into the air. Porkchop raced forward, unhindered, teeth bared as he tapped into his amulet. Time seemed to hang. A beam of light snapped out from behind him, searing its way through one of the iron tusk's eyes in a bubble of fluid with needle-tip precision. Ianmus, the cheeky dog. He'd stolen first blood. The iron tusk howled, lowering its head further, even as Porkchop blurred, racing towards the mighty beast with total lack of concern. Caius tapped into one of the wells of power that was bound resolutely in the maleficent glyph that adorned his hand. It fizzed, boiling with eagerness as they waited for his command. Baleful light showered from his hand in a burst of embers, a bolt of the Stormlord's finest, crackling with hateful vigor as it snatched up its barely contained power. Thunder boomed as Caius whipped his lash towards the iron tusk, the searing might of his spell tearing across the air to wrap the beast in arcing lightning. Its coat vaporized in the path of his spell, potent electrical energy scorching the beast from the inside out. Reverberation followed, blood bursting from the burns he had left in its flesh. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 16. An enraged cry escaped its throat as the iron tusk stumbled. It was too big, too powerful for his spell to have immobilized it. Yet, at the pace they moved, a stumble was enough. It righted itself, but its charge was broken, and the correction came too little, too late.
Porkchop leapt, his heavily armored form crashing into the iron tusk's shoulder like a falling oak. Its bones cracked under his brother's enhanced momentum, the thick slabs of jade that covered Porkchop lending him the inescapable might of a landslide. Caius touched the ground, racing in. Tearing into the beast with crystalline claws, Porkchop ravaged the beast's shoulder and chest, his green armor quickly slicked with bright carmine. No longer were they weak. No longer were they hampered by the barriers that all unclassed suffered from. No, his brother's strength was a glorious thing as he shredded flesh and scored bone. Hide rumored to be as hard as mundane chainmail was nothing before sacred jade. The iron tusk shook itself out of its haze with a cry of fury, only for another sunbeam to scour its way across the plains to burn its way through the delicate flesh of its nose. It flinched, whipping its head to the side as its glinting gray tusks smashed into Porkchop's side with a clang. Snarling in fury, Porkchop met force with force, throwing himself into the attack as he kept the pressure on. The iron tusk bucked, trying to bring the needlepoint ends of its tusks to bear. Caius was having none of that. Blue and orange light alighted the plains once more as he summoned a storm lash. The beast shuddered as he raced in, breaking its concentration with pain and convulsions both. Both hands gripped a father's gift once more, and Caius swung as he planted his weight on his back foot and pivoted. Steel blurred, and he felt the renowned toughness of the iron tusks for himself. Even with an enchanted blade honed to perfection, backed by the might and muscle of a heroic class, it still felt like trying to carve through wood. Still, even the high endurance and natural constitution was not enough to resist his onslaught, not with his new strength. Flesh parted beneath his slice, rivulets of red soaking the beast's thick fur as he tore into its leg. Ding! Liturgical blade form.
Primus. Ordo has reached level 26. The iron tusk roared, and potency thrummed through the air. Another beam snapped, scouring its face. It merely shook its head, rearing up before it slammed its legs home into the hardened ground of the plains. Shuddering quakes shook the ground, Caius's stomach dropping as he relied on all of his enhanced speed and dexterity to keep his feet beneath him. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 26. A skill, and one that he had seen no evidence of, no telltale shine of channeled mana. A stamina ability, one he had no way of sensing. Off balance as they were, the Iron Tusk capitalized on the opening. Seeing his brother as the greater threat, the behemoth turned and gouged his brother with his tusks. A cry left Caius's lips as he watched razor-point tusks punch clean through a gap in his brother's jade armor, blood welling from the wound as cushioned underarmor was sundered. Then another beam hit, scorching a pulsing highway of blood that thrummed in the Iron Tusk's thick neck. Blood squirted, backed by the pressure of its titanic heart, vitality nurturing the rich soil beneath them. Eonmus, perfectly timed to distract it. Porkchop howled in fury, ripping himself from the beast's tusks as he spun, undeterred by his wounds, and gouged the Iron Tusk's face for its impudence. Caius grinned, planting one foot solidly to kick off the still quaking ground. Launching to the beast's side, he pivoted on his front foot and twisted his hips to drive his blade home into its chest with every scrap of power he had available. Forceful enough that he slid back through the dirt as the hilt of his sword pressed against its thick hide. Lifting its head to the sky, the Iron Tusk bellowed. The sound was baleful, penetrating deep into his chest. Caius danced back, ripping his blade free as it wheeled on him, shaking its head in insensate frustration and rage. Mana glowed in its chest.
He retreated, creating the distance he needed to react to the oncoming skill as Uncanny Dodge blared a warning in his mind. Another bolt of lightning crackled in his fist, lashing the bubbled and blackened flesh of the beast once more as he attempted to disrupt the working.
Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 26.
As tough as it was, it maintained its hold on its ability, paralyzing storm mana, causing little more than a momentary spasm. It seemed that the dazing strike of his spells was not guaranteed to be consistent. Frustrating, considering its usefulness. Thankfully, his brother was beset by far less compunction. Diving into the fray, Porkchop lashed out with green claws, gouts of flesh torn from the beast's side to reveal the thick wall of its ribs. Ignoring Porkchop's attempts, the Iron Tusk continued to channel. A moment later, mana flashed, pulsing with steely brilliance as it flooded its tusks. It dipped its head, points of its curved tusks catching on the dirt. Earth soared through the air as it bucked, showering the surroundings in dust and arcane brilliance. Two thin metal blades materialized, racing through the air as they spun end over end on a terminal path towards him. A second skill. A terrible scream of churned air followed their arc. Gods, they were fast. Glee coursed through Caius, even as he slipped to the side, dodging one with skill-enhanced agility. He raised his blade, ready for its twin. He'd missed this, the simple rush. Planting his foot as he stepped as far out of the path of the attack, he rolled his shoulders and slammed his blade into it hard. An unearthly screech filled the air as he smashed his blade into the whirling projectile. Even tensed and ready for the collision, Caius felt every joint in his body creak, bones jolting from the sheer force of the impact. His grip stayed steady, even missing 2 fingers. It would take more than a simple skill to overwhelm him.
Sparks showered him like a spring storm, an echoing crack accompanying the spinning blade as he redirected it, sending it careening off to the side.
A subtle click pulsed as a small fraction of the collision was drained and collected. Ding! Tempered by dissonance has reached level 27. His Varkosian vambraces, full once more. Smashing his brother aside, the beast turned its head to look at him with what could only be described as shock. Caius grinned, bearing his aggression plain on his face. It hadn't expected him to survive that. He could smell it. The growing uncertainty. Once lord over all on the plains, the Iron Tusk was no longer sure of its own victory. Caius intended to show it how right it was.
149. Testing Gains Finale.
The Iron Tusk, taking its eyes off his brother to stare at him with wariness, proved to be folly. Insistent on keeping as much of the beast's attention on him as possible, Porkchop plunged his claws into the Iron Tusk's shoulder, tearing a chunk out of its hide. A loud, rumbling cry echoed across the plains as it screamed in pain and frustration, whipping its head to batter his brother with its tusks, forcing Porkchop back. Unfortunately for it, his brother's armor protected him from the majority of the blow, new stone charger leather padding absorbing the impact handedly. Ceaseless in his rampage, Porkchop lunged back in, knife-like claws leaving parallel lines weeping red in their wake as he dragged them across its face. Then another sunbeam scoured its eye, recently regenerated flesh boiling once more as concentrated light popped the delicate organ. The Iron Tusk screamed, shaking back and forth as it sought to drive Porkchop back. Despite the constant harassment, Caius knew in his bones that it had identified him as the true threat. Pushing through its agony, its remaining eye swiveled back to him again, black and beady. The motion was constant, forced to pick between the mountainous beast in its face and the ever-present threat of his lightning. It was a tragic sight, scorched, torn, and soaked in its own blood. Blackened and bubbled flesh made all the more grotesque by the writhing power of its health that raced to seal its wounds. Still, it stood strong, ready to meet their challenge. A mountain of weight heaved, the Iron Tusk's musculature rippling as it lurched towards him. Caius readied himself, the scent of future danger filling the air as he waited for the creature's coming move. Its first foot smacked the ground. Doom screamed, and the ground shook, bucking underneath his feet like a raging bull. Caius blanched, struggling to keep his footing. It didn't stop him tapping into his glyph.
Baleful orange showered the ground in burning light as two spell hymns burned in quick succession. Thunder drowned out the Iron Tusk's constant call, lightning lashing the beast once, then twice, as fast as he could move through the motion. The Iron Tusk stayed steady, somehow unaffected by the shifting ground. Nor did it do much more than twitch in the face of his magical storm, even if he was sure that he had wrought havoc on its delicate internals. It dropped its head, leveling its tusks, and bucked. The metallic ivory of its natural weapons transmuted into spikes of true iron in an instant, lengthening into lethal spears. The beast's tusks glinted in the sun as they lanced towards him. A third skill, right on the back of its ability that shook the earth, and another where he had seen no accompanying flare of mana. Caius tried to dig his feet in, to twist his body and dive to the side. The ground dropped away, leaving him flailing. Backed by insensate fury and primal strength, the beast's right tusk hit him in his armored stomach. Enchanted scales screeched with fury. Steel gave way before iron, buckling. Lancing fire exploded through him, followed quickly by the creeping cold of shock as blood gushed from the ravaged channel of flesh and organs. Agony bloomed. Rapid adaptation reacted quickly to the stenching presence of iron-aspected power,
rejecting its presence and flaring with power as it sought to rebuff the assault. Ding! Rapid adaptation has added a new resistance: iron magic. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 23. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 25. Thank the gods, he thought, shoving the pain down as he kicked back to unimpale himself. Another resistance to aspected abilities, one that would toughen him against all such wounds in the future. The effect was slight beyond measure right now, but in the future it would grow into a significant boon. That was for later, though.
Right now, he still had a tooth in his gut. The iron tusk heaved, ripping its head upwards before more than half a stride of its tusk had retracted from his chest. Caius tried to gasp, failing as the wound left him floundering, unable to pull in air. The hook of the creature's malevolent tooth snatched his rib. The bone held, and he left the ground as he was sent ragdolling through the air. Caius whipped his head around as he tumbled, vision sharpening as he tracked his trajectory, every sight available to him in crystal clarity.
Ding! True sight has reached level 30.
He watched his brother howl, incessant rage flooding the bond as he hit the undefended side of the iron tusk in a windmill of tearing claws and slicing teeth. Caius kept spinning, taking in the look of horror on Ianmus's face, so far from the front lines of the battle. Their latest companion had already reacted, a cloud of solar magic condensing around his head as the man worked the raw potential of the energy. Health bloomed, igniting like a match in a grain mill as restorative energy tore through him. Flesh writhed, sealing blood vessels and re-knitting skin and muscle alike. Between his growing vitality and his lesser regeneration, the blow was little more than a flesh wound. He could have survived it half a year ago. Now, it would barely slow him.
Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 23. Ding! Lesser regeneration has reached level 24.
The ground approached. Caius kicked, gasping as he took another sweet breath and forced his body to twist. Landing in a crouch, he charged the iron tusk, already fully focused on the ceaseless assault his brother laid against it. He watched its wounds, the way they writhed, sealing themselves. They had ravaged the beast continuously, and while it was still slowly flagging, it was regenerating enough that it was in no way weakened. He arrived, whirling his blade overhead to bring it down with his full body weight. A father's gift cut deep into its thigh, splitting hide and muscle alike. Spinning away from the cut, Caius unleashed another storm lash, quickly binding its chest before he jumped back from a retaliatory twitching stomp. Acrid and foul, the stench of melted flesh and burned hair filled the air. The iron tusk bellowed, goring his brother with a rapid buck of its head as its curved teeth transmuted and lengthened once more. Between the two prongs of their assault, it was growing desperate. One tusk glanced off the thick jade plating on Porkchop's chest, but another found purchase, punching through the gaps in his armor. Porkchop coughed, blood foaming as the beast's tusk punctured a lung. It didn't stop his brother in the slightest. He wrenched himself off of the tusk without a moment's hesitation, ignoring the gush of his lifeblood soaking into the dirt and filling the air with the scent of iron. With his powerful healing skill, the bleed was already stemming. Diving back in, Porkchop plunged his claws into the beast's muzzle as it struggled to respond with its skill still in effect, the added length making its natural weapons cumbersome and unwieldy. Claws of green crystal were stained red in moments. Porkchop ripped, tearing the beast's nose half free. Caius didn't let the moment go to waste, flying into a flurry of blows as he hacked and hacked at the widening wound on the giant's leg. He might have barely come halfway up its thigh, but he had learned one thing against the Guardian. A bigger beast was just a bigger target.
2 more storm lashes were interwoven into the sweeping blurs of his blade, liturgical blade form guiding him through the rhythm of weaving his magic into his fighting style. The rhythm of steel and spell was coming to him, and while it was still a new dance, it was becoming more natural by the minute. Chopping once more, he felt his blade bite bone. Feral delight split his face as the leg collapsed, muscle too severed to fully support its weight. Squealing in panic, the iron tusk flew into a fury. Relentless in its retaliation, it hammered Porkchop with the sides of its tusks before twisting as much as it was able to force him back. Caius ducked, slipping under the arm-thick bar of grayish ivory that threatened to crush his ribs. It whistled overhead, wind blowing with its passing. Then, summer light bloomed, filling him and Porkchop both with the shining vitality of the sun. Ding! You have been healed. Solar manipulation. His health shot up, not instantly, but a rise more prodigious than anything he could manage with the simple tonics they had used in the depths. Still, it had been a lengthy spell to cast. Much had happened in the time since Ianmus had started to channel. The weakness of free casting, but its flexibility was proven in how Ianmus was able to adjust it to heal them both on the fly. Gasping at the radiant warmth that suffused him, Caius twisted and thrust. The point of his sword punched deep into the iron tusk's neck that loomed above him. Blood spouted, coating his face in the sticky scent of victory. Squealing in fear and agony, the iron tusk mustered its energy as mana flared in its chest once more.
Caius backed off, grass blurring beneath his feet as he retreated. A glance at his resources told him all he needed to know. Resources: health, 1,348 over 1,520, 9.2 per minute. Stamina, 929 over 1,220, 12.7 per minute. Mana, 776 over 1,910, 13.3 per minute. Free mana, 56 over 390. Reserved mana, 720. Whatever came next, he could weather it. Yet it didn't turn to him. Thrashing its head back and forth, it smashed its tusks into Porkchop again and again, hammering his brother as it gathered mana. Caius's eyes widened. Air cracked as brilliant light snapped into existence, scorching a line through the iron tusk's throat, Ianmus's own attempt to ward off the coming attack. For a moment, there was nothing but a hole, the wound cauterized by the superheated light of the spell. Then the sheer volume of blood overwhelmed the barrier of cooked meat, and blood gushed from the wound. The iron tusk flinched. Every wound, no matter how small, brought it inexorably closer to the precipice of death. It was already uncomfortably close. Porkchop growled, punishing the assault with lashing claws. Caius dashed back in, driving his blade into the beast's chest. A shuddering rattle echoed in its throat, and its blocky head dropped as mana surged. It kicked its head back, 2 spinning blades of iron slamming directly into Porkchop's chest and shoulder. Both hit Jade. Crystal cracked, bleeding the force of the skill. One blade shattered, flinging razor shards out in an explosion of shrapnel, dousing Porkchop in a dozen small cuts. The other wedged itself through his brother's armor, stuck fast in his chest plate. A hand-span of blade punched into his chest. The might of thunder heeded his call as he tapped into another storm lash, crackling potency mirroring his growing rage. He drowned in the song now, the rhythmic tempo of his heart heightening his focus, amplified by the stinging pain and heady joy of battle that flooded across his bond. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakthar has reached level 17.
Lightning descended like the hammer of a god, binding the beast's neck to bubble its flesh and ravage its internals. Reverberant frequencies rushed through its body, every wound widening as blood vessels burst in an explosion of gore. More glowing orange embers poured from his hand, showering the grass beneath him as he ripped at more of his runic hymns. Now was the time to end this fight, before Porkchop withstood more grievous wounds so that he didn't have to. 3 more bolts joined the first, its body seizing as he fried it from the inside out, as the acrid scent of burnt hair married with the bitter stench of over-seared meat. Victory would be his. Ding! Latent glyph of Drakethar has reached level 18. Ding! Resonance amplification has reached level 27. Another cut on its chest was all he managed before it returned from its stunned haze and bore down on him as the originator of its agony. Crying out, the iron tusk threw its head sideways, an iron bar of a tooth careening straight for him. It was all he could do to grab his blade in both hands and throw his full weight into the inevitable collision. Enhanced steel cut deep into the iron-laced ivory, binding. It mattered little. Backed by a mountain of weight and a titan's strength, it was all he could do to hold on to his blade as it jumped in his hand. His offhand slipped, missing fingers weakening his grip before he went skidding backwards. Every muscle in his back and arms burned with strain as he forced himself to stay standing. Ding! Tempered by Dissonance has reached level 28. Caius gave ground, trying to let the beast bring as little of its size and strength to bear in a direct contest of arms. It mattered not. The iron tusk took a step, then another, hammering his guard with repeated smashes. Yet, despite the terrifying onslaught, Caius could do nothing but grin. It was flagging, weakening by the moment.
At the start of the fight, he would have stood no chance in the face of its mauling strikes, no chance of blocking its heavy blows. The fact he stood blade in hand, deflecting its strikes, said everything. A sunbeam cracked through the air, burrowing into the beast's eye once again. The beast ignored the wound, pushing on. It pulled back for another heave. Caius moved, yanking on a father's gift to free his blade from the bind, twisting his wrists to lever it out. The iron tusk bucked its head, lancing its tusks towards him. Empowered by uncanny dodge and tempered by dissonance, he dove under the lethal blow, pushing off the ground with his hand to spin into a roll with blurring speed as he contorted himself out of the way of a furious stomp. Ding! Uncanny dodge has reached level 26. Launching to his feet, he raced to his brother. Knowledge and intent streamed across their bond. Ignoring the blade still wedged into his chest, Porkchop let out a baleful growl and stretched out a paw. Caius stepped up onto the offered limb and kicked off, his brother heaving to send him sailing through the air. He twisted, seeing the iron tusk quickly turning to search for him. It didn't look up. Landing on its back, Caius used the full momentum of his descent to drive his sword in between the ribs of its back, piercing the Lord of the Plains' lung. The stinging kick of the impact only heightened the visceral rush that coursed up his spine. It tried to buck, with its leg shattered and its life streaming from a dozen rents in its flesh. The iron tusk's resistance was a pathetic thing. Oh gods, he had missed this. The smell of iron on the air, sticky blood coating his skin, the thumping of his heart, and the sheer certainty that he was alive. Effort alone would see them through this. Effort alone would make them the victor. Undefeated ruler of the plains it may have been, but the iron tusk had met its match.
To it, they were the hardest challenge it had faced, having grown fat on green leaves, and knowledge that nothing else met its size or level. To him, it was another step on his path to supremacy, and little else. A gasping wheeze rattled from its throat, bloody foam erupting from its mouth. He kicked off, ripping his blade free to land lightly on the ground. Then Porkchop dove in, tearing a chunk out of its throat. Blood fountained, drenching his brother for the few moments before the flow started to stem. Explorer's toolkit twinged. An opening. One that could end the battle here and now. Caius sprinted, pommel held tucked into the pit of his arm. Even with its flesh writhing as wounds were sealed, even with its monumental endurance and stout body, the beast could not keep up with the overwhelming damage they were laying against it. Blood streamed from a dozen pits in its chest, torn free by digging claws stained a deep red. Boiled and seared flesh wept, belying a dozen more serious internal wounds. It was flagging. Caius could taste its death on the wind, the subtle potency of victory. It would be theirs. Reacting on skill-enhanced instinct, he readjusted his grip on his sword, holding it in his dominant. He approached his target. Kicking off the ground, he flew into a spin. Thrusting out his left hand, he tapped into the stored violence of his glyph. Lightning cocooned him, before cracking out to bind the iron tusk once more. Blurring steel quickly followed, a flashing arc of silver poised directly to cut into its neck. He activated his vambrace. Kept charged by being forced to constantly defend from the beast's onslaught, he'd been saving it for the right moment. Stored power took over. Fueled by the might of dozens of blows, the fine edge of his blade hit the top of the iron tusk's neck like a headsman's axe. Hardened flesh parted like wheat, bones splintering like dead wood, and blood poured like raging falls. When the might of his enchantment was spent, exhausted in the effort of breaking the creature's toughened spine, his weight took over. Honed steel severed the thick, corded bundle hidden within its spine, and carved through half a stride of flesh beneath. Spine severed, it collapsed, head flopping to the side on half a neck of unanchored flesh and gristle. The winds of death rattled from its exposed throat, a final exhalation as its vitality anointed him in the sweet red of victory. His feet touched the ground. Ding! Liturgical blade form. Primus Ordo has reached level 27. Ding! Level 49. Iron Tusk Vagrant slain. Experience gained. Bonus experience for slaying a foe of significant strength. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 18. +3 End, Strength, and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit, Free. From class and racial traits. Ding! Runeblade Initiate has reached class level 22. +3 End, Strength, and Int. +2 Dex, Will. +1 Vit, Free. From class and racial traits. Ding! Class skill available for selection. Caius howled his victory to the air, his brother's roar mirroring his own. Chapter 150. Acquisitions. Caius hooted in delight as he saw the notification that his next class skill was available for selection. It amplified the rush, the slowly retreating joy that he always felt as he proved himself the superior fighter and was rewarded for it. Unfortunately, he'd have to wait a little before he checked what options he had available. There were more important things to deal with first, like the blade that was still stuck in Porkchop's chest. A volatile construction of system-born magic, it would fade with time, but it still had to hurt like hell. He turned, eyes sliding over the shredded and torn ground coated in the lifeblood of the iron tusk, to focus on Porkchop limping towards him. His jade armor vanished in a puff of aspected mana, revealing the handspan of iron that protruded roughly from his brother's chest.
Red blood ran down its edge in slow rivulets, dripping from its point.
"Shit, buddy, that must hurt," he winced in sympathy, racing to Porkchop's side.
No? You think? I thought that was ticklish,
Porkchop deadpanned, his breathing shallow so as not to disturb the blade. Caius rolled his eyes, slapping both palms on either flat edge of the hiltless weapon as he planted one foot on Porkchop's chest. He heaved back. Porkchop groaned as the blade came out slowly, blood momentarily gushing before his health could heal the wound. Pulling it free was harder than Caius expected. It must have gotten lodged in his brother's ribs.
Thanks. That's much better,
Porkchop said, with plain relief, rubbing the rent in his underarmor with one paw. Caius saw the holes, both from the skill and the ragged circular punch that had been taken out due to getting gored by the iron tusk. Without self-repair, they would stay until they were able to get the artifact inscribed with that enchantment, or took it to a leatherworking artisan with the right skills.
Thankfully, due to some reason unknown to him, even if they added the enchantment after the damage, it would still repair. To a point. They'd have to be careful on the rest of their trip. "I know you've got your fancy armor now, but you should still at least try to avoid hits," Caius reproached. He hadn't missed that Porkchop had practically thrown himself at every blow he could. Porkchop had the sense to look abashed. "I mean, I guess, but it's the only way I'm going to get my skill up." Caius shook his head. It was a reason, he supposed. He looked at the slain iron tusk, its head half removed. Somehow, it looked almost bigger than when it was living. Even limp and cooling, splayed out on the ground, it still had the height advantage on him. He almost couldn't believe they'd really done it. "You know, this is kind of the first fight where I'm realizing how much we've grown. Sure, we decimated everything on our way here, but those fights all felt like something we could have managed while we were still in the depths, even if only just." Porkchop said, wandering over to his side. "I know what you mean. If I'm honest, it still felt too easy." Caius murmured. It was one thing to know that they were far above their contemporaries, between his bond skill enhancing his base, his racial trait, heroic class, and honors. It was entirely another to slay a beast more than twice his level with relative ease. One that outweighed him a dozen times over, at least. Still, the feat had brought its own rewards, even if it still felt weird that there would be no artifacts waiting for them after such a magnificent fight. "I assume that you're ready to pick your next skill?" he asked, turning back to Porkchop. "I am," Porkchop replied. "But perhaps we should deal with Ianmus first. He looks a little frantic." His brother nodded behind him. Caius turned before letting out a chuckle as he saw the half-elf solar mage tearing his way across the plains, practically skipping in his haste as the saddlebags they had left with him thumped against his back. His eyes were wide, expression twisted as it was caught somewhere between shock and excitement. Seeing them looking, Ianmus thrust his staff in the air and let out a whoop of delight, running faster. A moment later, he skidded to a halt in front of them, practically fizzing with delight.
Holy gods, that was incredible! I have never seen anything like it. A beast twice out-level, and you just fought it. I thought you would whittle it down, relying on your superior agility to hamper it as you slowly bled it of health, but nope. You just went right at its face. That was so fucking stupid. I love it, the mage said, practically tripping over his words as they blurred together like he was physically incapable of keeping them in. "Do you always fight like that?" Ianmus asked, taking a moment to breathe. "I got 2 bloody levels, all the way to level 29. Just like that." Caius laughed, joined by his brother's throaty chuckle. "Pretty much, though usually we're a bit more careful than that. We got a little
lost in the thrill of it after so long without a good fight. Ianmus nodded emphatically.
I can see why. Even halfway across the field, I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest. And the heat! Never have I felt the song so keenly.
We'll make a delver of you yet, Porkchop chuffed. Caius smiled before he crouched down and cleaned his blade on the grass at his feet, streaks of red smearing over the glossy green. A bit odd, considering he was soaked to the bone in blood, but he didn't want to gunk up his sheath. "What about the two of you? Did you reach your goal?" Ianmus asked. Caius returned to his feet as he smoothly sheathed his sword. "We did. Shot all the way to 22.
And you haven't picked yet? What are you waiting for?" Ianmus asked, puzzled. Caius snorted, as if the man hadn't sprinted towards them like an entire duchy was on his tail. "Felt like it was better to wait for you to get here. Besides, I wanted to ask, this choosing won't take us back to the class selection space, will it?" "I was wondering the same thing, actually. My guide mentioned that it was only for certain skills, but I was a little too caught up in the whole event to dig deeper," Porkchop said, mirroring his interest. Ianmus looked at them surprised, though in some ways that made sense. The man was an academy mage. The opportunity to grill the system for as much. 3 skill screens popped into view, showing him the next step on his path. Echo Slash, Class Skill, Tier 1, Affinity Martial, Mirror, Type Longsword, Technique, Strike Selection available, Unique. Blurring speed breeds echoes. Breathe life into them and see your foes sundered. This skill allows the user to spend 200 stamina to create a blade echo that mirrors an attack, multiplying offensive capability. Each level reasonably raises the power of blade echoes. Each level moderately increases speed of both the initial strike and resultant blade echoes. Every 20 levels, increase blade echoes by 1. Initiates Glyphic Bladerite. Class Skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Arcane. Martial. Type, Glyph Binding, Runic. Armament Enhancement. Longsword Selection available. Unique Glyphic Mastery, bent to solidify the first and most primal bond, that between a man and his weapon. Feed the link, enshrine your blade in your center, and let the truth of Vezrin bloom. This skill links the user with their bonded blade, passively increasing the potency of the weapon's enchantments, as well as active abilities that directly interface with their weapon. This link allows the user to sense their blade from a distance. Due to a strengthened bond with the soul, enchantments can be drastically empowered, for the cost of 100 stamina for a short period of time. Enables the user to reinforce their bonded weapon with relevant materials. Effects of reinforcement vary depending on materials used. Each level reasonably increases the strength of active and passive empowerment of enchantments. Each level reasonably increases passive empowerment of abilities that utilize the bonded weapon. Each level slightly increases the time of active empowerment. Flowing Fortress. Class Skill, Tier 1. Affinity, Martial. Force. Type, Longsword. Technique, Retributive. Defense Selection available. Unique. The man did nothing but block until they all dropped dead. "I'm telling you, I ain't going anywhere near him."
This skill allows the user to spend 100 stamina when blocking or parrying to create a cutting crescent of intangible force that slices at their foe, proportional in power to the defended attack. Each level significantly increases the strength of summoned force blades. Every 50 levels, increase the size of summoned force blades. Caius whistled appreciatively, drinking in their effects. While it smarted that none of the skills were heroic, he was at least pleased that neither were any unusual. Unfortunately, it meant his decision would need to be made on merit rather than relying on the simple supremacy of rarity. an attacking skill, a retributive defense, and something stranger. Hard choices indeed. Well, what are your options? Porkchop asked, almost as eager and curious as he was. Caius subvocalized their descriptions. While he had no compunctions of sharing his build with Porkchop, he did not intend to do the same with Ianmus. The man was pleasant and helpful, but one did not share the deep specifics of their status without a certain level of unshakable trust. I like the sound of Echo Slash. Past the first tier, that will turn into a lot of attacks, Porkchop said. I know, but we can also expect it to get more costly as it rises through the tiers. Besides, there's something about the Bladerite that calls to me. It's the link I need with my sword to start its growth, even if we only have one material right now, Caius reasoned. He'd been waiting for something like this, though he suspected that most blade-related skills would eventually develop a linking capability as they rose through the tiers, especially as one accrued feats regarding the use of a growth weapon. Yet, why risk it? Why wait when he could start right now? Really? The active seems a little lackluster. So your blade will get a bit sharper, so what? Porkchop replied with apprehension. Caius grinned, still staring at the description. That's only for now. Just think, not only will the skill gain more effects in later tiers, it will also scale with the development of a father's gift. I think it's the right choice. I still think Echo Slash sounds way cooler, Porkchop mumbled. That may be so, but I still think this will be far better in the long term, Caius chuckled. Keep an eye out. I'm going to pick. He focused on his choice. Ding! Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite class skill available. Would you like to proceed? This choice is pivotal and irrevocable.
Chapter 151. Emblem.
Caius gasped as he chose Initiate's Glyphic Bladerite, the system's formless power slipping into the confines of his soul space. His soul shone resplendent in his mind's eye, even while his physical one stayed open, drinking in the green fields of the plains. With deific ease, the power that reigned above all weaved a new skill shard out of golden light. A second crystal, orbiting the fires of his soul in lockstep with his first. It was just as aggressive, as prone to battle as Drakthar, but there were differences. Where his first skill reveled in the heart-pumping brutality of the fight, his newest skill was different, controlled. It enshrined the honor and mastery that could only be seen in a contest between two equals, one where the very prize was life. It venerated the bond between man and blade. Without man, the blade was aimless. Without blade, the man was defenseless. Together they wrought art, whirling steel painting the canvas of the world with blood and victory. The system bore down, and his skill finalized. As it did, Caius's mind throbbed. Information streamed into him, temples pulsing as the system forced knowledge upon him. With it came understanding. He knew then what the skill represented, that he had made the right choice. This was just simply the beginning, the foundations of a partnership that would see him through until he reached the pinnacle, or breathed his last. Two glyphs, one on the palm of his hand and one on the blade of his sword. Wrought from soul fire, they would be inured against mundane destruction. Burnt into the very fundamentals of their being, they would be inexorably linked, permanently deepening the soul bond that already existed. It would not be easy. The glyphs that now shone in his mind were complex and densely wrought. He would need time to weave them, hours at least. Thankfully, mana would be used as a vehicle, so he would still be able to use tonal weaving. In trade, the Bladerite was more potent than he would have thought. Overcharging the enchantments on a father's gift looked like it would be effective indeed, even if it currently only had minor sharpness enchantments. Its true capabilities would come to bear as his sword grew, just as he had hoped. Letting out a slow breath, Caius mopped at the sweat on his brow before he looked over to Porkchop, who was watching him with curiosity. "Well, what's it like?" his brother asked. Caius chuckled slightly. "I made the right choice, but I will need to forge the glyphs that will bind me to the blade myself. I can do it, the system was thorough, but the work will be delicate, to say the least." "Delicate as in blow your hand up delicate?" Porkchop asked, narrowing his eyes accusatively. Caius laughed. "No, not from what I can tell. The glyphs that I have been receiving seem remarkably more stable than my original working. They just dissipate, from what I can tell. Still, I will likely need a few hours. I'll do it when we set up camp for the evening." Porkchop nodded, before requesting that he watch over him while he surveyed his own choices. Watching his brother focus on his notifications, Caius stretched and pushed himself to his feet. Rolling his shoulder, he turned. Ianmus was waiting, patiently standing to the side while he finished his work. "Sorry about that. I appreciate that right after a battle isn't the most convenient time for us to pick our skills," he said, scratching his head before grimacing at the blood that matted his hair. Ianmus stifled a laugh at his reaction, politely saying nothing of his gory state. "Think nothing of it. Skill selection is an exciting time, and I would not be one to stand in the way of development." The half-elf paused, before looking at him curiously. "Did you get anything good?" Caius nodded emphatically, his satisfaction plain on his face. "Oh, yes. Though, somewhat annoyingly, it will need a bit of setup first. I'll have to work on it when we make camp. It's an odd thing, this style you have discovered. I haven't seen anything quite like it. Normally only artisan classes have some sort of setup beforehand," Ianmus asked with interest. It's not too different from what a freecaster has to deal with, just front-loaded." Caius waved the man off, before turning as his brother chuffed. He found Porkchop staring at him excitedly, his claws digging deep into the soft soil at his feet. "Need any help? Or did you find something you want?" Caius asked. Porkchop shook his head. "I already picked an offensive and control ability," he explained. "Oh?" Caius replied, switching to talking through their bond. "What was it?" "Prismatic shard wall. A unique, just like yours. It summons a jagged wall of crystal that I can then slam towards me or away from me. A stamina skill, too, which is rare for something like this," Porkchop replied, his ears flicking with excitement. "Towards you? How does that help?" Caius asked with a frown. His brother grinned at him in response. "What will happen when there is a monster between the wall and me?" Eyes widening in shock, Caius's mind raced. Oh, that was devilish. With Porkchop being all but a steel barrier himself, the skill would crush them, especially depending on how fast it moved. He could see how careful use of the skill would be useful indeed, especially if used to pull enemies around the battlefield or draw them in, leaving them off balance and vulnerable. A clap startled him out of his thoughts. Caius turned to find Ianmus watching both of them expectantly. "Right. Since you are both done, should we head to that stream over there by that copse?" the Magi said, pointing over to a small grouping of trees that were nestled at the base of a short rise, a good quarter league off to their right. Caius stared quizzically in the direction Ianmus pointed, his eyebrows scrunched. He'd seen the trees, but had completely missed the stream. Maybe the Magi was mistaken? He would have noticed with true sight. Ianmus rolled his eyes. "Yes, there is a stream. Unlike the two of you, I wasn't staring at the Iron Tusk like it knew the solution to the Ismac theorem the entire walk over. Now come on, you both reek," he said, answering Caius's unspoken question, before starting to walk in the direction of the copse. Porkchop snorted, lumbering to his feet with a chuckle before he set off after their companion. "He's got us there. We did get a little fixated. Probably something we should work on. A wash does sound good, though. I hate feeling sticky. Caius shrugged to himself. Maybe he had missed the stream. That was embarrassing. Only a little, though. It was hard for him to feel anything other than pleased at their victory, now that he had another skill to try out. As soon as they washed and got a few leagues closer to Deadacre, that is, no point burning daylight when he could get it set up when they made camp. Besides, Ianmus was right. He could do with a little less blood gumming up the joints of his armor. Paling a little at the thick scent of stale blood and sweat, Caius recoiled from the stench emanating from his armor. He did reek. Jogging after his traveling companions, Caius raced forwards to the pair who were now strolling beside each other. Staring into the low flames of their campfire, Caius watched the way each tongue flicked back and forth. Porkchop rested behind Caius, head nestled on his paws as his warm bulk supported his brother's back. Their companion, Ianmus, had fallen asleep a good half an hour or so ago, practically as soon as they had eaten. It had quickly become clear that the academian mage was quite the stranger to hard travel. Oh, he hid it well, pushing through with nary a grimace or complaint. It was still obvious to him. His whole life had been hard travel, and it was easy to pick up on the little nuances. The way the man winced as he took off his boots at the end of the day, even if health and stamina would easily deal with such mundane maladies. The way he watched his cooking with naked avarice, as if he was still unable to believe such creature comforts were truly available. Mostly, though, it was the way that Ianmus fell asleep almost as soon as his head hit his bedroll. He knew the man was combat-trained, that much was clear, but there was something wearying about cross-country travel that went deeper than stats and resources. It ground down at you, polished your resolve. It led to the kind of sleep that was difficult to wake from, to the point that he and Porkchop had taken to spending extra long on breakfasts just to give the man an extra hour. That, and it was hard to turn down an excuse for a fried breakfast, especially when they had a spatial bloody bag that kept them full of fresh supplies. No doubt Ianmus had noticed something odd, but the man was wise enough to not question the source of fresh cheese and eggs. Still, Ianmus's heavy sleep was a nice benefit right now. It meant he could work on his latest glyph in peace. It was surprising to find out that they extended beyond anchoring spell hymns to the body, but he supposed he shouldn't be too shocked. Freecasting and sorcery both had niche skills and effects that fell under their umbrella, so it made sense that the third pillar had the same. Caius leaned back into his brother, staring at the stars above. It gladdened him to see the same twinkling lights above him as he did in the sea. A little slice of home that would be with him no matter where he traveled, regardless if it was in an open field or a city overflowing with too many people by half. There would always be a familiar sky waiting for him when the sun dipped over the horizon. He sighed. "Musing again?" Porkchop asked, leaning into him with a soft rumble. Caius smiled, still watching the stars above. "Only a little. It's just odd to think that what me and my father spent years on only ended up scratching the surface of an entire art. There's so much to learn, and even what I receive from the system I barely understand on a true level. More like I am copying them by rote, you know?" Porkchop nosed him affectionately. "Isn't that exciting? It means there is more to conquer and more to discover. Even if you don't understand the basic principles right now, it doesn't mean you never will. You have a skill that will help. You just need to study them. That and perhaps get some help from someone else who wishes to learn more." His brother finished, looking pointedly at Ianmus. Caius smiled. "Maybe it's a little early to jump to that right now. Perhaps if the man doesn't run off to the dukedoms as soon as we get to Deadacre,
and there are deeper bonds of true friendship between us, if that ever happens. Still, you are right on the studying front. I'll need to start that when we get some more permanent accommodations in the city. For now, though, I should get these glyphs made. Acceptance flowed across their bond as Porkchop switched his attention to keeping watch. Smiling at his brother in thanks, Caius reached down next to him for where his sword lay waiting. Drawing the blade, he watched the flickering orange light of the fire glimmer on its surface before he lay it flat across his lap. It was a beautiful gift, one he had treasured even before he knew of its true value. A shimmering steel blade, waves of darker grey playing across the metal, revealing the quality of the artifice that had gone into its creation. 4 runes alighted the centre of its length, nestled neatly in the furrow, while its sturdy crossguard and handle was decorated with intricately wrought filigree of lifelike flowered vines that he had no name for. He would be adding to the work, emblazoning a glyph at the base of the blade, similar to where one might find a maker's mark.
The skill was an interesting one. While it was a complete glyph, and the system had ingrained him with all the instruction he needed to complete the formation flawlessly, it was almost incomplete. The very act of linking his blade to his body and soul would change it. Or something similar, he wasn't quite certain, only that the final shape of the glyph would be personalized. An emblem, representing his very person. Caius couldn't wait to see what it looked like.
Chapter 152. Emblem Finale.
Caius laid his hands on the flat of the blade, feeling the cold chill of the inscribed steel. Breathing deep, he emptied his mind, allowing himself to come to a slow calm. In tune with his senses, he felt the world. Chill steel, the weight of his armor pressing on the familiar softness of his traveling clothes. The sturdy support of his brother against his back, the caressing warmth of a summer's night wind, the low crackle pop of the fire, the grit of the dirt worming its way between his pants and boots. All of it. One by one, he noted the distractions, and one by one, he let them free to drift across his mind. He centered himself, and his heart slowed. Ready as he ever would be, Caius let his eyes fall shut, and he drifted into his internal world. Fresh from his experience earlier in the day, immortalized like it had been carved from adamant by the system's will, the shape of his latest glyph came to mind. Both ends of the link were identical, but he knew that he had to start with the one on his body. It was an anchor, and the waypoint his sword would use to connect to him more fully. The conduit through which it would bind itself to his ascension, empowered in lockstep with his own growth. Soul-bonded items were rare things, only whispered about in rumors and legends. But he knew more now. The system had granted context along with its glyph. Material infusion might have been the way a father's gift would increase in rarity, enabled by his glyph to improve both its enchantments and its construction. But it was the link itself that would lead to more fundamental growth. Once bound, truly bound, on a level far more fundamental than the base connection they already had, it would climb through the tiers of power in unison with him, evolving to new heights in conjunction with his class.
Thank the gods he had gotten the skill so early. He would have hated to think of the loss if he had waited for some other skill to evolve a linking functionality. Another slow breath quelled the musings in his mind, and he focused on bringing the shape of the blade right to the forefront. Much like Drakthar, it was imposing in its complexity, a 3-dimensional knot of sacred geometry and half-understood formations. Unlike his first glyph, its shape and essence was far less brutal. Where Drakthar was all sharp points and cutting edges, the Bladerite was flowing movement made of smooth curves. It drew the eye to its angles, sweeping the gaze with increasing speed before it would bank into a hairpin turn,
morphing into acute lines that would cut across the whole working. If he was honest with himself, he understood sweet fuck all of how it worked, beyond being able to vaguely identify 4 separate arrays, one in the center, with 3 others overlapping and subsuming it. Still, it was a gorgeous piece of runic work, one that called to mind the flowing grace of sword work and the beauty that could be seen in an immaculately executed sequence of moves. Speed in consistency and measured control. Thankfully, he did not need to understand the fundamentals of how the glyph worked to trust that it would. The system was many things, but it was not deceitful. That, and he knew he would have the skill's own aid in its construction. Sharpening his mind's eye, he pulled the glyph into focus until it hovered in the black with as much clarity as if it had been lovingly sculpted from silver wire. Still, with how mind-bendingly complex the working was, it was easy for individual parts of the image to fall out of focus, blurring as he lost track of the individual details in the mash of geometry. Slowly, patiently, he retrained his mind on the problem areas, sharpening the image over and over until the glyph held steady in his mind.
For anything else, it would have been agonizing having to rework the same sections again and again. Thankfully, the blade right was a thing of sublime beauty, and he had no problem spending time lavishing every hair's breadth of its length with his attention.
Ding! True Sight has reached level 31. Ding! True Sight has reached level 33. Finally, he was ready. Caius started to weave. With the new grasp that tonal weaving gave him over his internal mana supplies, it was easy for him to grip his mana pool, threading a string of power out into his body. Infusing that power with the essence of his soul was far more complex. His skill helped somewhat, as did his experience with Soulfire during the merging of his legacy skills, but it was not perfect. Caius stayed calm, taking his time. There was no scream, no psychic dissonance to power through. Just him, his image, and his will. He could do this. Radiant power suffused his mana as a branch of Soulfire connected to his pool. He continued his work, worming a thin thread of mana down his arm to gather it in the palm of his right hand. Hair's breadth by agonizing hair's breadth, he wove the thread around his natural mana pathways, snapping it into place as he formed his blade right. Sweat beaded on his brow, his forehead furrowing in concentration. The glyph came together. It was an interesting thing. Even with its beauty and his own lacking comprehension, it was easy for him to see it was incomplete. Too much empty space, odd lines that ended nowhere, and linking sentences of runes that failed to connect. With a final gasp, he wove the last line, and the first half of his blade right snapped into place. Linked to his soul, it pulsed with energy, searing his palm with a blinding heat. Ding! Tonal weaving has reached level 27. Ding! Tonal weaving has reached level 29. Groaning as softly as he could, Caius bit his lip until he tasted blood in an effort to stifle a scream that would wake Ionmus.
It would have been fantastic if he could have hidden away in their tent, but they decided to keep that in reserve. After all, an unknown ability to shelter in plain sight was no small advantage. Something cold and wet prodded his cheek. Porkchop, checking in on him in concern. "You okay? That felt like it hurt," his brother asked, soft, green-flecked gold eyes glistening in the firelight. Caius breathed. "Yeah, stung like a bitch, but I expected that. The first bit's done," he replied, lifting his palm to inspect his work. New, black markings stretched across his palm from edge to edge.
Unlike the full work that he had pictured in his mind's eye, the new inscription on his skin was flattened, missing details. Still beautiful, but the full depths of its magnitude hidden in his flesh and mana. Waggling his fingers to reassure himself the pain was gone, he lay his palm flat over his blade, right where its twin was destined to sit. Diving back into his work, he pushed his awareness of his brother's attention out of his mind. Thankfully, despite the pain, he had managed to keep his grip on the soul-infused mana thread that sat in his arm. Without the need to repeat that step, he searched his inner space for his existing connection to a father's gift. It was a subtle and small thing, guided by the greatly reduced version of their link that had been forged by a simple enchantment. Yet, despite its fragile weakness, it was still a binding, still a present force he could quest for. He knew himself intimately, and it came to him quickly, the hardened edges and flexible rigidity of his sword drifting across his senses like a forgotten limb. A curious sensation to have such an awareness of a sword. Somehow, despite the alien nature of the link, it still felt familiar.
Somehow he knew that he had been leaning on it for a long time, pulling on the bond in the heat of battle to align himself with a true awareness of the location and space of his blade, a proprioception that heightened his blade arts. Still, regardless of how he had felt and used his bond with the blade subconsciously in the past, he had never felt it as keenly as he had in this moment. It was time. Grabbing hold of the mana thread with his will, he threaded it across his connection with a father's gift. Without the infusion of his soul, it would have been impossible, or so the knowledge gifted to him by the system said. Even with the link, it was difficult, fighting him every step of the way. He mustered his will, gritting his teeth as he held on to the thread of power that threatened to dissolve into ash at any moment. Somehow, some way, it held. Exiting his body, his mana moved through some fourth space he had no name for, almost similar to when he had appeared before Ikum the Pale. The impossible geometry of it all was nearly enough to make him lose his grip, but he held, turning his mind away from the left down a crosswards direction his mana moved. Then it hit his blade. The sacred purity of steel cradled his power, holding it steady as his sword assisted him like the stalwart companion it was. With the essence of his very being enshrined in his blade, he could feel something, a nascent seed waiting, ready to bloom if just given sun, water, and time. Understanding rose within him. The Bladerite would nurture this seed, and their tide ascension would nourish it. But what it would really need was familiarity and the vital water of his enemies to sprout in truth. A smile tugged at his lips, joy welling within him despite his focus. He couldn't wait to see what it would become. Another breath steadied him, and bit by bit, he wove a twinned glyph on his blade, matching the one on his palm.
It was smaller, just large enough to cover the fuller of his blade, starting a thumb width above its hilt. That only made weaving the glyph all the more complex, every twisting curve and fine line requiring an even defter touch than what he had done on his palm. Worse, the internal structure of his blade was far different from the flesh of his body and the natural whirls of the mana that suffused him. Oh, it conducted and held his thread of power just fine, but the specifics were radically different. Where he expected to have to force the thread, it flowed with the utmost ease, forcing him to rein in his will before he overshot a line or ruined an angle. Where he expected his mana to conduct, it stuttered, forcing him to bear down with the entirety of his being to keep the formation stable when he encountered surprising resistance. His progress slowed to a crawl, but bit by bit the Bladerite came together, until finally
It was done. The glyph on his blade snapped into place. Caius barely had a moment to breathe before his soul bloomed, the fires of self raging into a torrent. Power surged, widening the tenuous link he held with his blade. A father's gift came into new focus. He became as aware of it as he was of his own hand. Though he heard no mundane sound, his blade seemed to cry with the most primal of delights. Such was its exuberance that he half expected it to quake in joy and bounce off his legs. As power suffused both of his glyphs, they started to change, morphing. No longer an abstract representation of the link between man and blade, they became a sigil, one that represented his union. Sacred fire burned his flesh, lines warping as they shifted with impunity. His throat spasmed, tendons raging against his skin as he clenched his jaw in a desperate attempt to stop a scream. Air hissed out, noise drowned in the thudding rush of blood in his ears. Then, as fast as it started, it was over.
A wave of weakness washed over him, and Caius fell limp, flopping against the sturdy warmth of his brother's side.
Porkchop curled around him, holding him steady, but saying nothing. Lolling his head back, Caius stared upwards at the twinkling tapestry of the night sky. Unbound once more from the iron claws of his will, an idle thought drifted across his mind as he took in their milky radiance. It was beautiful to be under the stars once more. As his breathing slowed, he brought his hand up, taking in the new shape of the bladerite glyph. His personal sigil. A blade hanging beneath the sun, ready to cut.
Chapter 153. Absorption.
Caius breathed deep, clenching his fist and concealing the new sigil that was splayed across his palm. Sitting up from his brother's side, he grasped a father's gift by the hilt and lifted it up. Firelight danced across its surface, shimmering like oil across the waves of darkened metal that were impressed into the steel. It was a strange sense, the one he had of his blade, almost similar to his bond with Porkchop, but different in nature. After all, his blade was no living thing. Still, he could feel the link empowering the blade. If it had been sharp and durable before, now he could tell it would be sharp enough to shave with.
Reaching out with a finger, he brushed it against the edge. A feather touch, barely a whisper, but still enough that a thin line of red welled for a moment before his healing wiped away the small cut. If it was stronger now, what would happen when he actively used the skill and flooded his connection with empowering stamina? Unfortunately, his testing would have to wait. No reason to wake Ianmus by hacking at logs. Prodding at the link with his will, he felt something else. An eager readiness to grow, one that hungered for more. An instinct was there, how he could feed his blade and encourage its development. The spent forge heart. Caius's eyes whipped over to the saddlebags.
Restraining himself was an effort of will, but he slowly lay his blade on the grass in front of him before he crawled towards their belongings.
"What are you doing?"
Porkchop asked, looking up from the fire to watch him with curiosity.
"Grabbing that material we got from the Guardian. I want to see if a father's gift can absorb it now that there is a link."
Caius pushed along their bond as he reached their bags. Sneaking a hand under the flap, he connected with the spatial box held within, withdrawing his prize. A fist-sized rock appeared in his hand, glossy and covered in jagged edges. It was warm, like it had been resting a few strides from an open fire. As he pulled it out, the strange glass hunk lit up his surroundings. It was a soft light, almost invisible in the day, but under the cover of the stars it glowed with the fading luminance of a guttering candle. Caius's eyes flicked over to Ianmus. Seeing the elf still deep in his slumber, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to his blade. "What if using it wakes him?" Porkchop asked. Caius shrugged. In the end, it would be better if the elf figured out a new secret than to have the nature of his weapon revealed while they stayed in Deadacre. After everything, the Magi was likely to at least acquiesce if they said it was something they didn't want to share. If the process did let off some signal, an overzealous artificer or mage might not be so generous. Sitting in front of his sword once more, a keening desire started to emanate from the link he now felt with the blade, a want for the hunk of glass he held in his hand. No, something baser than a want, something without emotion or assigned value. Acting on instinct, Caius pressed the spent forge heart to the sigil that now adorned the flat of his blade just above its hilt. Ding! Material appropriate for a father's gift detected. Facilitate absorption? The words of the system rung clear, revealing themselves to him in his mind's eye. He accepted the prompt. Immediately, the pull on the forge heart intensified. Yanking itself from his grasp, it sealed itself to his sigil with a soft tink. Caius looked up, gladdened to see the noise hadn't roused Ianmus. Snapping back to his blade, he watched the soft glowing obsidian start to melt. Fine drips of glossy black emitted a soft orange light, sinking into the shallow engravings of the glyph beneath it. There was no mana, no pulse of light, and no clap of thunder. Just the slow drip of glass and the ravenous hunger that pulsed from his sword in waves. Fully liquefied, the forge heart started to flow like treacle, shimmering its way up the fuller that marked its center. Glossy black covered runes and steel alike, sealing itself tightly to the metal in a thin film. Desire intensified, and the soft, rhythmic pulse of orange from within the glass started to increase its tempo, flashing faster and faster. Then the suction started, and before his very eyes, Caius watched his blade drink the fluid. Solid steel absorbed molten glass with agonizing slowness as he watched on enraptured. Just as his blade had almost fully absorbed the forge heart, liquid black began to bleed from the edge of his sword. Collecting like morning dew, at first there were only a few droplets, but as more were excreted, they merged together to form an unbroken coat that stretched just barely less than a fingertip into the body of the blade. That wasn't all. Glossy black welled up from his pommel, too, morphing with pulsing change as the filigreed block of steel formed a disk of black on both sides of its coin-like figure. The thin layer of black that covered the fuller edge and pommel of his sword let out a low hiss and started to boil. Caius jumped, half expecting a searing heat to burn his legs where the sword lay flat, only for nothing of the sort to happen. He looked over to his brother with wild eyes, only to find Porkchop staring at the blade with the same impassioned intensity that he had been. Minute by minute, the black boiled away, absorbed fully by his sword. What was left in its place filled him with awe. Everywhere the liquid forge heart had touched had been transformed, wave-patterned steel transfigured into a solid black crystal. The edges tapered to a point so fine he could see through the material, barely able to make out the subtle, jagged edge his blade now had, almost like it had been napped. Yet there was none of the jagged lack of refinement of a primitive tool. Where the edge transitioned into the body of the blade, as well as the fuller and orb of black crystal that sat embedded in his pommel, it was perfectly smooth, like a polished and rounded gem. Light gleamed off the surface, shining resplendent in the soft light of the fire. He lifted the blade up to get a better look, and suppressed a gasp
as the firelight shone through his fuller in a smoky gray. It revealed his glyph and the runic enchantments. They soaked up the light, shining suspended in glass with the same pulsing orange light that had once lived within the spent forge heart. With the transformation complete, Caius felt only a faint whisper of fullness come across his link with his weapon. It seemed even if another material was already in his possession, he would have had to wait for the changes to settle before adding more. Similarly, he could simply tell that the blade had improved, sharper, tougher, and more penetrating. Yet there was a glimmer that this was but a hint of potential barely revealed, that the changes were only skin deep. Most of the energy seemed to have been squirreled away, saved for some greater purpose. Only when he had provided the rest of what it needed would its transformation be complete. The familiar ding of a system notification sounded in his mind.
Well, that was more dramatic than I expected, Porkchop said plainly, still watching his sword in curiosity. Caius snickered, doing his best to keep quiet. You can say that again. I've got to check some notifications, he replied, and then opened the waiting communication from the system.
Ding! Growth weapon, a father's gift, has absorbed spent forge heart. Absorb 2 more suitable materials to complete the upgrade. Caius frowned as he read the notification that told him exactly nothing other than what had been blatantly obvious. Hopefully, whatever changes had been wrought would be visible on the blade's description. Channeling his true sight, he focused on his sword. A father's gift, common, Tier 1, forged in the dying days of Unterstern, quenched in the fading light of prosperity, the final work of a master, birthright of the last scion. A 2-handed longsword forged from meteoric iron, orichalcum, and deep essence. This sword hides a sliver of morphic Cryexia crystal in its hilt. If the right conditions are met, this shard of potential may bloom. The complex network of a binding ritual is hidden under its hilt wrap. A core of crystal formed from a spent forge heart now threads the blade, honing its edge even further. Artisan-wrought artifact growth item. Materials needed for advancement. 2 bound and linked longsword honed. 2 self-repair 1. Durability 2. Bloodline veil 5. Caius pondered the description, surprised to see such minimal changes despite the rather drastic difference in his blade's appearance. He hoped that whatever changes his sword's eventual transformation would bring would be significant. As it stood, the blade was only a common. Apprehension gnawed at him as he thought of his rate of growth. He was loath to think of it, but unless he could acquire more materials quickly, there would come a point where he would outstrip its usefulness. Thankfully, beyond the simple effects listed on the description, a father's gift was durable as hell.
If all it took was a few more guardians, he was sure it would hold up well enough. There was something odd about growth weapons, that was for sure. It already had been butting up on the limits of what he knew to be possible for a common item, and it was almost inconceivable for it to still be that rarity with another rank of honed and durability both. Unfortunately, there was no expert on growth weapons around. Even if there was, he didn't have the power to keep his blade protected. Caius sighed, leaning back into Porkchop as he sheathed his blade and rested it on the ground beside him. "Anything big?" Porkchop asked him with curiosity. "An extra rank to a couple of basic enchantments, but there's something odd about it. The blade seems tougher than it was, and it feels like most of the energy from the material was stored for later. Which makes sense, but I just wish the whole thing was less opaque," Caius grumbled,
reaching over to scratch Porkchop behind the ear as he stared into the fire. More annoying was that, with the visible change, they would have to avoid any decent fights until they reached the city. Otherwise, it would be too obvious to Ianmus that something was off about his sword. He paused, thinking of the coming days. Thankfully, after all their travel, they were getting remarkably close to Deadacre. As best he could tell from his memories and the prompting of Explorer's Toolkit, they were at most a few days off from their destination.
He expected to find the city changed. With the awakening of beasts and the growing danger of the wilds, plenty of people would be flocking to the city. It was no metropolis by any means, but it had solid walls and was the biggest population center of the region. All sorts of surrounding villages and farmers must have fled to its perceived safety. That meant guards, ones that most likely had some sort of identify skill. Nothing that would reveal anything damaging, but almost certainly one that would show his class tag, and that Porkchop was a greater beast. A troubling problem. While a simple class tag would be easy enough to explain away, after all, there were plenty of lesser-known class types that it would only be obviously off to someone with significant learning on the subject. Porkchop would be much more of an issue. "We need to think of some way to get you into the city," Caius said, after explaining their problem. While he might have been comfortable with revealing Porkchop's nature within 3 fields, elsewhere was a different matter. Greater beasts rarely interacted with higher races, and those that did were usually mature and powerful. Porkchop's nature would bring far more attention than they were ready for until they had the power to defend themselves. Porkchop fell silent, musing on the issue, before he looked over to the sleeping form of their resident mage. "Are there items that would hide that effectively? That I am a greater beast?" he asked after a moment. Caius nodded. "There should be, from what I've heard. At least, if that is all we try to hide. They would be expensive, though, and we would need to get into the city first before we could get access to one. That, and I doubt anything we could get here would be useful against the higher-level defenders of larger cities." Pausing for a moment in thought, Porkchop eventually turned and looked at him. "Why don't I wait an hour or 2 out from the city with Ianmus? Then you could go in and collect what we need. With our bond, we should surely still be able to at least send impressions from such a distance." Caius thought on the idea, scratching his chin. It wasn't bad. Even if he was loath to leave Porkchop behind, it wasn't like they had any other solution. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask, though let's leave it till we are walking tomorrow," Caius replied, before a yawn snuck up on him and his creeping fatigue made its presence known. "Anyway, it's late. We should sleep." Porkchop rolled his eyes. Yeah, he replied, though he put his head down onto his paws all the same. Smiling at his brother's antics, Caius pulled over his travel blanket and draped it over himself before he lay down next to Porkchop. With the soothing warmth of the fire on one side and the steady rise and fall of his brother's chest on the other, he was out in seconds. Chapter 154. Mask. Waking early the next morning with the rising sun, Caius had set about breaking the fast of their little troop with a hearty meal of fried potatoes and bacon. Despite everything that had happened, he could see the appeal that artisan classes held to many. In another life, being a cook might have been his calling, what with how gratified he felt when he saw the looks of appreciation on his party members' faces as they ate their breakfast. They set off shortly after, making their way further towards Deadacre. At first, Caius was worried that Ianmus would notice the quail egg-sized gem that sat in the pommel of his blade. With his sharp eyes, he was sure the man would notice the difference. Yet, if he had, Ianmus gave no sign. That, at least, was something. They walked across rolling fields, skirting around shallow hills and fording thin streams as the sun beamed down on them from above.
It was a warm heat, filled with the brilliance of the midsummer sun. Thankfully, there were just enough clouds to prevent it from growing stifling, while few enough in number that it could in no way be called gloomy. More than once they diverted their way around the occasional copse of trees that studded the plains and served as shelter to the wild's primal denizens, or redirected when they spotted some herd of beasts. Ianmus gave them odd looks for that. Understandable, after so many days of them throwing themselves into fights at the first opportunity. Yet, even if it was mildly suspicious, it was far easier to explain away than waving around a crystalline sword that had been plain metal the night before. Sitting astride Porkchop's back, Caius looked over to their half-elf companion. The man kept pace with them comfortably. For all he seemed unused to the rigors of long-distance travel, the man was no slouch.
He just hoped that he wouldn't be in too much of a rush to sequester himself inside the safety of a city's walls.
"Just get it over with and ask him, Caius," Porkchop said with a soft snort, startling him. Caius rolled his eyes. He hadn't been hemming and hawing that much. It was just a big ask. Still, his brother had the right of it. There was no point waiting. "Ianmus!" he called out, causing the mage to look in his direction with a questioning look on his face. "I have a request, if you are amenable to it." The man cocked his brow at him. "Oh, and what would my mighty savior like to ask of this humble academic?" Ianmus teased. After so many days in each other's company, he'd begun to relax, revealing a subtle and quick wit. Caius chuckled, before he quickly explained their problem, how having Porkchop revealed as a greater beast would cause a hullabaloo they would rather avoid. "Which is why I was hoping you would be willing to stay with Porkchop an hour or two outside of the city, while I go see if I can purchase an artifact that will shift his status," he finished, watching the half-elf's face closely for any sign of dissatisfaction. Instead, he found something unexpected. Plain confusion. "Why would you need an artifact? I would have thought that the two of you would be able to mask well enough without one's assistance to at least get into the city. I mean, sure, if the guards have reason to peer deeply, you might need one, but I don't see why they would take that much of an interest," Ianmus said, clearly puzzled at his question. Caius, too, found that he was growing confused. Masking? What was that? And how in the world would they be able to hide their status without an artifact or skill? "I'm sorry, masking? I don't know what you mean," he replied. Ianmus's eyes widened in realization. "Of course. You two met when you were unclassed. My apologies. I would have brought it up early if it had occurred to me," he responded, bobbing his head politely. Caius gestured for him to continue. "Masking directly involves interacting with your class or bloodline construct, so it is one of those things that is annoyingly difficult to share with unclassed, due to the restrictions around the selection process. Most don't bother trying to teach it until after someone has reached class advancement." Ianmus finished, pausing for him to digest his words. Caius groaned, rubbing his eyelids in frustration. Of course, another lesson that he missed due to circumstances. He just hoped that it wasn't some great secret, and Ianmus would be able to share it. Porkchop beat him to the punch. "What is it? And will it help us get into Deadacre without giving away what we are?" his brother asked. Ianmus nodded emphatically, before he launched into an explanation of the ability. Yes, it's downright perfect, and no great secret either. Not well known amongst common folk, but almost everyone who comes from a learned or well-off background knows of it, and can use it to varying levels of proficiency. I've heard that the guild teaches it to their members once they have proven themselves and risen out of copper rank, too. Caius nodded, gripping the loop of leather attached to Porkchop's underarmor a little tighter, as his brother stepped into a particularly large pothole hidden in the grass. If the guild gave it out at bronze rank, then it was no great secret indeed. Leaving copper only took confirming that you have delved the 4th layer, or by reaching level 60 and doing enough high copper tasks. And that was if they were being overcautious. "What does it do then?" he asked. "It's a way to fight off identification skills through a clever exercise of masking your soul in your will. It will let you feel probes, basic ones at least, and either attempt to rebuff them or attempt to deceive them. Blocking is easier, but then you give the game away and are faced with far more scrutiny. Deception requires more focus and willpower to pull off up front, but in this scenario will save you from far more suspicion," Ianmus explained, going through the function of the skill. Caius frowned. If it was so easy, so fundamental, then surely people must be constantly using it, right? Such a thing would grant a huge tactical advantage in direct duels and conflicts with other people. He voiced his question. At higher levels maybe, but it is an exhausting skill, and one that takes time and persistence to grow skilled with. That is actually what most artifacts and system skills do. Empower your own ability to mask, and often allow it to be done passively to some extent. That, and with its demands on your focus, you'll find it's about as wise as a sorcerer trying to channel and fight at the same time, Ianmus explained with a little grin. As they delved more into the topic, Caius learned that there was much one could do to improve their mask, and that as one grew more proficient in the technique, it was possible for it to become an almost automatic thing. Held in place constantly, but only requiring active investiture of will when someone tested your defenses. Supposedly, when he first started, it would take constant focus to keep the barrier in place. It got easier with levels and stats, but so did it get easier for people with high-leveled skills and classes, with high-rarity analyze skills to pierce your defense. He suspected that he would have an easier time than most with developing a barrier. If Ianmus decided to teach them, of course. After all, he had far more intelligence and willpower than could be expected for someone of his level. That, in and of itself, would aid him. After all, who would expect deception from someone so weak? "Will they be able to tell if I rebuff them?" he asked. Ianmus shook his head. "No, not without skills or artifacts, though it can be rather obvious if they receive less information than they should. That is why providing false information is often far more beneficial, even if it is far more taxing to do so. Now follow my directions. It is surprisingly simple, though the depths to the technique are vast." Caius grinned as he and his brother listened to the mage with rapt curiosity. Under expert direction, he dipped into his soul space, wrapping the entirety of his soul in a thin weave of his will. It was tricky at first, requiring him to spread his focus and intent in an even sheet. Just getting that first bit stable took him merely an hour to get a hang of. Yet, even as the sun moved across the sky and they traversed leagues of open green fields, Ianmus was a patient teacher, and a talented one. Though that was no great surprise, considering the man's background. Once the beginnings of his mask was in place, Caius found it only moderately difficult to hold it steady, though his constant awareness of the will construct was a non-stop tug at the back of his mind. Like consciously holding his hand in a position not quite painful, but uncomfortable enough that he found it impossible to ignore. Apparently, that strain would grow as someone tested his defenses.
Good. Now that you both have that, I want you to impress on the mask the information you desire to change. Just know that the further from the truth it is, the harder it will be to hide. For you, Porkchop, pretending to be a simple beast and changing your race should not be too difficult. However, you might have a little more difficulty, Caius. Make sure you pick a class signifier that is similar to what you are. As much as you are able to, at least. Ianmus explained, looking at him with a moderately apologetic expression. He waved the man off, thinking of what he wanted to masquerade as. After a moment, he decided on Body Enhancer. They were a niche collection of classes, reliant on buffing skills and abilities to supplement their frontline capabilities.
He only knew of them because his father had said that some body formation classes fell under that umbrella. Rare enough that his odd abilities wouldn't raise too many questions, and one that would let him explain away the growing prevalence of the runic markings on his skin. He took what he knew of the class signifier and impressed it upon the shell of his will. It was the tricky bit, and the main reason the skill wasn't shared with those without a class. Spinning a thin thread of his will, he linked it to his class before doing the same with a thread of soulfire. An intimate sense of his status became available to him, one more qualitative than the simple screens he had available normally. It was an overwhelming deluge of information, one he had to filter before he could keep it defended, or modify what was read by someone trying to analyze him. After half an hour or so of muffled curses as he tried and failed to get it to take, he felt his intention suffuse the mask. He was ready. Looking towards Ianmus, he gave the man a nod. A thin, questing probe prodded his center, brushing up against his barrier. He knew then, instinctively, that he could flex his will and fight off the attempt to glean his secrets. Instead, he followed Ianmus's earlier instructions, allowing the probe through the mask, but impressing his own limited deception onto the searching skill. Tension throbbed behind his ears, the task more taxing than he had expected. Still, he managed, and a moment later the probe withdrew, taking his false class signifier with it. He gasped, releasing the breath he didn't even realize he was holding, as the strain on his will dissipated. A moment later, Ianmus started to clap. "Great job, Caius! It takes a rare will to succeed on your first attempt, let alone after a short few hours of lessons. Great job!" The half-elf addressed him with a satisfied nod before he turned to his brother. "Porkchop, you've almost got it. It's no great surprise it's harder for you. As a caster, Caius will have more of the relevant stats, though eventually, sheer levels and the growing strength of your soul will give you enough of an edge to do it with ease. At least, if you are not challenged by someone more capable, that is." Caius grinned, happy to hear he had done what was needed. Ianmus returned it. "Body enhancer was a good choice. I see why you picked it." "It's the closest I could think of that would explain away the most," Caius explained, before his sheer need to get at least a moderate acumen in masking before their arrival at Deadacre prodded him to continue his work. "Would you feel up to practicing this for the last couple of days of our trip? It would be a weight off my back to know Porkchop will be far less at risk," he asked. "Gladly," Ianmus replied. "It's nice to have some way to repay the two of you for saving my life." Breathing a sigh of relief, Caius redoubled his efforts on infusing his mask. During their short discussion, his hold on the shaped will had grown tenuous. His attention drifted as the mask started to waver and dissipate. He frowned, wondering how anyone ever got to the point of doing this in their sleep. Spending time to tighten the working, Caius looked to Ianmus for comment. A moment later, another probe prodded the barrier around his class and soul. He grunted, brow furrowing as he strained to push across the falsified information. It might have been a hair easier, but it was hard to tell. Hopefully, by the time they arrived at Deadacre, he would at least be able to keep it up without looking like he was straining in an attempt to lift an entire ox. Chapter 155. Skill Testing and Arrival. After spending the rest of the day working with Ianmus and Porkchop on masking, Caius had gotten better at the strange, focus-intensive skill. Somewhat. It was still ruinously fatiguing to falsify his class identifier, though that had gotten a little easier as he grew more familiar with the method. Instead, most of his gains had come from hiding just how much effort it was taking him to deceive an analysis skill. After all, there was no point in hiding something if the person in question was staring at him, making an expression like he was actively straining against a heavy load. Porkchop had gotten better too, potentially even faster than he had, though Caius liked to think that was mostly because of him joining in. With his high will, it was significantly harder to ward off his probes, but that increased difficulty had honed his brother's skills. Eventually, though, they had to make camp for the eve. Once again, Ianmus had been out quickly, leaving him and Porkchop alone, sitting around their fire. With a grunt, Caius pushed himself to his feet, moving slowly so that his armor didn't clank loudly. Looking up from where he was lying, his brother gave him an inquisitive look. "Going back to that tree?" Porkchop asked. They'd passed one of the rare few that stood alone outside of the odd copses that littered the area about a quarter hour before making camp. "Yeah, just want to see what difference the new skill makes. Getting itchy from hiding the change to the sword from Ianmus," Caius replied with a nod. "All right, I'll keep watch. Don't be too long, though," Porkchop replied, before he settled back down. Caius gave his brother a nod and set off, palming the hilt of his blade as he rubbed the new gem in its pommel with his thumb, feeling its glossy smoothness. Once he was out of eyeshot of their camp, he drew his blade, admiring its new form in the grayscale of true sight.
It was a beautiful thing, the crystal fuller and edge elevating the sword from fine craftsmanship to something that looked like a proper artifact, something worthy of being a growth item. Still, what he was most interested in was the effect its change and his new skill would have had on its capabilities. Both the upgrade and the scaling boost to his enchantments would pair nicely with the effects of liturgical blade form, and he was reluctant to wait until a battle to understand his new abilities. Stepping through the long grasses, Caius eventually spotted his target. The dark vision provided by his ocular skill had expanded with his levels, letting him see his surroundings in perfect clarity. Out of the earth, a stout hardwood rose, surrounded by a canopy of branches that shrouded the tree from waist height up. He'd taken note of it earlier due to the thickness of its limbs, some of the lower ones being even thicker than his thigh. Perfect to test out how well he could cut. Striding forwards, he stepped under the burrows, stopping a few paces from one of the branches. He took his stance, one foot forwards, the other just behind him and slightly angled. He held a father's gift in the midguard, hilt close to his waist with the blade angled up and away from him. It was still as perfectly balanced and weighted as it had always been. A slow breath escaped as Caius relaxed, readying himself. Then he inhaled, sharp and fast. His blade snapped up, hips pivoting to the right as the crystalline edge of his sword melded into the shadows. Then he cut, leveraging his weight and power into the swing. Hardwood chips flew as the edge of his sword bit into the branch with a soft thwack. With perfect edge alignment, his blade sunk in deep, powered by his stats and an arcane blade empowered by two different skills. Thrumming reverberations shuddered up his sword, stinging his palms as it stuck fast, unable to penetrate further. Caius grinned. That had been the first thing he had been worried about. Swords needed to be flexible, to give before opposing forces, lest they shatter. Crystal was sharp as sin and tough as the hells. But flexible was not what it was known for. Mundane crystals, at least. Whatever had infused his sword seemed to have much the same properties of metal, flexing perfectly fine as he had hit the hard target. Taking his hand off the hilt, Caius left his sword hanging out of the branch as he inspected his work. Buried cleanly in the wood, the edge of his sword was wedged a good handspan into the branch. A soft whistle escaped his lips, satisfaction buoying him at his efforts. A sword was a fantastic weapon, but it was a terrible tool for hewing through wood, especially against the grain. To make it so far was impressive. He stepped away and gripped the soft leather of his hilt before giving his sword a yank. The sword held firm, pulling him forward with the force of his motion. Caius frowned, tugging the hilt a bit more. Nothing.
It was stuck fast. "For fuck's sake," he groaned, crouching under the hilt to heave upwards. Wood squealed, and, bit by bit, his blade was levered free. Grunting as it finally escaped its bind, Caius snatched it back into his hands. That was the other problem. Without the wedge of an axe, a blade was far more likely to get stuck. In the end, it was worth it. Eyeing the thick branch, he reset himself. Then he reached for the initiate's glyphic bladerite. Stamina flooded from his pool in an instantaneous wave, flooding his connection to the sword with empowering force. At once, the glyph on his palm and its twin embedded in the crystal of his fuller lit up with ghostly white light, quickly joined by the Accardian inscriptions further up the blade's length. A father's gift thrummed, empowered and ready. Once more, he cut. Ding! Initiate's glyphic bladerite has reached level 2.
This time there were no splinters, and the thunk of his blade edge biting into the branch was as soft as the wind. Then his sword shuddered in his hands, stinging them with reverberating force once more. He hadn't cut through. Caius frowned, a little disappointed. Leaning forwards, he inspected his work. It was only with true sight that he could see the incision, so clean was the severing. A full hand and a half his sword had bitten in, before coming to a stop halfway through the branch. That was pretty good. Not quite the devastation he had been hoping for, but the skill was only level 2, and he had cut a fair bit deeper. At the end of the day, his skill would be making his blade sharper and tougher, neither of which would overly impact the fact that a sword was a shit woodcutting tool, even roughly 3 times as strong as his considerable base abilities. It just wasn't what the weapon was designed for. Working at the hilt of his sword, he slowly wiggled it free of its bind. He knew that the true potential of the skill would come when he was able to upgrade a father's gift. Mature growth items were legendary for the breadth and power of their effects, and being able to empower them further was no small boon, let alone whatever additional abilities the skill would gain as it moved into the second tier. Coming loose with a small pop, Caius rotated his blade to look at its edge. Nary a nick or a chip was present. He grinned, satisfaction warming his chest despite the cool night air, before he sheathed the blade. Striding away from the tree, Caius made his way back to camp. With his curiosity satisfied, he'd finally be able to sleep. Given how much practice of his mask he planned on doing before reaching Deadacre, he needed every scrap of it he could get. The first sign that they were getting close to Deadacre appeared early one morning. They'd set off an hour earlier, cresting a low hill in the rising light of the sun.
As the hillside fell away, they were greeted with a sight that caused disquiet to settle in his stomach, souring his breakfast. Cattle. A whole herd of them. They still milled together, just as placid as they might have been a few months in the past, but they were changed. Larger, more muscular, with exaggerated horns that graced their heads. Still, they were easily recognizable as livestock. Their splotchy cream hides were all marked with a streak of red dye on their flank, though some had a deep green. Different farmers' stock, he figured. It meant that they were growing close to Deadacre. It also meant that farms had been abandoned. That was understandable. Even if they kept their demeanors, it was only a matter of time before ranching beasts led to tragedy. The farmers of the frontier had neither the experience, setup, or levels to manage such a thing safely. He only hoped that the cattle had been left to roam free while their owners set off for safer housing, and not that the body of some poor sap was left twisted and broken in some abandoned field. Beside him, Ianmus winced as he also caught sight of the roaming beasts. That's not good. If they're free, the jobs of the rest just got a whole lot harder.
the half-elf muttered. Caius nodded. He wouldn't want to be the poor sap defending a field of wheat from a curious and hungry herd of cattle beasts, that was for sure. If Deadacre wanted to feed themselves, the farms would need defending. Even with the small amount of space a good classer needed to grow food, it would still be a growing burden on resources. "Come on, let's keep moving," Caius said softly, watching the herd. They walked down the rise, moving to their right to skirt around the beasts, who looked at them with wary curiosity. Thankfully, they didn't spook. 100 beasts of that size was a tall ask, even for him. Hopefully, Deadacre would still be standing when they arrived. Over the next 2 days they walked, encountering a second herd as they did so. Bit by bit, the untamed grasslands disappeared. At first it was a single farm, a small, fenced-off field with an attached cottage. Said fence had been shattered at some point, and the door to the dwelling clattered as it swung free in the wind. They'd been growing radishes at some point. Half of those were uprooted now, eaten by wandering beasts. Caius only hoped that the owners had fled and that the house was empty. They didn't stop to check. Soon, that singular farm became commonplace, more and more fields filling their surroundings until everything became one continuous swath of fences and fields. Not all were abandoned. Some had clearly bandied together, splitting the labor of growing and guarding. That, at least, was gratifying. It meant the city was likely still standing, and siege rationing was unlikely. They did give the farms a wide berth, though, grizzled farmers mean-mugging them from a quarter league away as they watched them pass with distrustful expressions. Initially, it was maybe 1 farm in 20 that was occupied and defended. The further they traveled, the more common it became. 1 in 10, then 5, then 2. While these inner farms had guards, it was far less zealous and vigilant than their outlying cousins, more at risk of attack. Hells, some of them even waved as they paced, which lit a warm glow in his belly. The farms grew denser, too, eventually the wild paths of untamed land that they followed shrinking until there was a bare 100 paces between fenced-off land. It wasn't long after that when they saw it. Stone, rising on the horizon, rough, blocky, and wide, perhaps even haphazard if one was to be uncharitable. Walls. Lit up by the afternoon sun, Caius felt the itch of anticipation set in as he looked at the sight, while a fizzing curiosity that buoyed Porkchop's spirit flooded through their bond. "Thank the gods," Ianmus sighed.
They'd made it to Deadacre. Chapter 156. Deadacre. The grass started to die about a league from Deadacre. First it grew pallid and limp, a few tough patches holding on desperately to life while they eked out a meager existence in rock-hard, cracked dirt. It took maybe 15 paces before even that was gone. A stark demarcation, one that encircled the whole city. No one knew what caused it, the eerie desolation that just sat in the middle of the frontier. A perfect circle, where the ground was flat, hard, and nothing living grew. Oh, there were plenty of legends. That it had been the site of some duel between high-tier delvers during the shattering of an empire. That it had been cursed by the gods, and all who lived there had their fortunes sapped from them. That a dragon had descended, the might of their breath so powerful that the land still cowered from its potency. Caius doubted any of them were the truth, but regardless, nothing grew in the league from Deadacre's walls. Something quite fortunate, from a defensive perspective at least. Nowhere for beasts or armies to hide, and a clean and even sightline for the city's watchers. Shading his eyes from the sun, Caius stared at the city. It had been locked down, that much was clear. Scouts roamed the top of the walls, far more than he remembered there being on his last trip, and nothing entered or exited the western gate around the left-hand side of the wall. The east, though?
A train of people snaked out, easily 100 or more. With the acuity of his skill-enhanced eyes, Caius made out all manner of people. Huddled and weary families, carrying their meager belongings that they had been able to take with them. Mercenaries and delvers, heavily armored with impatient expressions on their faces, as if waiting with the common rabble pained them. A few farmers, eyeing the others suspiciously as they huddled around carts full of produce. Merchants with their caravans and guards, each pulled by beasts trained from birth or bonded to their drivers. At least, he assumed. Even trained animals were a bit of a risk to keep around if they transitioned to a beast, at least without relevant skills to handle them. Caius could even see the telltale, potent shine of the brightly colored Hiwian, a traveling convoy, making camp just past the people waiting for entrance to the city. Painted in saturated reds, yellows, blues, and every other color under the sun, they looked like they had been assaulted by a field of wildflowers. And the flowers had won. Standing out against the dusty brown of the ground and the faded gray of the city wall, they yanked at his attention, drawing the eye. A valid tactic for the traveling traders, and a definite boon for the city that they had arrived at this time. With more than 24 massive carriages, their convoy outnumbered the line waiting for entrance significantly. He didn't miss their vigilance, nor the number of guards they had. No sane bandit attacked the Hiwian. How seriously they treated blood debts was legendary. Unfortunately, Caius doubted that rogue beasts had such compunctions. By the walls, more than a dozen guards watched the line. Far more than normal, but understandable in the current circumstances. One by one, they would wave groups forward, talking with them for a few moments, before waving them into the city. One turned to look in his direction before nudging another guard to his left and pointing in his direction. An ocular skill, Caius realized. Potentially even eagle eye. Locking eyes with the man, he waved. The guard gave him a nod before waving to the back of the line. He acknowledged the guard with a thumbs up, who promptly lost interest in them, turning back to the deluge of people hoping to get entrance to the city. "Come on," Caius said. "Let's circle around and join the line." "It's strange to see so many people."
I mean, I knew to expect it, but the city is far bigger than I thought it would be. How do so many people bear to live so close? Porkchop asked.
Ianmus chuckled. If you think this is big, just wait till you see a proper metropolis like Mistral, or some of the cities in the dukedoms. Caius leaned forwards, ruffling Porkchop's head. Ianmus had the right of it. Even if it was the largest place he had ever been, and he fully agreed with his brother, he knew there were many, many cities larger than Deadacre. The place housed roughly 20,000, practically a hamlet compared to others. That was the frontier, though. Most preferred a less rough-and-tumble lifestyle than what was found out here. I'm more surprised by the amount of people waiting to get into the city. It's been weeks. I would have thought the people who would shelter behind walls would have already arrived. It must be getting bad, Caius said, watching the slow-moving line that they were gradually growing closer to. Really? Ianmus asked, looking at him with surprise. I honestly thought there would be more. Caius smiled. Most people who live on the frontier are as tough as an ox and thrice as stubborn. Honestly, the people from Deadacre and Grandbrook to the northeast have a bit of a reputation for being soft, he explained. It was mostly ribbing, but when there were only 2 major cities in the frontier, the people who braved the more wild parts in remote communities often took the risks as a point of pride. He doubted any of them would make the trek lightly, not unless something truly bad happened. Ianmus looked at him in disbelief. Deadacre. Soft, he said, shaking his head at the thought of it. Caius let out a low chuckle, though it was half forced. Maybe not soft, but definitely more luxurious than a village of a few hundred out in the middle of nowhere. The locals must have already made it into the walls, if they aren't defending their farms. These ones have to be from further afield. It must be bad out there for them to come so far. As they crossed the hard-baked ground, they grew close to the line. Hard eyes watched him, eyeing up his gear and staring at Porkchop with suspicion. Weary fathers, hardened guards, and curious delvers. Caius let it wash over him, his back straight. Gods, they're looking at me like I'm a half-second from eating them. Porkchop grumbled as Caius caught him side-eyeing a particularly wary caravan guard who was resting his hand on the head of an axe belted at his waist. Pay them no mind. It's understandable, all things considered. Most will have it far rougher than we do. Besides, we're still a good half-mile from them, and you're pretty huge. I'd be worried too. Caius replied, already having turned his focus to Ianmus. The elf had grown quiet, more than usual, with a pensive air hanging over his head. Whatever it was, he was sure the man would share it soon enough. Thank you, both of you, for getting me here in one piece, Ianmus finally said, breaking the silence. Are you sure there is nothing I can do to reward you? Caius smiled to himself. So that was it. You already have, my friend. Your oath and teaching us of masking is more than enough. I know we will most likely go our separate ways, but in the future, I would be happy to travel with you again once more. A measure of tension left Ianmus's shoulders, and his forehead unfurrowed just a little. I'd like that, if fate wills it. You're an interesting pair, and I get the feeling that you are not done with your discoveries or excitement. I'll leave it there, though. We're almost to the back of the line. The two of you should mask yourselves. Caius nodded at the Magi's words, shrouding his class and soul in a thin sheet of will. After days of practice, holding the barrier steady required little focus.
Little more than a subtle awareness of it tugged at his mind, something he could keep going for hours if he must, though having it directly tested was still arduous in its own right. Thankfully, analysis skills were not ubiquitous, and peering into someone's status was highly rude without cause. That social nicety made far more sense to him now that he knew it was possible to sense those probes. Joining the back of the line, a large woodsman watched them warily. A bit shorter than Caius, but impressively even more muscular. Even with his blatant strength and a hewing axe on his back, the man looked stressed. Travel-worn, with matted hair and an unkempt beard. His family was with him, a wife in a stained and torn dress, her eyes bagged and bloodshot. Behind her, a child, just barely peeking out from behind her mother's skirts as she stared at Porkchop with wild eyes. Caius nodded at the man calmly, hopefully assuring him he was just here to wait the same as him. He had far greater concerns than a suspicion of a man and his family. Namely, successfully lying to the guards at the gate. He could only hope they would be successful. Caius couldn't help but feel a bubbling pit of anxiety open up in his stomach at the thought of it. As the line slowly shuffled forwards, Caius noticed many in the queue turning back to look at him every few moments. Some were curious, but more looked nervous, verging on scared. I'm gonna dismount. Might make us stand out a little less, Caius said, using his bond to talk silently to his brother. I doubt it will work, but be my guest. You're heavy, Porkchop grumbled. Caius slipped from the saddle with a chuckle, landing on the ground with a clank of rattling scales. Ahead of them, the gruff-looking woodsman looked back, watching him closely before switching to Porkchop and narrowing his eyes with suspicion. He didn't look frightened, at least. Considering the man had arms thicker than most people's legs, Caius had doubted the man was a stranger to a scuffle. Especially if he made his trade in the wilds,
It was inevitable to come up against dangerous wildlife. "Your mount ain't gonna be an issue, is he?" the woodsman asked, curtly, meeting his eyes. Caius reached up and pulled off his helmet before tucking it under his arm. Honestly, he should have taken it off earlier. No wonder he'd been getting some looks. He gave the man a smile. Even if the woodsman was verging on leering at him, it was an understandable question given the circumstances, especially considering Porkchop made a bear look quaint. "This guy's a big softy," Caius said, reaching up to scratch his brother behind the ear. Porkchop played the part perfectly, leaning in and letting out a soft and happy rumble. "Aren't you, Porkchop?" That got the reaction he had been hoping for, as the woodsman stared up at Porkchop in disbelief. "Some sense for names you got," he muttered. "He trained, then?" Caius laughed. "I hear that a lot. And, in a sense, we've got a bond skill. Found him when he was young and had gotten separated from the rest of his pack," he lied, falling back on a story that was similar enough to the truth that it would be easy to keep straight. The woodsman gave him an appraising look. Now that they were talking, the man seemed to calm down some, more curious than wary. "A bond skill, eh? Impressive. Some southern beast, then? I saw you came from that way. Any news from out there?" That, at least, was a far less fraught line of questioning, but one he would need to keep consistent all the same. After discussing with Ianmus and Porkchop on their way over, they'd settled on having left from one of the other villages by the sea. At the least, it meant that he knew the area and culture enough to answer any odd questions people might have. "Came from Gloom Hollow."
Picked up that one on the way over, after he got swamped by some beasts. Caius replied, tilting his head in Ianmus's direction. The half-elf gave an awkward wave. The village was the biggest of the settlements at the sea's fringe, large enough that it was plausible for people to have missed him, and was one of the furthest from Three Fields. Unfortunately, it was also one of the greatest at risk from the shift in phases, being situated inside the sea, in a spit of clear land that had been expanded into the forest. The woodsman's eyes widened. "Gloom Hollow? No wonder you look like a tough bastard. No idea how you can stand being so close to the sea, what with how often things come down from those mountains. That it's a right shit show now." Caius grinned. "It's not quite so bad, but yeah, it definitely breeds a certain character." "What you doing out here, then? Would have thought they'd need every fighter they could get their hands on," the woodsman asked. Caius shot the man a smile, trying to squeeze as much cocky young confidence into it that he could manage. "Here to join the guild. Was always the plan, and I'm not about to let the end of the world get in the way of that." Barking out a laugh, the woodsman slapped his leg. "Good man. Gods know we're gonna need more delvers now. Things have really gone to shit out there. Some nasty stuff has started popping up all over the place." As he talked, the woodsman's tone grew severe, tense. "It's bad. I ain't no knee-quaking coward, but some of the shit that started hitting our hamlet was too much. Worried that if I didn't get us out then, it'd be me daughter's life at risk." Caius winced in sympathy. Not every frontier community was as well defended as Three Fields, especially not the smaller, remote ones. Most of them didn't even have walls, especially when they were further from more dangerous locales like the sea. "Well, that's what I'm here for." Not shy about getting into a fight that others can't handle for themselves, he said, doing his best to offer reassurance. Aye. Good on you, man. We need that these days. People are dying. Most of the people in this line without fancy guards and carriages have lost someone. Good to know someone's up for looking out for them, eh?" The woodsman's voice quavered, his jaw rippling as he clenched back emotion. "Excuse me, I should check on my daughter," he finished, turning away suddenly as he strode over to his child and swept her up into a tight hug. Caius let out a heavy breath.
He'd known that it wouldn't be pretty, but it was something else entirely to be confronted with the sheer bleak depression of those who had lost almost everything. A glimmer of guilt shimmered in his chest before he quashed it, lest it ignite into something more severe. He'd do what he could to help people, especially since, with the guild, that would come with levels and coin. But he couldn't accept responsibility for every tragedy. That way led to madness. Hopefully the city proper would have a less terminal ambiance. If he could get the guards to let him in, that is.
Chapter 157. Deadacre.
Despite the sheer volume of people lining up outside of the city gates, the queue moved surprisingly quickly. It seemed that Deadacre had developed a well-built mechanism for efficiently dealing with the dispossessed and weary travelers that had begun to flock to the safety of their walls. With more than a dozen guards at the gates, they waved groups forward 2 at a time, quickly working through discussions while other defenders kept watch for any beasts crossing the hard-packed dirt that surrounded the city. Still, even quicker than expected, they ended up waiting hours. Thank the gods that he and Porkchop had gotten adept enough at holding their mask that having it passively in place was no longer an overly burdensome drain on their mental energy. If they'd arrived even a few days earlier, he'd have had a splitting headache after holding it in place for so long. Taking a step to the side of the line, Caius leveraged his height to peer over the crowd, craning his neck to look through the open gates to the city. Just like he remembered, the entrance through the walls led to an open square, where a handful of large, cobbled streets split off to wind their way through the city. The main roads, an arterial flow of people and goods that vitalized the settlement. While it wasn't so bad that the streets were packed chest to chest, they were busier than he remembered. Thankfully, the city seemed at least somewhat prepared. Large marquees had been set up by the city walls, guards directing the most bedraggled and shaken of the petitioners in their direction. Temporary housing for the most desperate. Others were directed elsewhere. Those looking well off, or at least not destitute, were left to find their own lodgings, while merchants and farmers laden with goods were waved down one road that Caius remembered leading to the city's central square. "How's it looking?" Ianmus asked, as he stepped back in line with Porkchop and the mage.
Surprisingly well organized. It looks like we should be left to our own devices if we have the resources to sustain ourselves. Caius murmured, keeping his voice low so as not to disturb the people ahead of and behind them. A few more stragglers had joined the queue, though most looked to be locals making a quick trip. Porkchop snorted, though it was soft enough that it wouldn't heighten the tension of their fellow travelers. "Thank the matriarchs. I was worried we would be swamped. This is not exactly how I imagined my first visit to a human city going." Caius smiled, while Ianmus chuckled. "I do have to agree. Hopefully, if things are still this organized, it should mean joining a convoy to the dukedoms won't be too difficult," Ianmus muttered. Caius nodded, though he inwardly doubted it would be that easy. Even if the caravans were still traveling, the demand to get to the patrolled roads, siege-proof cities, and armies of the dukedoms would be high. No doubt the price for passage had soared. The line kept moving, and they shuffled ever closer to the gates. Much like the walls themselves, they were rough but overbuilt and tough. Made up of wooden beams nearly half a stride thick, reinforced heavily with thick iron plating, it was controlled by some hidden winch system in the walls and joined by a raised portcullis that was ready to drop at a moment's notice. Eventually, they made it to the front. As they'd waved people forward, Caius had watched almost every single guard frown at Porkchop. Even with his brother masquerading as a simple beast, bonds in general were rare, and combat-capable companions even more so. He doubted they'd seen them often, and given the circumstances, he couldn't fault their suspicion. Especially since they were hiding something, even if it was not something that would put the inhabitants of the city at risk. Dressed in chain,
with dark gray tabards displaying the insignia of the city. A dead tree dyed in white. Each and every one looked ready for trouble. Swords were belted on, and each held a halberd. Archers looked on from the top of the wall, doing double duty, watching the crowd and keeping an eye out for beasts. "You there, with the wife and child, over to the left," the lead guard called, waving the woodsman in front of them forwards. Standing at the head of the line, he had been directing the crowd to his available colleagues. The muscular man looked back, giving Caius a slight nod before he ushered his daughter forward. Stepping up with Porkchop and Ianmus in tow, Caius watched the guard calmly, keeping a firm grip on his mask. The man watched him closely in turn, regularly looking at Porkchop behind him, as if deciding what to do with them. Caius shifted his weight on his feet, wondering what would happen. The moment stretched, an awkward pause in what had otherwise been a smooth operation up until this point. Right before he was about to ask the guardsman where he should go, another ran up, bending over to whisper in his ear. He nodded, thanking the man, before looking back to Caius. "Go talk to the sergeant, Tilver. He'll be able to make the call on your companion," the guard told him, with a frown, pointing to another uniformed man standing off to the right by the base of the walls, watching the proceedings. He was dressed much the same as the others, though a single red star adorned his tabard on his left breast. Caius gave the guard a sharp nod, seeing no reason not to comply. Belligerence would only harm their prospects, after all. Looking back to his companions, he jutted his head over towards the sergeant, and they set off, leaving behind a waiting gaggle of petitioners. The head guard watched their approach with stern eyes, not exactly suspicious or distrustful, but certainly an expression that clearly told where he stood.
He was the authority here, and that was to be respected. Stopping a few paces from the man, Caius gave the man a polite nod. Inwardly, his guts were curdling. No doubt Porkchop, and potentially him as well, would be identified as they entered the city. A low-level guardsman was one thing, but a grizzled veteran sergeant was far more likely to have skill levels and stats under his belt that could present an issue to their mask. He felt none of that tension from his bond. Porkchop was calm and ready. "Sergeant," Caius said. The guard officer replied, eyes roving over him before he switched his attention to Ianmus. "Academy brat, I presume?" he asked the mage. Ianmus stiffened, but stepped forward smoothly all the same. "Yes, sir. Graduated recently," he replied. The gruff sergeant hummed, tilting his head at Ianmus with a slight narrowing of his eyes. "Recent indeed, if you haven't hit your 40s yet. What are you doing here?" he asked. Caius swallowed. He knew it was almost a certainty that they would be analyzed, but now that the test was here, it set his heart thumping. Ianmus chuckled. It was a half-strangled thing, filled with the harsh humor of the gallows. "Graduated a few months back. Thought I would do a bit of overland travel to the dukedoms, gain a little experience before I investigated rumors about them potentially having another war," he explained, shuffling on the dusty earth. "Change hit once I was halfway between here and the mountains. That one saved me from getting torn to shreds by a flock of terror birds. I'm hoping to join a convoy to finish the last leg of my journey." The guard sergeant's stern expression broke a little as he winced. "You and half the city, lad. Hope you're ready for some stiff competition. And terror birds? Haven't heard of those." "They're new," Caius spoke up, the sergeant's attention snapping to him. "Mostly confined to the stone hills towards the sea. For now, at least." Bloody mean things, like a long-necked chicken the size of a man, but as fast as a horse, with a tendency to smash things with their axe-shaped beaks.
"I see. One of my boys did say you had come from the south."
but I'm surprised to hear you've come so far. Delver, the sergeant said. A moment later, he felt an intrusion on his mask as the guardsman attempted to analyze him with a skill. Immediately, a hot spike of pain started to drive into the back of his head, his will surging as he leveraged every scrap of his being to focus on taking on the role of a body enhancer. A moment later it was over, the probe retreating. Caius bit back a sigh of relief, hoping that he looked as natural and easy as he had a few moments prior. Especially for a level 22. That's a lot of gear you've got for that level. And it's odd for you to travel with all this going on, don't you think? The sea's too close for you to have left before the change. Especially with a mount, the sergeant said, with an unnaturally even voice, staring at him with flinty eyes. Caius swallowed. Came to join the guild, sir. Me and Porkchop delved the first layer just after class selection. My family left me a few artifacts, and the delve got me the rest. Caius explained, hoping the sergeant would buy his story. The sergeant hummed, watching Porkchop closely. Big bastard, isn't he? I suppose that with a war beast that would be possible. He registered. Caius fought the urge to groan. He hadn't known that was a thing. Thankfully, that meant he wouldn't need to lie about it. I did it, Porkchop said, his voice strained before he fell silent once more. That, at least, was something. I didn't know that was a thing, sir. Lived outside of Gloom Hollow, he explained, genuine chagrin resonating in his words. Every trained beast comes registered, lad. You raise him yourself or something? The sergeant replied, with a deepening frown, unimpressed by his response.
Letting in a beast like that trained by some kid out in the middle of nowhere is a risk, boy. What happens if he reacts poorly to the crowds? Caius winced at the sergeant's harsh accusation. No, sir. I found him when I was young. Had gotten separated from his ma or something. He was a bloody cute fluffy thing back then, so I couldn't leave him, even if he was a beast. Ended up getting a bond as one of my general skills, he hurried to explain, a genuine note of desperation in his voice. The sergeant's expression shifted, piercing gray eyes stabbing deep into his own as a contemplative frown graced the guardsman's face. He leaned back onto the wall behind him, scratching his chin. A bond skill. That would certainly do it. Unregistered, though. That could cause a shitfest if it got out, the man mumbled to himself. A moment later he stood up, looking at Caius once again. You're here to join the guild, you said, the sergeant asked. Caius nodded quickly. Good. We've got hunting requests falling out of our arse right now, and a young delver competent enough to delve just after class selection is someone we could use. Especially one mounted on a war beast. You'd be able to range further than most, the sergeant said. Excitement welled as Caius listened to the man, an electrifying energy that raced down his spine and spread through his limbs. There was no way he would bother with such a speech if he wasn't going to let them in. There's one problem, though. We need your beast registered. Far too much potential for a hullabaloo if it gets out I let an unregistered war beast into the city. However, you're willing to swear under a truth stone that you have a bond skill? The sergeant searched his face. Caius nodded emphatically. Truth stones were tightly controlled bits of rune work, but he knew the guild made use of them. It was almost perfect. If it was confirmed that he had a bond skill before Porkchop's nature as a greater beast got out, it would take even more heat off of them.
All right, here's the deal. I'll let you in if you immediately go to the guild and sign up. They'll be able to register your beast if you can attest to your skill under oath. I'm not sure how busy they are, but once you're done, whether that's this afternoon or sometime tomorrow, come straight here and tell one of my boys that you're here to show your registration. Deal? The sergeant asked, thrusting his hand out to him.
Deal, Caius said,
as he clasped the guardsman's hand and shook. A moment later, the sergeant's grip tightened, and he pulled him close. "I'm serious, boy. Straight there, and then back here. I can't have an unregistered beast in the city for long. Not right now. Remember, it won't be hard to track down the man with a giant fucking bear thing inside the city." His voice was low, but firm, as he stared Caius dead in the eye. Caius nodded. The sergeant stepped backwards and clapped him on the shoulder. "Good lad. Now stop hogging my time and get in the gates." He dismissed them with a wave, turning to nod at a few guards who were watching at the gate. Suppressing a sigh, Caius met Ionmus's and Porkchop's eyes, who both looked as relieved as he felt. Without a word, he led the way, passing vigilant guards as he walked under the shadow of the wall to enter Deadacre. They'd made it. Now he just needed to point Ionmus in the right direction and get himself registered.
Chapter 158. Deadacre.
As Caius crossed through the gates to Deadacre, the sounds of the city washed over him. The heavy background buzz of chatter and thumping boots, the clack of carts rolling over uneven cobble, and the odd cutting bark of a laugh or crying babe. Overwhelming, sure, but also full of the vitality of life. Something pleasantly different after so long with little company in his surroundings. Brown canvas tents lined the square that the gates opened to, stacked up tight to the wall with barely walkable alleys separating their fabric walls. Emergency housing. Several guards wandered the open space, directing people where they needed to go, or helping one of the more desperate into the waiting arms of those that were getting people settled in the tents. A guard in chain whistled, waving them over, a woman with sandy hair cropped short and piercing blue eyes. "You boys all right? I doubt you need shelter here, given your dress, but I thought I'd check and see if you knew where you were heading," the guard asked. We'll be fine, thank you. I've been here before, so I know my way well enough around," Caius said, thanking the woman, who nodded and waved them on. Caius set off for one of the main streets that exited the square, companions in tow. Masonry buildings lined the streets, 3 stories tall, and made from the same rustic, rough-cut stone as the rest of the city. Looming over the streets, they made navigation tough if you didn't know your way around with how they blocked sight of any landmarks, especially since the layout of the streets looked like someone had traced a tangled length of yarn onto a city plan and called it a day. "Well, we made it through the gate with little issue, though that sergeant was a tough bastard to hide from," Porkchop said. Ionmus chuckled. "When he called us over, I was totally convinced we'd been had. Thank the gods it was just a registration issue." Caius groaned. Such a small thing, but it had nearly done them in. If his and Porkchop's stats weren't so artificially inflated, they would have been toast for sure. "The main thing is we're in the clear now," Caius said, before he turned to Ionmus. "I know this is your first time here, so I can show you to the road that leads directly to the Caravanier's office by the far gate. It'll be a bit of a trek, but it's a straight shot." The half-elf smiled at him. "Thank you. And thanks again for making sure I made it here in one piece." "It's no problem at all. Only what any decent folk would do. Listen, if you're stuck here for a bit while you wait for an empty slot, feel free to stop by if you see me around the guild house. It'd be nice to see a familiar face," Caius replied, waving off Ionmus's thanks. "It would. Plus, it would be nice to have someone else to talk to. It's going to suck pretending to be an unthinking beast." Porkchop grumbled. Ionmus nodded with a smile, but he had enough sense not to directly address his brother in a crowded square. While the square was packed, it parted before them with ease. Understandable, all things considered. Ionmus was wearing the classic attire of a magi,
while he was fully suited in armor with a giant of a beast at his back. Most people, regular people, weren't the type to get in the way of obvious monster killers. Exiting the square, the heady smell of smoke, dust, and sweat washed over him. It wasn't strong, per se, but it was pervasive. With his senses sharpened since his last trip, he did his best to ignore the odor, though inwardly he missed the fresh air found outside of settlements. He'd spent too long in the wilds to enjoy city life overmuch. The road they followed wound its way through the city, dozens of side streets and alleys splitting off to tangle their way through the thickets of stone buildings. Eventually, they reached a fork. "This is it," Caius said, as he came to a halt, turning to Ianmus.
Follow that road to the end and you'll reach the other gate. No turns onto another street or anything, just straight there. Ianmus paused, giving him a slight nod. "Well, I suppose this is the end of our little soiree. I guess this is goodbye." Caius gave the man a warm smile before clapping him on the shoulder. "Don't be like that. If the fates will it, I am sure we will run into each other again soon. Chances are we'll end up in the dukedoms soon enough. Where are you planning on heading?" "Saturn's Sail. They've got some entrances to the depths that are well aligned with my affinities, and with all that's going on, I want as much strength as I can get. I'll probably join the guild when I'm there." Ianmus replied, smiling ruefully. "I don't want a repeat of what happened with those terror birds." Caius nodded. In all likelihood, they probably would meet the man again. Saturn's Sail was one of the larger cities in the dukedoms, and would have a large guild hall indeed, let alone libraries. A good place for him to do a little digging on his family and the goings-on of the world outside of Vastivar. "Well, we might see you there then. Just leave a message for us at the guild when you get there," he replied. "I will. It would be nice to see a familiar face," Ianmus smiled. He scratched at the back of his head absent-mindedly for a moment, before he offered his hand. "Well, goodbye, I suppose." Caius returned the shake, giving the man a wide grin. "See you soon." Ianmus nodded before he turned and left with a wave. Caius watched the tall half-elf go, his silver hair standing out head and shoulder above the rest of the crowd. "Be safe, elfling," Porkchop called after him. Ianmus turned, shooting his brother a smile before he kept walking. "Well then, I suppose we best be off," Caius said, once Ianmus had rounded a bend in the road. He nodded towards the other branch of the intersection. "Come on, it's just down here." The stairs were getting old. He didn't like the way people ogled. Sure, he was tall, heavily armed, and had a beast taller than he was at his side, but you would think that most people would have some sense of propriety. They did in Threefields, at least. Here, every third person craned their neck to keep staring at him as he passed. It wore at his mood, and made the general press of the crowd even more irritating than it had been at first. Still, walking through the city was an eye-opening experience. Other than inns being far more full than normal, you'd think that nothing was amiss with the outside world. No one seemed ready. They were just going about their days, in their dyed cottons, shopping and working. He didn't understand it. How they could live their lives while beasts were growing stronger by the day. Sure, most people didn't have a combat class, but they could still grow stronger with levels, or work towards some way to empower those who could. Thankfully, as they drew closer to the district dedicated to the Delvers Guild, things got much better. Fewer folks, and those that were present were far more used to the sight of artifacts and arms. Here, almost everything catered to the rich, both monetarily and in personal strength. Taverns with brews that could knock out a horse with a drop, alchemists with vials full of vibrant swirling colors in their windows, and all manner of artisans ladened the streets. Blacksmiths hammered, and leatherworkers sewed,
creating wares only to pass them on to waiting runewrights, finishing the craft to sell at a premium. At least here there was a sense of urgency, a resolute tone of seriousness that pervaded the general air of the place. Here were the fighters, and those that supplied them. Here were those that understood what was at stake. Few common citizens lived here, and the ones that did were either local delvers or the proprietors of the establishments who served them and their traveling cousins. It was the enchanters and general hawkers of artifice that caught his attention the most. They had loot to sell, and there were plenty of artifacts that could come in handy for them in their future delves and work for the guild. That, and they still needed to get Porkchop's armor enchanted with self-repair. "Where are we going to stay, Caius? Half of these doors I can't even squeeze through," Porkchop asked, looking at the buildings they passed with concern. Patting his brother on the shoulder, Caius met the question with a soft chuckle. "There will be inns near the guild that are suitable for people with bond skills. They're uncommon, but not that rare. We might need to pay out the nose for it, but we'll find a place that fits you. Worst comes to worst, we'll find a place with some stables, and we can both sleep there." Porkchop grunted, unconvinced, but let the matter lie. It wasn't like there was any better option. A short while later, they turned the bend, and the guild hall came into sight. Regal and tall, it stood a good 2 stories higher than the surrounding 3-story terraced buildings that were common in Deadacre. Polished, smooth stone blocks formed its stout walls, a quality rarely seen otherwise, while wide windows revealed a warmly lit wooden interior. Dozens of tables littered the space, while a wide counter stretched across 2 walls. One side served drinks and food to the waiting delvers, while the other had a receptionist with a queue in front of her. A guild worker, where one could accept missions and deal with other matters relevant to membership. That was who he would have to talk to. Joy and anticipation thrummed through him as he took in the enduring strength of the building. As he looked at the thick and polished oak door, a sigil of a crossed sword and stave engraved on its front. A moment that had been a long time coming. A dream of his that had finally arrived. A destiny he had sought and strived for. Becoming a delver. A duty and a promise. Of riches, power, and responsibility. One he was happy to make. It wasn't just the hall itself that held him enraptured, but the clientele as well. The place was packed, full of all sorts of peoples, each and every one suited up and ready for war. Men in full plate, with tower shields, great swords, and other heavy armaments sat at tables next to lithe individuals in leathers, blades belted everywhere from their chest to their arms. Magi in robes chatting with archers in light mottled clothes, and every other combination and combat style imaginable. The variety was staggering. No one person looking alike in their chosen methods of defense and attack. That is, with one exception. Telltale script work covered almost everything he could see, both inscrutable system runes and man-made creations alike. A springing bounce entered his step as he picked up his pace, tugging Porkchop forward. "Come on, we're here," Caius said, hurrying towards the door. Porkchop grunted, but followed closely. "Just remember to keep your mask up," he warned. Rolling his eyes in response, Caius wove his way around the small amount of foot traffic before coming to a stop at the stone steps that led to the entrance. He paused for a moment, savoring the significance of his first steps towards his future. Every legend, every good story, and every bard song started in a guild hall. They were where strength was built and reputations were earned. It was here that he and Porkchop would be able to make a name for themselves, where they would be able to build an unassailable reputation. It would be here that he would be able to start his quest to discover the secrets of aspects,
and gather the backing needed to start looking into his father's killer. Something nudged him in the back, forcing him to take the first step. Caius turned, finding Porkchop right behind him, watching him.